My name is Qin Feng, and I'm a soul that crossed over from Earth. The day I got stomped down to the lowest point of my life was, ironically, the very day everyone thought I was about to soar to the top. That day, every big shot who was anybody in the whole city of Kanglan was staring at a stone tablet. Carved into that tablet was my name, followed by two glaring characters, F rank. Tens of thousands of people burst out laughing all at once, the laughter pouring into my ears like a rising tide. But what they didn't know was that in that exact moment, something only I could see was quietly rewriting my fate. Hold on, let me start from the beginning. This whole thing started at 4 in the morning. I was dead asleep when I suddenly felt someone shaking me. I opened my eyes, and a ghostly face lit up by a phone screen was pressed right up against mine. It scared the hell out of me, and I jumped. Once my eyes focused, I saw it was Lao Chi. His full name is Guan Chi, and he grew up with me in the same orphanage, my ride-or-die brother, close as anyone could be. Lao Chi, what are you doing? It's the middle of the night. You got a death wish or something? I grabbed my phone to check the time. Unbelievable, exactly 4 in the morning. If we weren't tighter than actual brothers, I swear I would have smacked him dead on the spot. He leaned over the head of my bed, practically vibrating with excitement. Fengji, today's awakening day. Aren't you even a little excited? A little hyped. I shot him a look. Not excited. Not hyped. If there's nothing else, get your butt back to bed. You may not be tired, but I sure am. Lao Chi scratched his head, totally unable to wrap his mind around it. In his mind, Awakening Day was the big day that could change your destiny. As long as you awakened a good talent, your whole life would turn around. I pulled the blanket over my head, too lazy to deal with him anymore. Honestly, I understood the deal perfectly well. I just didn't dare to get my hopes up. Let me be straight with you. In my past life, I was from Earth. When I was 18, some fortune teller read my fate and said that this would be the year I'd hit a turning point that would change my destiny. Get past this hurdle, and I'd soar to the top. And the result? I was taking a curve in my car, and I soared, all right, straight into this world called Blue Star, without even knowing how I died. The technology here is about the same as Earth's. The one difference is, this is a supernatural world. 300 years ago, a deep abyssal rift tore open in the sky, and monsters, beasts, and demons came pouring out like a flood. From that day on, the whole world changed. It became like a video game, with levels, classes, and attribute panels. Everyone gets one chance to awaken when they turn 16. As for what you awaken, it's all luck. There's no rhyme or reason to it. Talents range from low to high across 9 ranks. F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, with SSS at the very top. Why didn't I dare get my hopes up? Because I wasn't even from this world to begin with. Who knew whether my mysterious, out-of-nowhere soul could even awaken anything at all? By the time the sky brightened, the athletic field of Kanglan No. 1 High School was packed with tens of thousands of people. This one awakening tablet was the only one in the entire city of Kanglan, so every kid who'd turned 16 had to come here today to gamble on their fate. I just stepped into the crowd when a crisp voice called out behind me. Fengji, Chi-ji, wait for me. I turned around. It was Su Jujio. Like Lao Chi, she also came out of our orphanage. The three of us had huddled together since we were little, closer than real family. All three of us were orphans. Our parents all died on the battlefield fighting the beasts. In this world, if you don't have a revival item, once you're killed, you're really dead. The government gives us 600 star coins a month in support. Not much, but enough to get by. But we all knew in our hearts that the subsidy wouldn't feed us forever. Once we graduated next month, we'd have to support ourselves. Little Gio ran up, gasping for breath. Fengji, it's awakening day. Of course we had to get here fast. See, Lao Chi started up again. Even little Gio's excited. You're the only one who isn't. I shook my head and said what was really on my mind. What's the point of being excited? Awakening is all luck. If I want a good talent, is heaven just going to hand it to me? No. Sometimes the bigger your hopes, the harder you fall. Instead of wishing on nothing, we'd be better off thinking about how to move forward. The moment I said that, the two of them froze, and the excitement drained right off their faces. The three of us squeezed into the classroom, class 2 of the senior year. Normally, the three of us kept a super low profile. We didn't make friends, didn't join activities. Basically, we were the invisible kids of the class. Step outside this classroom, and nobody even knew who we were. I just laid my head down on the desk to catch a few winks when the bell rang. High heels came clicking in. It was our homeroom teacher, Zhou Yun. Behind her back, we all called her Demon King Zhou. She swept her gaze across the room, and it landed on Lao Chi. I knew exactly what she was calculating. Lao Chi was big and strong, prime material. If he awakened a high-ranked talent, that would be a shining, standout achievement for her teaching career. She stepped up to the podium and started her speech. Students, today is the day that decides your fate. Awakening a good talent is only getting your ticket to change your destiny. If you really want to soar to the top, it all comes down to the college entrance exam 1 month from now. Only by getting into a good academy can you gain more resources and higher skills. With that, she led the whole class toward the Awakening Plaza. The plaza was already a sea of people. Once every class had gathered, Principal Wu just stepped up and said he'd just say a few quick words, and then talked for a solid hour straight. Down below, Lao Chi was so bottled up he started muttering. If this principal had gone the crowd control route, nobody in the world could match him. He's had us locked in place for a whole hour. Before he could even finish, Demon King Zhou had somehow drifted over right next to him. Quiet. Lao Chi shrank his neck down. Up on the stage, Principal Wu finally noticed that everyone was getting restless, and he slapped the podium. I hereby declare the Kanglan No. 1 High School Awakening Day officially begun. Tens of thousands of people cheered at once, shaking the very ground. First up was Class 1 of the senior year, the aristocrat class, where every family was either rich or powerful. The school had deliberately separated them out, worried that mixing different social classes together would cause trouble. I watched the tablet light up again and again, calling out name after name. Chef, teacher, flame apostle. More than half the class went through, and the best was just a single B rank. Jiang Cheng, the Class 1 homeroom teacher, had a face green with disappointment. On the main stage, sitting next to Principal Wu was an old man named Kong Yajun, the principal of Kanglan No. 2 High School. The two of them were old rivals. Principal Wu couldn't stand that the guy's name literally had Yajun, runner-up, in it, and since he came in second place every single year, Wu just went ahead and nicknamed him Kong the Blockhead. Right about then, Principal Kong said in a snide tone, "Old friend, seems like this batch of your students isn't doing so hot either." Principal Wu didn't even lift an eyelid. "I'm not worried about my own students. What are you fretting about?" He'd barely finished speaking when the tablet erupted. A purple pillar of light shot up, 60 feet high. Zheng Yao, A-rank talent, light of healing. Lao Chi stared at the pillar of light and asked me, "Feng Ji, is the talent rank tied to how tall the light pillar is?" I couldn't say for sure, so I answered vaguely, "I don't know. Maybe." Right as I said it, the tablet exploded again with an even more dazzling purple light, blasting straight up 90 feet. Li Hongwei, S-rank talent, Annihilation Thunder. Lao Chi gasped. 90 feet. Now he got it. The height of the light pillar and the rank weren't a simple one-to-one match. The higher you went, the more wildly the gap widened. This Li Hongwei was a direct descendant of the Li family of Kanglan City, the third son. The Li family was one of the top clans in the area, keeping a whole stable of professionals. The moment he awakened in S rank, a handful of lackeys immediately swarmed over to kiss up to him. He was so pleased with himself that he patted their shoulders and announced he'd treat everyone to dinner that night. Then his eyes drifted toward a girl standing not far away. That girl gave off an aloof, cold aura. Her name was Su Qingxue, our school's campus beauty, nicknamed the Icy Snow Lotus. Li Hongwei was itching to compete, but don't let his big talk fool you. He actually didn't dare mess with Su Qingxue at all. His family had warned him long ago. This girl was someone even the Li family couldn't afford to touch. Anyone who laid a hand on her would die. Later on, even he broke into a cold sweat thinking about it. If his family hadn't held him back, he wouldn't have even known how he died. Then it was Su Qingxue's turn to go up. She pressed her hand to the tablet, and a white pillar of light shot up into the sky. A full 180 feet, exactly twice as tall as the S rank. And within that pillar, a phantom of an ice crystal phoenix circled and swirled. With a single beat of the phoenix's wings, the air within dozens of meters instantly froze solid, and a thick layer of frost formed across the ground. Su Qingxue, SS rank talent, Ice Crystal Frost Phoenix. Principal Kong practically threw his whole body onto the table, eyes wide as saucers. A phenomenon. This is the phenomenon of the Divine Phoenix. Principal Wu was so thrilled his hands were shaking. 300 years, Kanglan City had never produced an SS rank. He leaned in toward Principal Kong's ear, showing off. Turns out this Su Qingxue had been recruited at enormous cost from the Su family in the provincial capital. The instant Principal Kong heard the Su family, his pupils contracted sharply. That was a colossal, nationally ranked clan. Their patriarch, Su Jingfeng, was a first-generation powerhouse who had survived all the way from 300 years ago to today. In the entire nation of Xia, there were fewer than 10 powerhouses of that caliber. Principal Kong was now thoroughly beaten. Old Wu's connections were strong enough to pull a golden child of the Su family all the way to a backwater like this. While everyone was still reeling, a series of booming sonic explosions suddenly sounded from the sky. A man in golden armor with golden eyes came flying down through the air, an aura of pressure so overwhelming it was hard to breathe. Below, Lao Qi looked up, his face full of worship. Now that's a real powerhouse. Someday I'm going to get even stronger than him. That way I can protect Feng Ji and Little Jiao. The golden-armored man gave Principal Wu a junior's salute and announced himself. Su Muyang, Su Qingxue's older brother. He'd been passing by and dropped in to see his sister, only to happen to catch her awakening. A powerhouse who could break the sound barrier with his own body and fly through the air. That kind of depth left Li Hongwei and his crowd utterly dumbstruck. In their understanding, a powerhouse who could level a mountain with one strike was already the ceiling. But the man before them was clearly a huge cut above even that. Su Qingxue's brother showing up was just a side note. What really blew the lid off was that for the first time in 300 years, Kanglan City had produced an SS-ranked talent. Finally, it was our Class 2's turn. Lao Qi rubbed his hands together, his eyes blazing. Feng Ji, Little Jiao, it's finally our class's turn. I didn't say anything. Honestly, my heart was pounding too. I wasn't from this world, after all. In this supernatural world, without a talent you can't take a single step forward. But things were what they were now. Panicking wouldn't help. All I could do was take it one step at a time. C rank, B rank, A rank. Class President Zhao Cixi awakened an A rank, which had Demon King Zhou over the moon. I'm up, Feng Ji. Lao Qi turned to look at me. I patted his shoulder. Don't be nervous. Little Jiao called out too. You got this, Qi Ji. Lao Qi strode toward the tablet and pressed his palm against it. Every rune on the tablet lit up. An aura of unbreakable solidity exploded outward, and an ochre-yellow pillar of light shot into the sky. Another 180 feet. Principal Wu shot to his feet, so excited he could barely get the words out. 180 feet. Another SS rank. This time, it's a homegrown SS rank prodigy, born and raised right here in Kanglan City. Guanxi, SS rank talent, absolute defense. Absolute defense. No question, a top-tier shield and armor talent. With him around, the whole team had the hardest shield there was. Principal Kong's face turned as ugly as if he'd swallowed a fly. When Su Qingxue was an outsider, he could still put on a brave face. But Guanxi was a local, and that pressure came crashing down on his shoulders like a mountain. Lao Qi came sprinting back and grabbed me in a hug, squeezing with all his might. Feng Ji, I awakened an SS rank. We're going to take off. My face turned red from being choked. Damn it. Let go. You're going to squeeze me to death. Little Jiao quickly slapped his arm. Only then did Lao Qi snap out of it. He'd forgotten that after awakening, your body's strength shoots way up. That hug of his really could snap an ordinary person's ribs. I coughed for a while before catching my breath. From now on, hold back your strength. You're not an ordinary person anymore. Then it was Little Jiao's turn. She pressed her hand to the tablet. Su Jiujiao, S-rank talent, support amplification aura. An area of effect support amplifying talent, incredibly strong. She was so happy she bounced up and down. I'm S-rank too. Now I can buff Feng Ji and Qi Ji. I was happy for her, but I couldn't help doing the math in my head. One S-rank, one SS rank, and me? What was I going to awaken? Little Jiao bounced back over. Feng Ji, it's your turn. You got this. I nodded, then walked up to the tablet, calm and unhurried. This was the first time I'd seen it this close. It was covered in dense, intricate runes, and when I looked carefully, it was as if a mysterious power was flowing within each and every one of them. I pressed my palm against it. Mm. A warm current welled up from inside my body, and my whole being felt as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring. And then, something strange happened. The tablet first glowed white, then turned green, then blue, then purple, then gold, then red. The colors switched one after another, like a nightclub light show. The whole crowd was stunned into silence. Even the three big shots up on the main stage were baffled. Su Muyang rubbed his eyes. What in the world? The tablet can throw a rave now. This was a scene he'd never witnessed in his entire life. Principal Wu was even more mystified. I've officiated awakenings for decades and seen hundreds of thousands of students. I've never once seen anyone awaken a second color. This rainbow of colors switching back and forth. Could it be some incredible, unknown talent? Or an SSS rank? Su Muyang shook his head. No. An SSS rank awakening produces a light pillar 360 feet tall. But look at it. Only then did everyone notice that as flashy and colorful as the tablet was, that light pillar was only 10 feet tall. 10 feet. That was the lowest, the F rank. F rank. How is that possible? Principal Wu's face fell. The light gradually faded. On the tablet, 7 characters slowly and clearly surfaced. Qin Feng, F rank talent, Eagle Eye. My vision went black. I nearly passed out. After all that commotion, I thought some earth-shattering ultimate move was coming, and instead the universe dumped the biggest pile of garbage on me. An instant later, the entire field erupted into deafening laughter. I thought it was going to be something good. Turns out it's an F rank. I'm dying. This is hilarious. Wave after wave of ridicule poured straight into my ears. I turned around and swept my expressionless gaze across the crowd. It was already decided. What good would resenting it do now? But right at that moment, the attribute panel that only I could see quietly floated up in front of me. The first line, F-rank talent, Eagle Eye, greatly enhances eyesight, allowing you to see farther. Seeing this only made me want to spit up blood. But as my gaze slid down, my blood first ran cold. And then, an instant later, it caught fire with a roar. The second line, talent, sublimation, a blessing from Mother Earth, consumes crystal cores to raise the quality of any item. This talent possesses the authority of being undetectable. The third line, innate skill, passive dark harvester, divine transcendent grade. Each time you kill a target no lower than your own level, randomly harvest one of its attribute points. No upper limit. I stared at those lines, my heart pounding hard. 30% excitement, 70% confusion. The excitement was because I had a cheat. And from the look of it, not just one cheat, and none of them were small. The confusion was because that sublimation was actually described as a blessing from Mother Earth. Mother Earth? Could it be that my crossing over this time wasn't an accident at all, but had something to do with the will of Earth itself? The more I thought about it, the more tangled it got. So I just shook my head. Forget it. If I can't figure it out, I won't think about it for now. I'll leave that for future me to worry about. I put away the panel and walked back to the class, my face blank. Little Jiao and Lao Chi immediately crowded around me. Lao Chi thumped his chest. Fengji, don't be scared. I've got you. I'll protect you. Little Jiao rushed to reassure me too. The three of us swore an oath when we were little, share in the good times, stand together in the hard times, always be one family. We'll never leave you behind. Looking at the genuine, heartfelt concern in their eyes, my heart warmed. They really were the brothers and sister I'd grown up with, closer than blood. Don't you two worry, I said with a smile. I'm not as fragile as you think. There's no such thing as a trash talent, only trash professionals. So what if it's an F rank? I can still carve out a place for myself in this world. I meant every word, because only I knew what cards I was holding in my hand. The words had barely left my mouth when a snide voice drifted over from not far away. An F rank thinks he can carve out a place in this world? What a joke. It was Ho Xiaoshan, nicknamed Monkey 3, huddled together with Lu Cheng, throwing glances our way with an expression full of contempt. This Monkey 3 always loved to run with a crowd and show off. Today he'd awakened a C rank, which already had him steaming. and then seeing Lao Chi's SS rank made him so jealous his eyes turned red. Normally the three of us never gave him any face, so he'd been holding a grudge for a while. Now that he saw me awaken an F rank, he'd finally found his chance. Lao Chi's face darkened, and a wave of savage fury rose off his whole body. Monkey 3, you dare mock my Feng Ji? You looking to get beat down? Monkey 3's hair stood on end under that glare, but he still stubbornly held his ground, trying to drive a wedge between us. Guan Shi, you're SS rank and he's F rank. From today on, you two aren't even in the same world anymore. He'll never be able to change classes for the rest of his life, and he won't even break past level 31. But you, Monkey 3, you're damn well asking to die. Lao Chi bellowed and was about to charge over and pummel him. I grabbed hold of him. Don't do anything rash. Every big shot in all of Kanglan City has their eyes on this place today. No need to invite trouble over a Monkey 3. Lao Chi turned back to me. So we just let it slide? People can curse me all they want, but not you. The corner of my mouth curled into a cold smile. Who said we're letting it slide? You still don't know me? I've never been in the habit of taking insults lying down. If a dog bites me, I don't bite back, I just club it dead with one swing. There'll be plenty of chances later. Only then did Lao Chi slowly cool down. He shot Monkey 3 a vicious glare and paid him no more attention. From start to finish, I never once looked Monkey 3 straight in the eye, and I didn't say a single word back. Meanwhile, the students around us started whispering. Is this Monkey 3's brain broken? Guan Shi's SS rank. He's a lock to get into one of the 4 great academies. Definitely going to become a big shot someday. He's tight with Qin Feng, and Monkey 3 publicly mocks Qin Feng. Isn't that basically slapping Guan Shi across the face in public? Serves him right. Acts without thinking. Digs his own grave. Can't blame anyone else. Let's steer clear of him from now on. Don't want to get dragged down with him. Every one of these words landed in Monkey 3's ears. His face grew paler and paler. He'd never imagined that one careless, smart-mouthed remark would earn him a mortal enemy in an SS rank prodigy. He turned his head and saw that Lu Cheng, who'd just been laughing and chatting with him, had somehow already quietly slid away. Monkey 3 panicked inside. No, I can't just sit here and wait to die. I need to find a big tree to lean on. That's right, the Li family. As long as I latch onto Li Hongwei, Guan Chi won't dare touch me. With that thought, he snuck out of the crowd and headed toward where Senior Class 1 was gathered. And me? I just stood there, not paying anyone any mind. All they saw was an invisible nobody who'd awakened a garbage F rank and gotten publicly laughed at by the whole crowd. Feeling the look Zhou Yun was shooting my way, I couldn't help but feel a little exasperated. Is it really necessary to single me out this obviously? Who does she think she's looking down on? It's just an F-rank talent. Meanwhile, I've got a Divine Transcendent grade skill tucked away. As for what tier Divine Transcendent actually is, honestly, even I couldn't say for sure. But I was certain of one thing. It was way more impressive than whatever an SSS rank was. Just as I was thinking this, Zhou Yun finally got to the point. One more thing. Tomorrow the school will be opening a rookie dungeon trial, and every one of you has to go in and get some experience. This is your first hands-on lesson stepping into the supernatural world. She paused, then added, the Kanglan City authorities have prepared a piece of starter equipment for each of you, to be distributed through the school. After class, Class President Zhao Cixi will take everyone to the armory to pick it up. At this, she turned her gaze to Zhao Cixi. Zhao Cixi immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, teacher. Having laid it all out, Zhou Yun's gaze didn't stop there. Instead, it landed on Guan Shi next to me and Su Jujio in the front row. Guan Shi, Su Jujio, come out with me for a moment. The two who'd been called exchanged a glance, then both turned in unison to look at me. Guan Shi leaned over and lowered his voice. Feng Ji, why do you think Demon King Zhou is calling us two out? What's going on? I shot him a look. This kid was hopeless. No need to wonder. It's definitely something good. You two awaken great talents. So of course the school has rewards for you. What kind of rewards? Guan Shi's eyes lit up. Could be equipment, could be a skill book. I patted his shoulder. Go on. Only then did Guan Shi nod, and pulling Su Jujio along, the two of them walked out of the classroom. Outside the door, Zhou Yun was waiting for them. Though Su Jujio had heard me say it was good news, she still felt uncertain and couldn't help but speak up first. Teacher, You called us out because? Here's the thing. Zhou didn't beat around the bush. Every year the school gives a reward to students who awaken high-ranked talents. Consider it a boost to help you grow. Our Kanglan City may just be an unremarkable little town on the border of the nation of Xia, but our school has never been stingy, and we will never shortchange any S-ranked talent of the resources they deserve. At this, her tone grew heavy. Right now, humanity's living space is shrinking more and more. So every prodigy of S rank or above is an indispensable talent for the nation. The school is giving you this resource in the hope that you'll grow strong quickly and strive to test into one of Xia's 4 great academies. At these words, both Guanxi's and Su Jiuzhou's expressions turned noticeably more serious. Guanxi couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, is humanity's situation really that dire right now?" "That's right." Zhou Yun nodded, a note of heaviness in her voice. Our Kanglan City sits on the border of Xia. Beyond the city walls lie countless beasts, monsters, and demons. To hold them back, people die outside the walls every single day. By my count, it's been nearly 20 years since the last beast tide invaded. I don't know exactly when the next one will come, but I know this. It's coming soon. That's why I hope you two can get into the 4 great academies. Only in a place like that can you truly grow strong and quickly. She looked at the 2 kids, and her tone suddenly became earnest. When you've made something of yourself someday, I hope you'll come back to Kanglan City and contribute your share. I'm not trying to guilt-trip you. I'm asking you sincerely, from the heart. Because Kanglan City is our roots, and it's your roots too. These 2 children, who'd grown up in an orphanage since they were little, couldn't calm their hearts for a long time. They'd never once imagined that one day they might be the ones protecting a city. In their minds, they were nothing but 2 orphans who'd never in their lives stand at a height like that. Zhou Yun saw right through what was on their minds, and she smiled. All right, don't overthink it. Your path is just beginning. Whatever the future holds, we'll deal with it when the future comes. With that, she led the 2 of them all the way to the door of the principal's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Principal Wu's booming voice sounded from inside. They pushed the door open and stepped in. Principal Wu set down the documents in his hands, looked up at the 2 students, and a smile immediately spread across his face. Teacher Zhou, these 2 students must be Guanxi and Su Jiuzhou. He'd actually known who these 2 were for a while, but right now he was pretending it was his first time meeting them. Yes, Principal. Zhou Yun nodded. Ah, don't just stand there, sit. Both of you sit. Principal Wu gestured to the leather sofa nearby, while he himself got up and walked over to a safe. A moment later, he took out 2 black books. These are 2 C-rank skill books, called Blessing of the Sturdy Armor and Shield of Holy Light. Holding the books, he sat down across from Guanxi. The instant those words C-rank skill book came out, Guanxi and Su Jiuzhou exchanged a glance, and both their hearts skipped a beat. They knew all too well how much these things were worth. Even the most ordinary F-rank skill book would sell for at least 5,000 star coins at the Treasure Pavilion, and if it hit the black market, the price would climb even higher. And C-rank skill books? Each one commanded an astronomical price of hundreds of thousands, even over 1 million. But right now, 2 such books were laid out right in front of them. And from the sound of their names, they were practically tailor-made for the 2 of them. Principal, this is far too precious. Guanxi didn't dare reach out. Yeah, Principal, C-rank skill books really are too precious. Su Jiuzhou shook her head too. The 2 of them had grown up poor, and for a moment neither dared to accept. That only made Principal Wu more pleased. It's fine. No matter how precious a skill book is, if you don't use it, it's just collecting dust sitting in a safe. He changed the subject, looking at Guanxi. Also, since Guan here awakened an SS-rank talent, on top of what our Kanglan know, one high school is giving you individually. The city authorities have a separate reward for you. It's just that it won't reach your hands until a month from now. Huh? There's another reward. Guanxi's head was practically spinning. The item is far too precious. To avoid unnecessary trouble, we can only give it to you on the eve of the college entrance exam. Principal Wu smiled, deliberately keeping them in suspense. I'll let you in on a little bit. This item will boost you enormously. With that, he pressed the 2 skill books directly into their hands. Take them. Consider it the school sponsoring you. Don't carry any burden about it. When you make something of yourself someday, If the school ever runs into trouble, just lend a hand within your means. That'll be enough. The truth was, Principal Wu had it all figured out in his head. Guanxi and Su Juzhou were different from that Li Hongwei in senior class 1. Li Hongwei had the Li family backing him, and children from clans like that always thought of their family first in everything. No matter how much the school invested, you couldn't expect much return. But Guanxi and Su Juzhou were homegrown orphans, locals. Lend them a hand when they were at their weakest and most desperate, and the return you'd get down the road would be far richer than these two measly skill books. A dynasty lasts a century. A great clan lasts a millennium. Those words were never just for show. Guanxi and Su Juzhou declined again and again, but in the end they accepted. Then, thank you, Principal. To be honest, right now they truly needed these two skill books desperately. In this data-driven world, the moment any awakened person awakens, they come with one starter skill, plus one empty skill slot, where they can learn another skill. The higher your level, the more skill slots unlock, and the more skills you can learn. Of course, leveling up isn't the only way to unlock skill slots. Certain special dungeons and special bosses will also drop something called a skill runestone, which can open a skill slot too. It's just that those things are the priciest of the pricey. There's a market for them, but no supply. Every time one appears, the great clans snatch it up at a sky-high price. Watching the two of them accept the books, Principal Wu's smile grew even wider. Now that's more like it. With the same talent, a commoner's child truly can't compete with a clan child. But a skill book that fits you well can close a huge chunk of that gap. He waved his hand. All right, I've still got some business to attend to, so I won't keep you. And you young folks don't much like keeping an old man like me company talking about national affairs. Teacher Zhou, take them back to class. Once the three of them left, Principal Wu sat back down at his desk, picked up that stack of documents, and his brow slowly furrowed. Guanxi, Su Juzhou, Su Qingxue, only 3 seed contenders. If we want to make a splashing debut at the National College entrance exam a month from now, 3 of them alone isn't enough. He pulled out Li Hongwei's file, tapping his fingers on the desk one bead at a time. Li Hongwei, the Li family. He mulled it over for a moment. If there's no other way, I'll arrange 3 more A-rank talents with damage-dealing classes to round out the seed team. Ever since the supernatural descended and the whole world became data-driven, 6 great combat classes had been born into this world. By the rules, a team could have at most 6 people. Meanwhile, back on Class 2's side, during the time Guanxi and Su Juzhou had been called away, I hadn't been idle either. I was staring at my own attribute panel, seriously mulling over a question that concerned my very fate. Which class exactly should I pick? Name: Qinfeng. Class: None, pending selection. Level 1. Talent 1. Eagle Eye, greatly enhances eyesight, see farther. Talent 2. Sublimation, a blessing from Mother Earth. Consumes crystal cores to raise the quality of any item. Undetectable. Innate passive skill, Divine Transcendent Grade Dark Harvester. Each time you kill a target no lower than your own level, randomly harvest one of its attribute points. No upper limit. HP 200, MP 200, Physical ATK 60, Magic ATK 60, ATK SPD 0.6, Physical DF 60, Magic DF 60. Strength 10, Intelligence 10, Agility 10, Constitution 10, Spirit 10. I stared at this panel, running the numbers fast in my head. Setting aside the talent bonuses, my base stats were honestly pitifully low. HP and MP were only 100 each, and attack and defense were just 10 points. But my trump card was that Divine Transcendent Grade Dark Harvester. This was a growth-type passive skill. Every time I killed a target no lower than my level, it randomly harvested one of its attribute points, with no upper limit. What did that mean? It meant the more monsters I killed, the more attribute points I'd steal. Given enough time, I'd become a true jack-of-all-stats warrior. This world had 6 great classes: Shield Armor, Assassin, Mage, Priest, Knight, and Archer. I took out a pen and wrote them all down on paper, then crossed them off one by one. Lao Chi's talent was absolute defense, so he was a lock for the Shield Armor path. Cross it off. Little Joe's talent was Support Amplification Aura, so her top pick was Priest. Cross that off too. That left Assassin, Mage, Knight, and Archer. Mages have high burst, but their skill books are outrageously expensive. A broke guy like me, living off government subsidies, couldn't even afford the most basic fireball spell. On top of that, mages burn through mana fast. With my 200 mana points, I'd hit empty after casting a few skills. Was I supposed to fall back on basic attacks? No way. No money. Mage is a total non-starter. Cross it off. Assassins have fierce burst, but their bodies are way too fragile. One fatal area of effect attack, and you're done. And assassins have no wide area attack means, which completely clashes with my quantity-based harvesting skill. Cross it off too. Knights are half support, half damage, with low burst, few area attacks, and downright weak damage. What I needed was a class that could quickly power through the sluggish early game. Eliminated. Finally, my gaze landed on those three characters. Archer. I circled it with my pen. Physical type, ranged, with solid damage. Attack speed of 0.51, about one arrow every 2 seconds. And once I stacked up agility, my shots would only get faster and faster. Most importantly, it was a perfect fit for my Eagle Eye talent. That's the one. Having settled on a class, I shifted my gaze to the second talent, Sublimation. Consume crystal cores to raise the quality of any item. The description was simple and straightforward. Rubbing my chin, I wondered, could it upgrade my Eagle Eye talent? After some thought, I shook my head. Forget it. Right now I don't even have a single crystal core. Even if it could upgrade things, you can't cook a meal without rice. Speaking of crystal cores, those are good stuff. They're a special material dropped only by elite-grade monsters and above, come in different attributes, and can be taken to a blacksmith to forge weapons and gear that fit you. They can also be used to inscribe all kinds of runes, teleportation arrays, defensive arrays, and so on. In this world, crystal cores are a hard currency good for just about anything. Even the lowest grade one costs several thousand star coins at the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. Just as I was thinking this, Zhou Yun came back with Guan Qi and Su Jiujiu. The moment he sat down, Guan Qi couldn't resist leaning over to share the spoils. Feng Ji, you called it, just like you said. The principal really went all out. Little Jiu and I each got a C-rank skill book. And they both fit our talents perfectly. Su Jiujiu turned her head, her face full of smiles. Nice. I nodded. With C-rank skills, tomorrow's trial will be a lot easier. Feng Ji's right. Tomorrow we're absolutely going to tear it up in that dungeon. Guan Qi clenched his fist, itching to charge in and start fighting right then and there. The second the after-class bell rang, Zhao Cixi led the whole class in a grand procession to the armory. On the way, Guan Qi asked again, Feng Ji, what class did you pick? Archer. I said the one word. Guan Qi's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands. Great class. Range damage, high output. From now on, when we fight monsters, I'll tank up front, little Jiu buffs us, and you deal heavy damage from the back. Perfect combo. Su Jiujiu grabbed my sleeve and nodded hard. When we got to the armory and finished filling out the paperwork, each of us received a piece of equipment that was truly our own. Sure, it was just a level 1 white common grade set, but for the three of us, this was the most crucial first step into the supernatural world, the first battle equipment of our lives. It meant everything. I looked at the bow in my hands. Iron Arm Bow, physical ATK plus 10, affix mighty, ATK plus 10. A level 1 common bow, giving 10 attack points on its own, plus another 10 from the affix. Among common equipment, this qualified as a minor top-tier piece. What I lacked most right now was attack power, and combined with my own stats, this shot me straight up to 80 points. I slung the bow across my back, and just as I was feeling pleased, Guan Qi and Su Jiujiu came over too. Guan Qi's piece was chainmail, physical DEF plus 10, affix solid, physical DEF plus 10. Su Jiujiu's was vine staff, magic ATK plus 10, affix clear mind, spirit plus 3. I stared at that staff's affix for a beat, confused. Everyone else's affixes added 10 points to a panel stat. Why did hers add attribute points? Yeah, Feng Ji. Su Jiujiu explained. 3 points of spirit gives me 30 extra mana, so I can cast a few more skills. Her starter skill was heal, which costs 10 mana and restores 60 HP to an ally, plus a bonus equal to 30% of her spirit. Paired with that support amplification aura talent, her healing would only be more powerful. Once we'd all collected our gear, Zhou gave us a few reminders about things to watch out for, then let everyone head home. The three of us returned to the rental apartment just outside the school, sat down around the dinner table, and held a little family meeting. First, two things. I took out a pen and paper. Number one, starting today, we can no longer collect the national subsidy or the school's poverty assistance. From now on, we have to fight and carve out our own way with our own two hands. I looked up at the two of them. But this little bit of hardship is nothing for us. Number two, the college entrance exam. I wrote down those words and drew a heavy line under them. Xia has 4 supernatural academies, brimming with countless resources, and they say each one controls a huge number of dungeons. Only by getting in can we grow quickly, but getting in is incredibly hard. My expression turned deadly serious. Across all of Xia, at least several 100,000 students awaken every year. That means the three of us are fighting those hundreds of thousands for spots. So for this next month, we have to genuinely give it everything we've got. This is no joke. Fengji, what's your plan? Guanxi asked. Kanglan City may be small, but it still has a few dungeons, especially the challenge dungeons. For this next month, we're probably going to be living in them. Huh? Challenge dungeons. Guanxi's confidence deflated on the spot. I hear those dungeons are terrifyingly hard. Can we really clear them? Those challenge dungeons were made specifically for prodigies, and they were networked nationwide, all with ranking records. Clearing them earned generous rewards, and breaking a record boosted the rewards even higher, multiplying them. Relax. I gave him a look full of certainty. Without absolute confidence, I would never take the risk. All right, I'll follow your lead, Fengji. Only then did Guanxi settle down. Su Juzhou quickly raised her hand too. Me too. We'll always be one family. Wherever you two go, I go. Oh right, Fengji. Guanxi hesitated for a long while before finally asking the question he'd been holding in. What talent did you actually awaken? Why did the tablet give off so many colors when you were being tested? From start to finish, he just refused to believe I'd awakened some lousy F rank. I gave a mysterious smile. You'll find out down the road. Seeing that smile of mine, Guanxi's eyes instantly lit up. He knew this smile all too well. I knew it. Fengji, your talent is definitely no simple thing. All right, that's enough on this topic. I put away the smile and warned him seriously. Until we're truly strong, we absolutely cannot gamble on the ugliness of human nature. Guanxi nodded firmly, over and over. He'd grown up in an orphanage, and he'd seen more ugliness in this world than just about anyone. In a world like this, all that talk about goodness and having your best interests at heart, half the time it was pure garbage. The moment some big shot realized there was profit to be squeezed out of you, they'd chew you up and not leave so much as a bone behind. That's why, all these years, the three of us had kept our heads down, doing everything we could to stay off the radar of those noble families. Early the next morning, the three of us hurried to school. Today was the day the beginner trial dungeon opened. The dungeon entrance was already packed with students. Every single one of them wanted to make a name for themselves in this trial and burst onto the scene. Before long, Principal Wu came strolling over with a whole entourage of school administrators. Beside him walked a middle-aged man in a suit, the two of them chatting and laughing like old friends. Someone recognized him. That was Ling Xiaodian, the mayor of Kanglan City, and also the strongest cultivator in the entire city. He'd reached the third-turn life weapon realm. Just yesterday, he'd caught wind that Kanglan No. 1 High School had produced an SS-rank prodigy, and he'd been over the moon. He'd wanted to come see the kid in person, but something had held him up, so he'd rushed over first thing this morning. He was here for 2 reasons. 1, to lay eyes on this homegrown prodigy, and 2, to see what kind of score that kid could pull off in this beginner trial. Students. Principal Wu spoke up, his voice carrying over the whole crowd. For this beginner trial, each of you gets 5 chances to enter. We'll take your best score out of those 5 runs. On top of that, any levels you gain inside the trial count toward your score too. The higher your level, the more points you earn. And this score will be added directly to your college entrance exam results. With those 2 sentences out of the way, he had someone open the dungeon. Dozens of crystal cores glowing with blue light were slotted into the grooves of the portal, and with a booming whoosh, the gate flared to life. Inside it, a purple vortex spun slowly. That was the entrance. Every eye was locked on that vortex. Everyone's, that is, except mine. I was staring hard at those dozens of blue glowing crystal cores. Blue quality. Those were exceptional grade crystal cores. You could only get those from a Lord tier boss or something even stronger. I clicked my tongue silently. Opening a beginner dungeon just once burned through dozens of exceptional grade cores. Converted to star coins, that was millions, maybe tens of millions. It really was true what they said. The poor study, the rich fight. When these superhumans burned through resources, they didn't so much as blink. Phone, let's team up before we head in. Guanxi shot me a party invite. Guanxi has invited you to join a party. Accept? I didn't hesitate. I hit accept. A moment later, Su Juju joined too. Just like that, our little three-person squad was set. We were about to step through the gate when the crowd behind us suddenly stirred. Look, isn't that Li Hongwei from Class 1, Year 12? The one who awakened the S-rank Thunder talent? Check out that gear of his, all glowing blue. It's all exceptional grade. Holy crap, a full set of level 1 exceptional gear? Talk about burning money. TSK, comparing yourself to others will just eat you up inside. Here we are stuck with plain white starter gear, and he's already decked out in exceptional stuff. I guess that's what you get from one of those big-name families. Listening to all this chatter, Li Hongwei held his head high and puffed out his chest, soaking it all up. When he reached us, his eyes lit up and he called out with a smile, "Classmate Guan, classmate Su, how about teaming up with me? Join my party and I guarantee we'll take first place." Guanxi turned him down without a second thought. "No thanks. We've already got a party." "Yeah, we've got a team," Su Juju said, shaking her head too. "Is that so? What a shame." Li Hongwei didn't seem the least bit annoyed. He just gave me a meaningful glance, said nothing, and turned to walk away. What I didn't know was that this guy had sent people to dig up dirt on the three of us the night before. He'd found out that both Guanxi and Su Juju were orphans, and his mind immediately started working. Orphans were perfect. No one to lean on, no one to fall back on, the easiest kind to control. Throw enough resources at them, and there was no way you couldn't win them over. But when he got to my file, his brow furrowed. 3 kids out of the same orphanage, 1 SS rank, 1 S rank, and stuck right in the middle, an F rank piece of trash. What the hell was that last one supposed to be? To win over those 2 prodigies, he might just have to start with me, the trash. Who says rich kids don't have brains? This Li Hongwei's mind ran sharp as a tack. I couldn't be bothered with him. Guanxi pulled Su Juju along and stepped through the portal first, and I followed right behind. Once inside, a red crystal about 10 feet tall stood before us. In front of the crystal, a straight road stretched off into the distance. Looking at this oddly familiar scene, my expression turned strange. Wasn't this just the defend the crystal mode from that game I used to play in my past life? If the crystal shattered, you failed the level. While I was still mulling it over, a cold, mechanical voice rang out. "Please select dungeon difficulty. Easy, hard, nightmare, inferno." Interesting. You could even pick your own difficulty. Phone, why don't we play it safe and start with easy mode to warm up? Guanxi suggested. I didn't answer right away. Instead, I turned to Su Juju. "Joe, what do you think?" "I'll go with whatever Feng says." She hugged her staff. "All right, easy mode it is, just to warm up." I agreed. Truth was, I knew exactly what I was doing. My talent relied on killing monsters to stack up stats, and the monsters in easy mode were weak. Perfect for me to pile up stat points first. Once I'd built up a solid base, there'd be plenty of time to take on the harder difficulties. Begin the dungeon now? Yes. I didn't hesitate. The words had barely left my mouth when a chorus of roar, roar, roar echoed from the distance. I immediately activated Eagle Eye and looked hard. Roughly 10 Minotaurs were charging straight at us, full of menace. Common Minotaur, level 1 HP, 500 ATK, 50 def 10. Clear condition, defend the crystal. If the crystal shatters, you fail. I drew out my iron arm bow. 7. Get ready to fight. You got it. A layer of golden light instantly bloomed over Guanxi, the C-rank skill, Hardened Aegis. The moment it kicked in, it gave him 50 extra points of defense, 20 points of elemental resistance, and it automatically reduced every hit he took thereafter by 20 damage. Geo, Shield 7, and keep an eye on his health. Su Jujio immediately activated her aura talent, then flung out Shield of Holy Light. With the aura's 100% boost, the shield was terrifyingly thick. Its value nearly matched Guan Chi's own health pool. Guan Chi glanced down at himself and was stunned. Jio, this talent of yours is insane. Obviously, this girl is the future god of shepherds. Su Jujio tilted her chin up smugly. In truth, Guan Chi's defense was already at 80 points, and these minotaurs couldn't even scratch his armor. But better safe than sorry, an extra layer of insurance never hurt. The minotaurs charged in and started hammering away, but the only thing that floated up over their heads was a string of glaring -1, -1, -1. They couldn't break through, so all they managed to do was chip off a single point of health at a time. Over on my end, an arrow shot out with a wish. -70. My attack was 80, the monster's defense was 10. One arrow, 70 damage. Guan Chi and Su Jujio weren't sitting idle either. Each of them had a base attack of 60 and pitched in. With all three of us firing away, the first Minotaur's health hit 0 in under 10 seconds. I put the final arrow into it and claimed the kill. EXP +5. Dark Reaper triggered. Gained 1 point of strength. There it was. I glanced at my stat panel. Strength had climbed from 10 to 11, and my attack power jumped 5 points right along with it, up to 85. Man, that was just broken. With my attack up, I was fired up. I spun and let an arrow fly at the second Minotaur. -75. Guan Chi did a double take. Wait, that's not right. Feng was clearly doing 70 damage a second ago. How'd it suddenly jump by 5? Could it be tied to his talent? I knew it. I always said Feng's talent was no ordinary thing. The thought made him fight even harder, tossing out taunts to pull aggro while swinging his fists like a madman. And it wasn't just him. Su Jujio had noticed the strange shift in damage too. But she didn't ask a thing. She just quietly buried her curiosity deep in her heart. Neither of them was dumb. Anyone could guess it had something to do with my talent. But neither of them called it out. They just focused single-mindedly on using their basic attacks to help me farm monsters and hand me the kills. -75. Another head claimed. Dark Reaper triggered. Gained 1 point of strength. Strength 12, attack 90. As for EXP, I couldn't have cared less. Once my damage was stacked up high enough, leveling would be a breeze from then on. -80. The damage ticked up another notch. And with that, Guan Chi's guess was completely confirmed. Feng's talent has got to be tied directly to killing monsters. 5 extra damage per kill. Guan Chi swallowed hard, the shock in his eyes impossible to hide any longer. That's absolutely absurd. With Seven and Zhou backing me up, I cleanly claimed every last kill in the first wave. Those 10 Minotaurs handed me a full 10 points of strength, which converted to 50 points of attack power. Doing the math, my attack power had already shot up to 120. My EXP had gone up by 52. I ran the numbers in my head. Going from level 1 to level 2 required 1,000 EXP, meaning I'd have to kill a full 200 Minotaurs to level up. Feng, your talent is straight up busted. Guan Chi sidled up to me, his face full of envy. A single arrow breaking 100, and you're only level 1. Haha, easy easy. I waved him off, wearing an expression so smug it practically begged for a smack. I can't take it easy. Guan Chi lunged and wrapped his arms around my leg. I don't care. I'm destined to ride your coattails for the rest of my life. Beside us, Ju covered her mouth and giggled. Seven, you've got no shame at all. Shame? What's that? Can you eat it? Will it help me level up faster? Guan Chi shot back without missing a beat. Zhou tilted her head and thought about it, then actually nodded. Huh, you've kind of got a point. All right, I'm gonna ride Feng's coattails from now on too. Watching these two get more and more ridiculous, I planted a kick on Guan Chi's backside. Pull your aggro. The second wave's coming out. The words had barely left my mouth when another earth-shaking roar rolled in from the distance. This wave was clearly coming in fiercer. Same Minotaurs, but the numbers had straight up doubled, 20 of them this time. Jiu, Shield 7, I ordered immediately. These monsters can't break Seven's defense, but the dungeon mechanics force chip damage. One full round, and they'll still knock 20 points off him. Got it. Jiu flicked her hand, and the shield of holy light settled steadily over Guan Chi. Guan Shi charged out front and unleashed taunts like crazy, locking down the aggro of all 20 monsters. Not one of them got past him. I knocked an arrow and let it fly, negative 110. With an attack speed of 0.6, I was firing roughly one arrow every 2 seconds. With those two helping out, we could bring one down every 5 seconds. 20 monsters took us just 2 minutes. And of course, I got the last hit on every single one. By the end of that wave, my strength had climbed to 40, and my physical attack had shot straight up to 220. Staring at those 40 points of strength on my panel, I suddenly fell deep into thought. Could it be that the stats Dark Reaper harvested were tied to the monster's own stats? The moment the idea popped into my head, something clicked. If that was really the case, my path forward would be a whole lot smoother. Whatever stat I was lacking, I could just go hunt the corresponding monster. No more flailing around blind like a headless chicken. Whether someone was truly strong had never been about how much damage they dealt or how flashy their skills were. It was about how short their weakest link was. And this talent of mine could patch up every one of my weak spots, bit by bit. Before I could think it through any further, the third wave arrived. 30 this time. The pattern was clear now, 10 more each wave. I just didn't know how many waves there'd be in total. Roar, 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 stampede. I'll trample you all. You just keep going roar, roar, roar. Don't you know any other words? Guan Shi bellowed right back, seething, then casually threw out a taunt and hauled all the monster's aggro onto himself. Jiao didn't even need me to remind her. She topped off his shield on her own initiative. After a few fights, she was getting more and more comfortable with it. I nodded quietly to myself. Combat chemistry was never something you built in a single day. One arrow, negative 210. Now we could drop a monster every 3 seconds. With the experience from the first 2 waves under our belts, the farming went even smoother. 7 held the aggro while I unloaded from the back. A few minutes later, all 30 monsters lay flat, and my strength had rocketed to 70 points. Adding the 20 attack from my gear, my total attack was already at 370. 370. A level 1 Awakener dealing 370 damage per arrow. What class could pull that off? Now it only took me 2 arrows to bring down a monster. The 4th wave came fast, and sure enough, it was 40 strong. More numbers, but for our little squad, it was nothing special. After clearing that wave, my strength jumped another 40, blowing past 110. Only the 4th wave, and I've already racked up 100 points of strength. I fought to keep down the excitement bubbling inside me. A god-tier skill really does live up to its name. This dungeon run, I'm making an absolute killing. At this point, a single arrow could one-shot any of the small fry. And right then, boom, boom, boom. The ground suddenly shook violently, like something massive was pounding into it. Then a roar full of crushing pressure exploded through the air. Tremble beneath my hammer, you tiny ants, you filthy scum. A minotaur wreathed head to toe in golden light came lumbering out from behind the horde, hauling an enormous iron hammer. Golden Minotaur, Lord Tier, level 5 HP, 50,000 ATK, 200 def, 100. Skill, Hammer Strike. A charged blow dealing 300 damage in a 5-meter frontal area with a 3-second stun. I sucked in a sharp breath. A level 5 Lord Tier boss, 50,000 health, 200 attack, 100 defense. And this was only the easy dungeon. Without a rock-solid tank, what team could possibly survive one swing of that hammer? My mind raced through the math. At my current 570 damage, one arrow would carve 370 off it, meaning I'd need 136 arrows to kill it. But if I cleared this wave of 50 small fry first, my attack would climb another 250. In that case, my total attack would hit a terrifying 820, and it'd only take 81 arrows to lay this boss flat. Once I had it figured out, I gave the order immediately. 7. Just focus on holding the aggro of these minotaurs. Leave the rest to me. Jiao, keep an eye on 7's health. The second his shield drops, top it off. Got it. The two of them snapped into position instantly. Come here, you little calf, and take a fist from your grandpa 7. Guan Shi slammed a punch into the nearest monster and threw out a taunt at the same time. Over on my side, I knocked an arrow and let loose. 1 arrow, 1 kill, 5 EXP, and 1 strength each. The arrows flew out in a steady stream, and every one that left the bow dropped a monster while my attack crept up bit by bit. By the time the last of the small fry choked out its final breath, my attack power had hit 820 just as I'd planned, and my strength had stacked up to 160. I turned, took aim at that glittering golden boss, and loosed a single arrow. Negative 620. Even though I'd known this number was coming, seeing it flash before my eyes still sent a jolt through my heart. Seven and Gio were even worse off. They froze right where they stood. Bro, are you using cheats? Guan Chi couldn't resist ribbing me. You might want to turn him off before you get banned. Foam, are you actually cheating? Gio's eyes went wide too. Easy, easy. This is nothing yet. I fired off arrows as I answered. Wish, wish, wish. Negative 620, negative 620. Before long, the boss had only 10,000 health left. Roar. Take my hammer. The golden minotaur hoisted its massive hammer overhead, the hammerhead bursting with blinding golden light. 7. Dodge the skill. I shouted quickly. No, I want to test out my talent. Guan Chi shook his head, refusing. From the moment we'd entered the dungeon until now, he hadn't activated his talent even once. He'd been itching to see just how tough he really was. Absolute defense, activate. As the words left his mouth, a surge of dark yellow energy erupted around Guan Chi. This was his SS rank talent. It doubled his own defense and added 30% damage reduction on top. Hardened Aegis, activate. Another burst of golden light flared up. Guan Chi's base defense was 60 points, plus 20 from his chainmail, for 80. Hardened Aegis stacked on another 50, bringing it to 130. Then his talent doubled it, and it shot straight up to 390. A level, one character with 390 defense. Who could break through that? Not to mention the talent's 30% damage reduction and Hardened Aegis's flat 20 damage cut on top. Boom! The massive hammer crashed down with a thunderous crack. A single number floated up over Guan Chi's head, -1. Sure enough, that hammer hadn't hurt so much as a hair on his body. The only thing was, the stun couldn't be blocked. It pinned him in place for 3 seconds. But so what? 3 seconds later, he was as good as new. While Guan Chi was taking that hit, my arrows never stopped for a moment. When the 81st arrow buried itself in the boss's body, its health bar finally bottomed out. I refuse to accept this. The Great Minotaur will return. With that unwilling roar, the Golden Minotaur crashed to the ground. Killed Lord Tier Golden Minotaur, EXP plus 500. Dark Reaper triggered. Gained 1 point of strength. Congratulations, level up. Current level, LV2. 3 beams of golden light burst over all 3 of us at once. We'd leveled up. Congratulations. Guan Chi's party has cleared easy mode. Total time, 15 minutes, 20 seconds. We cleared it. We actually cleared it. Guan Chi was so excited he jumped up and down. And we leveled up too. Gio was grinning ear to ear. Where the boss had vanished, a whole pile of materials clattered to the ground, and one blue glow stood out among them like a sore thumb. Loot dropped. I strode over and picked it up. Exceptional grade, crystal core. An actual crystal core. My very first dungeon run, and it dropped an exceptional grade 1. I was over the moon. With this, I could try sublimating my second talent. Foam, there's a skill book over here too. Looks like you can use it, but it's a shame. It's F rank. Gio picked a book up off the ground and handed it to me with a regretful look. What she didn't know was that this was a passive skill book, worth far more than an ordinary one. Ordinary skills were active. They cost mana each time you cast them and had cooldowns. But passive skills were always on. No mana cost, no cooldown. I took it and looked. Multi-shot, F-rank passive skill. Each attack fires 1 additional arrow. This. My eyes went wide in an instant, my breath quickening. Foam, what's wrong? Gio asked quickly. Ha ha ha, nothing. This book was practically custom-made for me. I burst out laughing. You two have probably already guessed it. My talent grows over time. And this book? It doubles my attack outright. Really? That's amazing. Gio's face lit up with joy. I reached over and ruffled her hair. The truth was, there was no way I could hide the Dark Reaper talent, and I'd never intended to. As long as I kept farming monsters, my attack would just keep climbing. It was impossible to conceal. What's more, Guan Chi and Gio were the closest people to me in this world. I never believed they'd betray me. If even they could betray me, then there'd be no one left in this world worth trusting. And if that day ever came, what would it matter if I destroyed this world? After all, I never belonged here to begin with. Besides, I still held my biggest trump card, the sublimation of my second talent. God-tier skills were powerful, sure, but as long as I had sublimation, I was confident that producing another one wouldn't be all that hard. Over there, Guan Xi finished gathering up the materials the boss had dropped and came running over cradling a pair of horns. Feng, Lord-tier horns. We could sell these for a good chunk of change. I didn't take them. Hold on to the horns for now. This crystal core's useful to me. I'm gonna take it and study it. Ah, no problem. Guan Xi waved his hand, totally unfazed. This stuff's useless to the two of us anyway. From now on, if we ever farm something that's useful to you, just keep it. No need to ask us. Gio and I are gonna cling tight to that big, thick leg of yours. You won't look down on us, will you, Foam? He looked at me, his face full of hope. Quit talking nonsense. I clapped him on the shoulder. The three of us are family. What's this about looking down on anyone? You never looked down on me, an F-rank piece of trash. So how could I ever look down on you? Foam, don't forget me. Gio quickly threw up her hand. Right, Gio too. The three of us are one loving little family. I said with a smile. All right, the monsters are all cleared. Let's head out and go for run number 2. Let's go. Let's go. Today we're gonna slaughter our way through heaven and earth. Guan Xi answered instantly. And right at that moment, on the other side of the dungeon, Li Hongwei, the one decked out in a full set of exceptional grade gear, the one everyone had been hyping up to the skies, was mired in a brutal, losing fight. Frontline hold. Don't let any monsters through. Where's the healer? Get your ass moving and heal me, damn it. Li Hongwei roared, chugging red and blue potions while flinging out a chain lightning. Chain lightning was a Thunder Mage's bread-and-butter skill in the early game. Low cost, AoE, and respectable damage. Its one flaw was the long cooldown, a full 8 seconds even at level 1. You had to admit, an S-rank Thunder Mage really was fierce. One cast could shave nearly 200 health off a Minotaur. Sure, some of that was thanks to the exceptional gear, but dealing over 200 at level 1. As a class, mages really did have top-tier damage. Broly, I can't hold much longer. There are too many monsters. The potions can't even keep me topped off. The frontline tank cried out, his voice cracking. Fight and fall back. We have to protect the crystal. Don't let it shatter. Li Hongwei decided in an instant. But there were just too many monsters. 6 people's basic attacks plus chain lightning could barely clear a single one per round. The mage had cooldowns, and his mana was draining like a bottomless pit. The only reason this team had lasted this long was sheer potion-chugging brute force. If I'd been there, I'd have definitely patted myself on the back. Thank God I hadn't picked mage. Before long, Li Hongwei's crew had been driven back to the crystal itself, with nowhere left to retreat. And behind the horde stood that Lord-tier boss with 50,000 health and 200 attack. Staring at that terrifying health bar, Li Hongwei felt nothing but a wave of helplessness crash over him. Damn it, this is easy mode? Who the hell could clear this? He gritted his teeth, left with nothing but hollow self-comfort. Whatever. Every kill counts, and I've still got 4 more chances. Once I hit level 2, my skills will jump to the next tier. As his thoughts drifted, Guan Xi's SS rank absolute defense surfaced in his mind. If Guan Xi were on his team, why would he ever worry about clearing the dungeon? In that moment, his desire to recruit Guan Xi grew more urgent than ever. That same predicament was pressing down on the Su family's prized daughter, Su Qingxue. She had an SS rank ice talent, and her skill damage was on par with Li Hongwei's, but with the added advantage of slowing enemies. Her starting skill, Frostbind, was a passive. Every ice-type skill she cast applied a slow and a frost mark, and once 10 stacks built up, it froze the enemy for 2 seconds. Her other skill, an active one called Frost Shimmer, was S-rank. At level 1, it could deal 1 to 200 points of area damage, a good deal stronger than Li Hongwei's Chain Lightning. Even so, soloing the dungeon, Su Qingxue was still being drowned by the sea of monsters, gasping for air. Her skills couldn't reach past 12 meters, so any monster outside that range was untouchable, and her mana couldn't keep up either. All she could do, like Li Hongwei, was fight and fall back. Even if she somehow managed to clear all the small fry, There was no chance in the world she could take down that Lord-tier boss alone. This dungeon run was destined to end in failure for her. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Principal Wu was keeping Mayor Ling company, sipping tea and making small talk. Old Wu, you think any of this year's students can clear the beginner dungeon? Ling Xiaotian asked. Principal Wu took a sip of his tea and shook his head with a sigh. If a few high-tier talents teamed up, maybe there'd be a shot. But sadly, Li Hongwei looks down on commoners, and Su Qingxue isn't even from Arkanglan City. Even if she clears it, that honor won't count toward Arkanglan #1 high school. People will just say we brought in a ringer. Haha, Old Wu, you've got the nerve to bring up ringers? Ling Xiaotian was tickled. That Su girl, didn't you swallow your pride and beg her to come? That's different. Principal Wu set down his teacup and leaned back into his chair, a trace of dejection crossing his face. The trial dungeon is the first real combat lesson for every awakener in the country. It's a measure of a school's true depth. And what kind of foundation does Kanglan #1 have? I know that better than anyone. So I'd rather not have that honor at all. As for inviting the Su girl, it's nothing more than trying to borrow her name so the higher-ups will spare us a few more glances. All these years, our Kanglan City hasn't been able to produce a single decent prospect, and the resources they allocate to us shrink year after year. If this keeps up, in a few more years there'll be next to nothing left. Ling Xiaotian fell silent. And right then, the dungeon portal rippled with a wave of spatial distortion. I walked out, Seven and Jill with me. On the big screen beside us, it plainly displayed. Congratulations. Guanxi's party has cleared easy mode. Total time, 15 minutes, 20 seconds. They cleared it. Principal Wu rubbed his eyes, put on his glasses, and confirmed it again and again. Then he shot up from his chair, vaulted clean over the long table in front of him, and rushed over to us in a few quick strides, staring at that clear time. 15 minutes, 20 seconds. Good, good, good. He said the word 3 times in a row. Ling Xiaotian ambled over too. Those eyes of his, long accustomed to sitting atop everyone else, raked over us like knives. So much so that Guanxi's skin crawled, and Jill got so scared she scrambled to hide behind my back. Principal Wu threw himself in front of us. I'm talking to you, Ling Xiaotian. You're scaring my students. If you traumatize them, can you afford to pay for it? These 3 were now the apples of Principal Wu's eye. Touch them, and he'd take it out on you. Yes, my mistake. Force of habit. Ling Xiaotian hurriedly forced a smile. Sure, Ling Xiaotian outranked Principal Wu in office, but when it came to connections, he honestly couldn't hold a candle to him. Wu could go all the way to the provincial capital and bring back the Su family's prize daughter. Could Ling Xiaotian pull that off? Old Wu, this must be classmate Guanxi. Ling Xiaotian quickly changed the subject, praising him with a smile. An SS rank prodigy, truly extraordinary. Cleared the dungeon on his very first run. He's done our Kanglan City proud. Big shot, you flatter me. Guanxi had no idea what to call him, so he just went with big shot. In half a lifetime, it was the first time anyone had ever addressed Ling Xiaotian that way, and it actually amused him. By the way, you really cleared it? His tone shifted, and his gaze drifted toward me, seemingly by accident. Mind telling me how you managed to kill that golden minotaur? Guanxi froze for a beat, then turned to look at me. Can you say? Ling Xiaotian pressed. Can I not say? Guanxi jutted out his neck and glared right back. I clicked my tongue silently. What a sly old fox. With a single sentence, he'd read Guanxi's temper and reeled him in on the spot. People in high positions really were all crafty as they came. How could he not know the relationship between Guanxi and me? Yet he deliberately went around me and provoked Guanxi directly. And sure enough, one jab and he'd hooked him. Ahem, I'm talking to you, Ling Xiaotian. Principal Wu stepped up again. Why ask in such detail, running a census, are you? If they cleared it, that's their own skill. Besides, every awakener has their own starting skill. If they don't want to talk about it, and you keep hounding them, a few years as mayor and the power's gone to your head, has it? You've got a mayor's job to do, managing public safety and people's livelihoods. So why are you over here poking your nose into other folks' business? That speech knocked the whole subject right back. In truth, Principal Wu knew perfectly well that the real core of this squad was me. He'd witnessed with his own eyes that bizarre phenomenon when I awakened yesterday. It was just that I didn't want to be in the spotlight, so he'd stepped up to be my shield. Seeing this, Ling Xiaodian couldn't very well keep pressing, but he'd already worked out 70 or 80% of it in his head. Whether his answer was right or not, honestly, no longer mattered. Principal, didn't you say we get 5 chances? Can we keep going? Guanxi truly couldn't stand dealing with these people. A few sentences, and he was already dizzy. Of course, go right ahead. Principal Wu nodded. The three of us turned and ducked back into the dungeon. This time, I picked hard mode, because I'd leveled up. Name, Qin Feng class. Archer level, 2. Physical attack, 830 strength, 162 free stat points, 1. Looking at the panel, though, I was baffled. Was an F-rank talent really this useless? Leveling up gave only 1 point to every stat, and a single free stat point. 7. How many stats did you get leveling up? I turned and asked. 15 points. Guanxi answered as casually as could be. 15 to every stat. Yeah, plus 15 free stat points. Watching him put on airs like that, I felt anger flare up out of nowhere. Phone, I got less than 7, only 10. Zhu chimed in too. For a moment, I had nothing to say. How could the gap between people be this big? F rank really was garbage. S rank was 10 times better, SS rank 15 times. So what about SSS rank? I took a deep breath and turned to look at my god-tier Dark Reaper, searching for a bit of comfort. But right then, I suddenly noticed something. After the Eagle Eye entry in my talent list, 3 new words had appeared. Upgradable. My pupils shrank. Upgradable. That meant sublimation worked on the talent itself too. Could it be that a single exceptional grade crystal core could push an F-rank talent up a tier? The thought sparked something in me, and I reached out to the sublimation. A system prompt immediately rang out. Consume 1 exceptional grade crystal core to upgrade Eagle Eye to E rank. After upgrading, you'll be able to see in the dark and your field of vision will extend further. Upgrade. Upgrade the hell out of it. Upgrade successful. Without the slightest flashy effect, Eagle Eye quietly jumped from F rank to E rank, and the crystal core in my bag vanished right along with it. Sure enough, my vision reached further now. But what surprised me even more was, at the moment of the upgrade, all 5 of my core stats each went up by 1 point, and I even gained an extra free stat point. There's actually a compensation mechanism. I was thrilled beyond words. Then I can really cut loose. With that 1 talent upgrade, my attack went up another 5 points. I left those 2 free stat points untouched, stockpiling them for now. After all, I didn't lack for damage. The more monsters I farmed, the more my stats would naturally rise. 835 points of attack, doubled by multi-shots effect. Now a single arrow from me was 1,670. Unstoppable. I closed the panel and went straight for hard mode. I wanted to see just how hard this difficulty could really get. Hard mode activated. Roar, 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 crush. I'll crush everything. The familiar voice, the familiar flavor. Only this time, the monsters were clearly a whole tier stronger. Minotaur, common, level 2, HP, 1000 ATK, 100 def 20. 7. This wave's stats are doubled. Watch yourself. I warned. No worries, foam. A level 5 lord couldn't break my defense, and now my stats have shot way up. Guanxi couldn't have cared less. Alright, keep an eye on yourself. Jiao, you don't need to deal damage this time. Just watch over 7 and shield him whenever you get the chance. Jiao dropped a shield over him, and Guanxi charged straight into the horde. Come here, you little calves, and scratch an itch for your grandpa 7. 1 taunt, and every monster's aggro was on him. Wish, 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 negative 835 times 2. 7 pulled the monsters, and I dropped them 1 arrow apiece from behind, snatching a point of strength with every kill. Hard mode also had 10 waves, just at higher levels. Wiped the first wave in a few dozen seconds, 10 strength, 100 EXP. The second wave, the third, the fourth, all the way through the 5th wave, until the only thing left was that Lord tier boss, still hammering away at Guanxi. Golden Minotaur, Lord tier, level 10 HP, 100,000 ATK, 400 def, 200. Hammer Strike. A charged blow, 600 damage in a 5-meter frontal area for second stun. 100,000 health, a number to make anyone facing their first awakening despair. But in the face of my 2,700 plus damage, It was a matter of a few dozen arrows. Wish, wish, negative 1,385 times 2. At this point, my strength had hit 313, and my base attack had soared to a staggering 1,585. As for the hard-tier boss's 600 damage hammer, when it crashed down on Guan Xi, it was still just a -1. Now that he'd leveled up, 7 had dumped every free point into Constitution. His bare defense was already 230, and stacked with his skill and talent, it climbed to a mind-boggling 840. 840 defense, 30% damage reduction, plus flat damage immunity on top. A level 10 Lord was no different from a common mob in front of him. Gio just plopped down off to the side to enjoy the show, grinning as she watched the two of us brutalize the boss. Wish, wish, negative 1,385. As the last number floated up, the Golden Minotaur toppled over, unwilling to the end. The Great Minotaur will never yield. I will return. Killed Golden Minotaur, EXP plus 1,000. Level up. Current level, LV3. Dark Reaper triggered. Gained 1 point of strength. 3 beams of golden light burst out, and all 3 of us hit level 3. Congratulations. Guan Xi's party has cleared hard mode. Total time, 11 minutes, 25 seconds. 11 minutes, 25 seconds. Nearly 4 minutes faster than easy mode. I was quite satisfied. Next came the loot. Guan Xi was closest to the boss, so he scooped up that blue glow and handed it to me. Foam, the one you wanted. I didn't refuse, just took it. An equipment drop. Guan Xi dug a war blade out of the pile of star coins. Minotaur's Boning Blade, exceptional grade. Equipable at level 5, physical ATK 50 affixes. Physical ATK plus 30, strength plus 10. Each hit deals an additional 10 fire damage. Good stuff, perfect for 7. I looked it over carefully. Shame it takes level 5 to equip. 7, it's only level 5. A couple more runs on higher difficulties, and I'll be there. Ju said. Well said. Guan Xi clapped his hands. Foam, let's hurry out and keep farming. This time we go straight to Nightmare. I didn't refuse. Truth was, even if he hadn't said it, I'd have picked Nightmare anyway. Because I was level 3 now, and the hard mode monsters were only level 2. Dark Reaper couldn't harvest stats from them anymore. The 3 of us stepped out through the portal once again. That same line of text popped up on the big screen, and Principal Wu, Ling Xiaodian, and the whole crowd of school administrators were all left dumbstruck. 11 minutes, 25 seconds? On hard mode. The difficulty went up. How did the clear time actually get shorter? It made no sense. While everyone was still reeling, the 3 of them flashed into motion and ducked right back into the portal, moving like there was some ferocious beast out here after them. Principal Wu stared at their backs as they went in and turned around in under 3 seconds, momentarily at a loss for words. Am I really that terrifying? No, it can't be me. It's definitely that Ling Xiaodian. He absolutely scared my precious students just now. He found this theory perfectly reasonable and immediately turned to shoot Ling Xiaodian a hostile look. Mayor Ling, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to come inspect us. You've now seen everything worth seeing, and a few things you shouldn't have. I think it's time you headed back to attend to official business. This. Ling Xiaodian looked bewildered, then it clicked. It was probably that business of interrogating Guan Xi earlier. Thinking back on it now, he felt a twinge of regret himself. All right then, I'll be off. I'll come find you for tea again some other time when I'm free. No sooner had Ling Xiaodian left than Li Hongwei's crew of 6 came stumbling out of the portal, tumbling out in a sorry, disheveled state. The instant he spotted Principal Wu standing not far off, Li Hongwei quickly straightened himself up and plastered on a smile. Could the principal be here waiting specifically for me? He must be. After all, I am an S-rank prodigy. He'd barely taken a step when a startled cry burst out behind him. Holy crap! Am I seeing things? Guan Xi's party. Easy mode 1520, hard mode 1125. Crack. Li Hongwei's mind felt like it had been struck by lightning, exploding in a flash. He turned his head with great difficulty, and there on the big screen, those 2 clear records blazed away, stabbing right into his eyes. This. He was an S-rank Thunder Mage in a full set of exceptional gear, and he couldn't even clear the easy dungeon. Guan Xi was just a tank. Only 3 people on his team, one S-rank support, and one F-rank archer. How? How? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Li Hongwei refused to believe it. Unless they found a bug. Yes, that has to be it. That's the only explanation. Otherwise, there's no way the three of them could kill that Lord-tier boss. The portal rippled again. Su Qingxue, dressed in white mage's robes and holding an ice crystal staff, came walking out slowly. Congratulations. Su Qingxue's party has cleared easy mode. Total time, 33 minutes, 45 seconds. Puffed. Seeing that Su Qingxue had cleared it too, Li Hongwei nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Is the gap between S-rank and SS rank really this huge? In that moment, his very will to cultivate nearly shattered. Ah, Qingxue, my girl, I didn't expect you to clear it too. Principal Wu greeted her with a smile. This actually caught him off guard, though on second thought it made sense. The Su family had money to burn. Just by stacking items alone, they could brute force their way to a clear. Principal. Su Qingxue nodded, then turned to take another look at the record she'd worked so hard for. But when she caught sight of those two lines of numbers beside it, those eyes of hers, frozen cold as ice all year round, showed emotion for the very first time. 1520, 1125. How is this possible? I cleared it once, they cleared it twice, and on hard difficulty, no less. Originally, Su Qingxue had thought she was the only one at Kanglan No. 1 High School to clear the trial dungeon. She'd still been holding on to that little bit of pride in her heart, right up until Guanqi's party scores popped up on the big screen, and her whole body went rigid, like a frog at the bottom of a well, thinking that tiny patch of sky is the whole world. For the first time, those words came crashing down, hard, on her own head. Guanqi, the guy who, just like her, had awakened an SS rank talent. Su Qingxue understood better than anyone what SS rank meant, but it was precisely because she understood that she couldn't wrap her head around it. Guanqi was a commoner. He couldn't afford high-end gear, and he certainly didn't have an endless supply of potions to chug. With that pathetic starting attack of his, how could he possibly break through the Golden Minotaur's defense? Unless the answer lay with his teammates. But she didn't even know who Guanqi's teammates were. By the time she'd rushed over to the school, those three had already dived into the dungeon. In the whole of Kanglan No. 1 High School, the only person worth a second glance was Guanqi, who shared her SS rank. That was it. She'd seen plenty of geniuses in her life. Take her own eldest brother, Su Muyang, for instance, a monster who'd awakened an SSS rank talent. Principal Wu, standing nearby, noticed something was off with her expression and hurried to comfort her. Qingxue, sweetheart, you're soloing this. It's completely normal to be slower. Don't compare yourself to them. I'm fine, Principal. She shook her head, but her eyes had gone very dark. Inwardly, though, Principal Wu breathed a quiet sigh of relief. This girl carried too much pride. A little setback might not be a bad thing for her. And at that very moment, I was standing in the deepest part of the dungeon, mowing down minotaurs one arrow at a time. This was already our third run through this dungeon. On Nightmare mode, the small mobs had their stats doubled again. Their level jumped from 2 to 5, 2000 HP, 200 attack, 40 defense. Sounds intimidating, sure, but with my damage output right now, they went down one arrow apiece. Guanqi and Su Jiujiu didn't even need me directing them anymore. Old Seven charged out front, activating his taunt talent to pull all the aggro, while Su Jiujiu wrapped him in a shield of holy light. I just planted myself in the back row and unloaded damage. Draw, loose, and a minotaur dropped dead. Draw again, loose again, and another one toppled over. Time slipped quietly by, one arrow at a time. After we cleared the fifth wave of mobs, that familiar golden minotaur let out one more furious, resentful roar and came crashing down. The Nightmare difficulty boss was capped at level 10, same as before. Looks like level 10 was the ceiling for this rookie dungeon. Its stats had doubled again compared to hard mode. But in front of me, it still didn't cut it. Ding! Congratulations to the Guanqi squad for clearing Nightmare mode. Total time, 8 minutes, 46 seconds. Phone, my man, Guanqi said, ambling over with a grin. You think when other people see our clear time, they'll figure the higher the difficulty, the easier the dungeon actually gets? They probably won't go that far. I said, shaking my head. Su Jujo laughed beside us. Who knows? What if some hothead sees our time, walks in, and picks Nightmare right off the bat, or even Inferno? For a second, I honestly didn't know how to respond to that. Was there really anyone that dumb in the world? This boss run dropped me another excellent grade core, plus an excellent grade bracelet, the Herculean Vajra bracelet, plus 10 agility, plus 10 strength, plus 0.1 attack speed, and the kicker. When your HP drops below 30%, it automatically pops a shield that absorbs 300 damage. This bracelet was practically custom-made for me. Every single stat was useful. Too bad I was only level 4 and couldn't equip it yet. I could only stare and drool. I pulled up my own stat panel. After 3 dungeon runs and a few hundred mobs fed to me, my physical attack had already shot up to 2,365, with strength at 469. It was all thanks to my passive innate skill, Dark Harvester. Every time I killed a target no lower than my own level, it randomly stole one of its stat points, with no cap. I was over the moon, just farming little mobs in a dungeon, and I was already growing this much. If I ever went out into the wild, or camped in a dungeon packed with monsters, I'd absolutely be flying. After grabbing the loot, we didn't linger and headed straight out. We'd already run this dungeon 3 times, with 2 runs left. For those last 2, I planned to try Inferno difficulty. It wasn't that I was greedy, it was purely for old 7 and little 9. Whether or not I held back my level didn't matter, since a class change quest triggers at level 30, and you can't level up past it until you finish the quest. But those 2 needed to keep pace. Farming higher level monsters meant they'd level up faster, and I could conveniently kill bosses and farm materials at the same time, killing several birds with one stone. When the 3 of us appeared at the dungeon entrance again, every single one of the officials outside stood up in unison. That row of numbers on the big screen had struck them speechless. 8 minutes, 46 seconds. Zhou Yun, the homeroom teacher of Class 12, was flushed red in the face, so worked up she looked ready to faint. Good heavens, what kind of monster have I raised? Principal Wu blinked across the room to my side in a single flash step, alternately clapping me and Guan Qi on the shoulders. Excellent. Wonderful, wonderful. Nightmare difficulty, 846. Our Kanglan city has bred itself a dragon. The more he talked, the more excited he got. A score like this ranks among the best in the entire country. This year's college entrance exam. Kanglan number 1 high is going to stun all of Tsangzhou. No, the whole nation. Li Hongwei, who'd been resting, walked over too, a puzzled look on his face. Classmate Guan, did you guys find some kind of bug in there? He wasn't the first person to question us. This time Guan Qi had gotten cagey. With a dead serious face, he shot back. What? You mean you didn't find it? Li Hongwei's eyes lit up instantly. Huh? So there really is one. This dungeon's just one straight path, Guan Qi said, spreading his hands, wearing an expression like he was looking at an idiot. We just block the path, then blast everything to death. Simple as that. Oh, yeah, that actually makes sense. Li Hongwei slapped his thigh in frustration. How did I not think of that? Standing off to the side, I could feel my forehead prickling with sweat, and Su Jujo was blushing from holding back her laughter. This old 7's talent for lying with a straight face was getting more and more masterful by the day. But there's nothing you can actually move in there. How are you supposed to block the path? Li Hongwei pressed on. With people, obviously, Guan Qi said, without a shred of hesitation. As long as your squad has a tank, you pull all the monsters into one pile and clear them slowly. The boss is even easier. Don't rush to clear the mobs. Just aggro the boss out. Since the mobs are jamming it up, it can't get through. You stand far away and grind it down. As long as you can break its defense, you'll wear it down eventually. HSSSS. Li Hongwei sucked in a sharp breath. Damn, why didn't I think of that? Too bad last time we cleared all the mobs first before fighting the boss, and then it charged up an attack, and the whole team couldn't tank it. Classmate Guan, thank you so much. His face was full of gratitude. He really thought Guan Qi was a stand-up guy, handing over a clear strategy for free. He turned around, rounded up his teammates, and charged back into the dungeon. No way he actually bought it. Guan Qi shot me a wink and a smirk. I was speechless. But what I didn't expect was, Guan Qi's made-up method actually worked. And what I really didn't expect was that Su Qingxue, eavesdropping from not far away, had her eyes light up too, only for them to dim again a moment later. She was soloing. There was no one to tank the monsters for her. And her skill damage was so high that she wiped the mobs out in a few hits, so she couldn't block the path either. The only reason she'd been able to clear it was by relying on her talent plus a skill that slowed the boss, grinding it to death by sheer force. Still, one clear of easy mode was enough to bump her up to level 2. For a mage, every single level was an epic power boost. She dumped all her free stat points into intelligence, 30 intelligence points, which came out to 150 spell attack. She reset her mindset and plunged straight back into the dungeon. The three of us didn't waste time outside either. 2 runs left. The sooner we finished, the sooner we could go home. The portal space twisted, and we went back in. This time, without a moment's hesitation, I picked Inferno. Going by the pattern of the first 3 difficulties, the Inferno mob stats were most likely double the Nightmare ones. Sure enough, the moment a monster popped up, its info laid itself out in front of me. Level 10, 5000 HP, 500 attack, 100 defense. Even higher than I'd expected. But for my attack, now over 2,300, it was no big deal. Still 1 arrow apiece. Old 7 took the initiative to activate his talent and cast Iron Armor Blessing, frantically pulling monsters, while Little 9 shielded him. I calmly reaped from the back row, not the least bit worried any monster could break through Old 7's defensive line. Killed a level 10 Minotaur, plus 50 experience. Dark Harvester triggered, plus 1 strength. The system prompts kept popping up one after another, and watching them made me giddy. Once the mobs were cleared, the main event arrived. The moment the boss appeared, all 3 of us froze. Golden Minotaur, Monarch rank. Level 10, HP 1 million. Attack 1500, Defense 1000, plus a Warhammer charge-up skill. 2000 damage within 10 meters in front of it, plus a 5-second stun. Holy crap. Monarch rank. Guan Chi cried out on the spot. A million HP, 1500 attack. This is freaking. Even I sucked in a breath at the sight of it. I turned to Old 7 and asked, "Can you tank it?" "Yeah." His answer was crisp. After leveling up 3 times in a row, he dumped every point into Constitution. Now 100 Constitution converted to 500 defense, and with his talent's 200% amplification, that came to 1500, not even counting the 50 points from Iron Armor Blessing. Too bad. Even after being fed 150 Inferno mobs, he was still 250 experience short of leveling, or he could have tanked it without taking a scratch. Still, with his talent's 30% damage reduction, plus Little 9's shield and heals, it was rock solid. Only then did I relax. Worst case, we'd just quit out. No need to risk our lives. We didn't have any revival items on us. Dying meant actually dying. Every year, the National Rookie Trials cost people their lives. An arrow flew out, and 2 red numbers floated over the boss's head. Negative 2,115, with a ×2 multiplier attached. After clearing those 150 mobs, my strength had climbed another 150, putting my base attack at 3,115. Subtract its 1,000 defense, add the stacked damage from multi-shot, and a single arrow could shave off more than 4,000 HP. A million HP looked terrifying, but in my eyes it was just a slightly bigger sack of blood. Chip away slowly, and there'd come a moment when it hit 0. When its HP dropped to 80%, it finally hoisted its giant hammer to charge up. Puny insects. I'll crush you all. Old 7 dodge now? Don't tank it. I warred. Actually, I didn't need to yell. He'd already bolted. 2,000 damage plus a stun. Who in their right mind would stand there and eat a skill they could dodge? While it was charging up, it couldn't move, but I could unload freely. We danced this push and pull back and forth. So what if it was Monarch rank? It still couldn't withstand my arrows coming one after another. 75%, 60, 30, 10. The final arrow landed, and the Minotaur finally crashed to the ground with one last resentful roar. Clatter. A whole spread of colorful materials burst across the floor, and among them, one streak of purple light was especially striking. Purple drop. Guan Chi's eyes lit up, and he dug it out in a couple of quick motions. Foam. An epic grade core. I stepped up and took it from him. That regal shade of purple was a feast for the eyes. Without a word, I stashed it in my pack. There's a bracelet too, excellent grade. Mage type. Perfect for little 9. Guan Qi handed the bracelet over. The Minotaur's cherished bracelet. Plus 20 intelligence, plus 20 spirit, 20% cooldown reduction, and 3 mana regen per second. The description carried a line of small print. The Minotaur race lacks wisdom. This is their one and only obsession. I stared at that line, and suddenly it clicked. No wonder Dark Harvester had been stealing nothing but strength this whole time. Turns out these Minotaurs had no wisdom to steal in the first place. This bracelet's cooldown reduction is amazing for a mage, I told Little 9. You just have to wait till level 10 to wear it. That's fine, she said with a happy smile. With Feng's monstrous damage, we'll hit level 10 in no time. I nodded. After collecting the loot, we finally checked our clear record. Inferno mode, 14 minutes, 14 seconds. Foam, where do you think our score would rank nationally? Guan Qi asked, curious. I shook my head. No idea. Every year, hundreds of thousands of people awaken nationwide, and there are plenty of SSS-ranked talent monsters. If they built a full, top-spec team around one of them, clearing Inferno wouldn't be impossible. Take you, for example. You've got an SS-ranked talent, and even in ordinary gear you can tank this boss no problem. The prodigies from those big clans are on a whole other level. When you put it that way, I guess that's true, Guan Qi said, nodding seriously. Looks like there really is always someone better out there. Can't go underestimating people. We exited the dungeon and appeared before the portal once more. The smile on Principal Wu's face was as bright as a sunflower. But when he made out our clear info this time, decades of cultivated composure couldn't hold. Inferno mode, 14 minutes, 14 seconds? You actually picked Inferno? He clutched his chest. I can't take it. My heart can't handle this. Have a little mercy on these old bones of mine. Then his tone shifted. He leaned close to my ear and dropped his voice. Qin Feng, level with me. Is your talent really just F rank? I frowned at him and said nothing. Don't be nervous. I'm not going to hurt you. If anything, I want to help you. Seeing that I wasn't answering, he went on. Here's the deal. I won't just talk empty words. Tell me what you need, and I'll go get it for you. In Kanglan City, this old face of mine still counts for something. A genius's growth is never possible without resources. He had my weak spot pinned down cold. My mind raced through the calculations. The sublimation talent absolutely could not be revealed. The cores were out of the question. Those you could buy at Myriad Treasures Pavilion. Right now, what I needed most was to get into dungeons and farm monsters, while leveling up Old 7 and Little 9 along the way. I want entry passes to the other dungeons in the city, I said, looking up at him. And nobody's allowed to interfere with us. That's your only condition? Principal Wu was a little surprised. High-end gear, high-end skill books. You don't want any of that. Not for now. I shook my head. Too much hassle. I didn't want to get tangled up with too many people. All right then. He nodded. I'll issue you seed candidate credentials from Kanglan No. 1 High. With these, you can enter any dungeon in all of Kanglan City, as you please. Seed candidates? Specially selected for the National College Entrance exam a month from now, he explained with a smile. Get on the seed team, and Kanglan City will funnel resources your way, leveling dungeons naturally included. I got it right away. Seed candidates were the face of Kanglan City. If we scored well on the exam, the nation's resources would pour in this direction. Put plainly, I take the resources the state provides. He gets political credit off of me. Win-win. Since it was mutually beneficial, I could accept the perks with a clear conscience. Thinking about my monstrous Dark Harvester talent, I couldn't even imagine how strong I'd be a month from now. By then, a mere college entrance exam would be child's play. With Old 7 and Little 9 in tow, I stepped into the dungeon once more. Behind me came Principal Wu, muttering to himself, F-rank Eagle Eye? Interesting. This year's exam is going to be worth watching. What I didn't know was that this Principal Wu was hiding a colossal secret of his own. He had a second talent. Everyone believed a person could only ever awaken one talent in a lifetime. But there's an exception to every rule, and Wu De was that exception. Across all of Xia Nation, the people who knew this secret could be counted on one hand, and the current head of the Su clan, Su Wu, was one of them. Back in the day, it was precisely by using this talent on Su Wu that Principal Wu had built the connection that landed him the principal's post. And now he was using it as a bargaining chip again. which was how he poached Su Qingxue from the Su clan into Kanglan number 1 high. This second talent of his was called Limit Break, SS rank. It could forcibly shatter the shackles of a talent, pushing an SS rank up to SSS. Unfortunately, it could only be used 5 times in a lifetime, only worked on talents, and was capped at SS rank. He'd already used it 4 times. The last one, 3 years ago, he'd promised to Su Qingxue. As long as she enrolled at Kanglan number 1 high and helped the school earn a good ranking in the exam, the opportunity was hers. Su Wu had readily agreed. After all, it made no difference where his granddaughter went to school. What a shame, Principal Wu sighed, gazing at the portal. Otherwise, I'd love to bump that Guanqi kid up to SSS. But this Qin Feng, his mind runs so deep even I can't read it. He knows how to hide, and he doesn't let outside things cloud his eyes. People like that go far. Inside the dungeon, Guanxi had finally equipped the bone stripper he'd been pining for, a level 5 excellent grade weapon that boosted his attack to 405. One swing at a minotaur shaved off several hundred HP, and every so often a 10-point burn damage number would float up. For a monster with 5,000 HP, that damage wasn't much, but he was getting more and more into it as he hacked away. Yeah, this is so freaking satisfying. This is what I call combat. Behind him, I could only sigh helplessly. This Chinibu of his was beyond saving. After hitting level 5 myself, I put on the Herculean Vajra bracelet, and my physical attack shot straight to 3,930, strength 782, attack speed 0.78. Don't underestimate that attack speed. Before, one arrow took me 2 seconds. Now I could loose one every 1.5 seconds. The rate of fire had jumped by a huge margin. The Monarch rank Golden Minotaur went down in a roar as usual, except this time it didn't shout, "I'll be back." Since there was no difficulty higher than Inferno, that line had apparently been a little Easter egg in this dungeon. Luck was on our side this run. Besides the guaranteed core drop, it actually dropped an epic grade longbow, the Minotaur's Golden Horn Bow. Physical attack 200, extra attack plus 50, strength plus 30, attack speed plus 0.2, crit rate plus 5%. The description read, "This is the indomitable will of the Minotaur race." Now that's a violent bow, I said, tucking it into my pack, grinning ear to ear. Phone. Guanxi pulled out all the star coins we'd racked up over 5 dungeon runs to show off. We hit the jackpot this time. I've never seen this much money in my whole life. Over 10,000 star coins. Su Jiuzhou's eyes practically sparkled. Tonight, I want barbecue, a double portion. Sure, whatever little nine wants, I agreed with a laugh. Tonight we eat till we're stuffed. Order whatever you like. In the 10+ years I'd been in this world, I'd never once been this flush. Tonight called for a little revenge spending. The instant we exited the dungeon, the big screen outside flashed up our score again. Inferno mode, 12 minutes, 43 seconds. The way Principal Wu looked at me changed completely. Every year, people cleared Inferno somewhere in the country, but the all-time record had been stuck around 30 minutes for years. We'd squeezed both our runs under 15 minutes, and this time was even more absurd, 12:43. I never thought I'd live to witness a miracle with my own eyes at my age. He took out 3 small red booklets and handed one to each of us. These are your seed candidate credentials. With them, you can farm any dungeon in Kanglan City for free, and no one can stop you. Thank you, Principal. I meant it sincerely. Whatever his agenda, these credentials were genuinely useful to me right now. No need for thanks. You've earned it. He waved a hand. Then his expression turned grave. Once your scores reach headquarters, they're bound to cause a stir. There'll be no shortage of people trying to recruit and court you, but trouble will follow too. My worry is that some people, unable to get you, will get the urge to destroy you instead. Rest assured, out in the open, no one will dare touch you as long as my old face stands in the way. What I fear is someone who plays dirty, striking from the shadows. Remember one thing. Whatever you do, never leave the city. I understand. Thank you for the warning, Principal. I thanked him again. 2 lifetimes lived, and this much caution I had. Aside from Old 7 and Little 9, I trusted no one in this world, including the man in front of me. I already had the strength to stand on my own 2 feet, so why beg anyone? Flaunt your power all you like. Give it another 3 or 5 years, and then come talk to me. Having said our thanks, the three of us didn't linger and turned to leave. Principal Wu watched our backs, then turned to look at those lines of scores again, and a thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. Maybe someday, Kanglan City would become world famous because of these three kids. The thought startled even himself. Just then, a burst of laughter yanked him back to reality. Li Hongwei had cleared it. Easy mode, 35 minutes, 12 seconds. That time was about the same as Su Qingshue's solo run, but the quality of the achievement was worlds apart. That was the chasm between S rank and SS rank. But Li Hongwei's laughter cut off abruptly, because he'd spotted our 2 lines of Inferno records too. Damn, am I seeing things? He rubbed his eyes. Inferno, 1414 and 1243? Principal, this can't be real, can it? Wu just simply replied, flatly. Trial dungeons don't make mistakes. Li Hongwei couldn't speak for a long while. He'd thought clearing easy mode was impressive enough. He never dreamed that, compared to us, it wouldn't be worth mentioning. But he wasn't willing to accept it. He had an S-rank talent, and his attacks surged with every level. If he couldn't beat Guanxi, couldn't he at least beat a girl soloing on her own, Su Qingxue? He gritted his teeth and led his team charging back into the dungeon. The moment he went in, Su Qingxue came out. After hitting level 2 and dumping all her points into intelligence, this run took her only 26 minutes, 37 seconds, a full 7 minutes faster than her first. But when she saw our Inferno record of 1243, she too was struck speechless. Since the rookie trials had been rolled out, no one had ever heard of anyone clearing Inferno in under half an hour, and now she was seeing it with her own eyes. She grew even more curious about the three of us. More precisely, curious about me, the one with the F-rank talent. Yesterday, when I awakened, she'd seen the whole bizarre, multicolored phenomenon with her own eyes. At the time, she'd just thought something was off, but thinking back on it now, that so-called F-rank was definitely fishy. And of all this, the three of us, back at our rented flat, were completely unaware. Right now, we were basking in the joy of our sudden windfall. Guanxi dumped all the star coins onto the floor, dove in headfirst, and rolled around in them. So comfy. So this is what it feels like to sleep on money. 7. Doesn't that dig into you and hurt? Su Jojo asked, torn between laughing and crying. I've got a tough body. I could sleep on it all night, no problem. I really couldn't watch anymore. All right, old 7. You've had your fun, put it away. Let's go grab a meal out and celebrate the first step on our path to the extraordinary. At the mention of food, Guanxi shot up out of the pile of coins in a flash. We tidied up and headed out, making a beeline for Home Barbecue, a joint on the snack street next to Kanglan No. 1 High. The barbecue in this world wasn't ordinary livestock. It was all beasts hunted from outside the city. The meat was fragrant, and it dramatically restored your satiety and rapidly recovered your HP. Even though this world had been turned into data, people still had to eat. You wouldn't starve to death, but going hungry was worse than dying. But when we got to the shop's entrance, the place was packed. Too many people had awakened today. There was no keeping up with the demand in a single day, and they'd all crammed in here to hunt for food. Guanxi and I looked at Little Nine in silent understanding, and her excited face froze on the spot. How about we just go eat regular barbecue instead? I'm fine, really, she said, but her eyes were full of reluctance. The last time she'd had beast meat was on her birthday last year, when old 7 and I had scrimped and saved for a whole month just to afford one small piece. We'd finally come into some money, and yet the place was packed, and this was the only shop in the area that sold beast meat. You want barbecue? Easy, watch me. I ruffled her hair and walked into the shop alone. A little while later, I came out smiling, with the shop owner following behind me. Come right in, you two. I've cleared a private room for you, the owner said, all smiles. Su Jojo was stunned. She hadn't expected me to actually pull it off. Guanxi shot me a bewildered look too. Don't be shy. You're students of Kanglan No. 1 High, so you get priority here, the owner said, waving a hand. Come in, come in. I'll have the chef grill yours first. Once we were in the private room and the owner had left, Guanxi leaned in. Feng, how'd you do it? Cutting the lines so shamelessly like that. I never thought I'd live to see it. Little Nine pressed too. What on earth did you say to the owner? I didn't keep them in suspense. I pulled out the seed candidate credential. Here, this thing. Huh? This has that use too. Guan Chi's eyes went wide. I was just taking a shot in the dark, honestly, I said with a laugh. The moment the owner saw we were seed candidates, he agreed on the spot and said it was on the house. And what if it hadn't worked? Then we'd just pay more. Money on the table. What barbecue can't you get? A shop's in business to make money. We're bringing money right to his door. He'd be thrilled. So that's how it works. Noted. Guan Chi's face was full of admiration. He could always learn something new from me. But Little Nine pulled out her own credential. Phone. So if we carry this around, does that mean we get priority for anything we do in all of Kanglan City? Not sure, but better to use it sparingly, I said, shaking my head. Why? She was puzzled. Something this useful. How could it be less than perfect in my eyes? Did you forget Principal Wu's warning? I reminded her. This thing is handy, but it's also basically a portable tracker. Believe me, anywhere you go in Kanglan City, the moment we flash this credential, someone knows our movements right away. Out in the open, no one dares try anything shady with Principal Wu standing in the way. But you can't afford to let your guard down. The hardest thing in this world to read is the human heart. So no matter what we do, a little caution never hurts. Little Nine nodded thoughtfully. I get it. Good. All right, today's a good day. We came here to celebrate. Let's leave everything else for tomorrow. I steered the conversation elsewhere. Before long, the owner came in carrying a big platter of grilled meat. Here you go, all three of you. The beast meat's ready, enjoy. Eat up, and if it's not enough, just come find me. There's plenty. He thumped his chest in guarantee before heading off, cheerful as ever. Didn't expect that owner to be so generous, Guan Chi remarked, watching him go. There's no such thing as pie falling from the sky, I said, shooting him a look. It's just self-interest, that's all. This guy, the second there's food in front of him, his brain runs on a single track. Self-interest. Guan Chi still hadn't caught on. Phone, it's just one barbecue joint. What kind of interest could it have with us? I really wanted to smack him on the forehead. Use your head. How would the owner of an ordinary barbecue place know about Kanglan number 1 high seed candidate credentials? How could an ordinary owner keep a shop running for over a decade on this prime real estate food street? Haven't you noticed that on this entire street, he's the only one selling grilled beast meat? You'll never convince me he's got no ties to Kanglan number 1 high. Otherwise, why would he just declare, out of nowhere, that Kanglan number 1 high students get priority at his place? Guan Chi was completely floored. He hadn't expected me to deduce so much from just a few small details. Beside him, Su Jujio, head down and gnawing on her meat, was looking at me with stars in her eyes again. As it turned out, I was pretty much dead on. The barbecue owner really did have deep ties to Kanglan No. 1 high. He himself had once been a student there and had held a seed candidate credential too. Later, after something happened, he'd had no choice but to return to Kanglan City, and it was Principal Wu who'd helped him open this shop near the school. That was over a decade ago. I'd only gotten one thing wrong. Kanglan number 1 high students did get priority here, but only the seed candidates. Phone, this fresh grilled beast meat is amazing, even better than last time. Su Jojo cut off a big piece and stuffed it into my hand. Hurry, try it. If it gets cold, the meat turns tough. I bit down, and the juices burst in my mouth, a distinctive, rich flavor filling my whole mouth. Beast meat never needed seasoning, because it was itself the finest ingredient. Whoa, this flavor is out of this world. I gave the chef's skill a big thumbs up. Last year on Little Nine's birthday, Old Seven and I had pooled our money to buy one piece, and by the time we'd carried it home the meat had gone stone cold. But even that cold meat had left the three of us with an unforgettable memory. Otherwise Little Nine wouldn't be bringing it up all the time. Phone, I've got a half-baked idea, Guan Chi said, suddenly setting down his chopsticks. Go on. When we run dungeons from now on, if we could bring along someone with a chef class, then our days would be. He didn't finish, but his meaning couldn't have been clearer. At that, Little Nine stopped chewing the meat in her mouth. Honestly, Old Seven's words had struck right at our hearts. Who could resist the temptation of good food? Especially 3 orphans who'd gone hungry since childhood. But I was in a bind. On one side was the secret I couldn't afford to expose. On the other, the tedious grind of farming monsters. Let's talk about it later. That was all I could say. My secret couldn't be kept for long, but even hiding it one more day meant immeasurable gains for my growth. Seeing that I hadn't flatly refused, Guan Chi and Little Nine exchanged a glance, both with smiles in their eyes. Sure, whatever Feng says. Guan Chi nodded, then dug back into his food. Once we'd eaten and drunk our fill, I went to settle the bill with the owner. He kept refusing, insisting the meal was free, but I never take a favor for nothing, especially from a stranger. Money is easy to pay back, favors are hard. A single barbecue meal was something I could well afford. Seeing my insistence, the owner had no choice but to accept. After we left, the owner stood at the shop entranced the whole time, gazing off in the direction we'd gone. A man dressed as a waiter sidled up and lowered his voice. "Boss, those three, they're this year's seed candidates?" So, before he could finish, the owner cut him off. "Don't go prying into what you shouldn't. Also, pass the word along. No one is to make private contact with them without my say-so. Otherwise," a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Yes, understood." The waiter nodded repeatedly and hurried off. "Little ones," the owner murmured softly, gazing into the distance. "I hope you all test well on this exam and get noticed by one of the 4 great academies. Otherwise, in Kanglan City, you won't be able to take a single step. They'll eat you alive and not leave so much as a scrap of bone." What he didn't know was that once my rookie trial scores were reported up the chain, they'd soon crash right into the sights of those high-level figures. Back at the rented flat, we each went to our own rooms. I sat on my bed and took out the cores I'd gotten today, 2 excellent grade, 2 epic grade. There had been 5 in total, but I'd just used 1 to sublimate a talent. I opened my stat panel. After a full day of farming, I was already level 6, physical attack 3,945, strength 785. Then, with a flick of thought, I activated the sublimation talent. The panel instantly changed. The words upgradable appeared behind the Eagle Eye talent, and multi-shot, along with the 2 items in my equipment slots, were all marked upgradable too. I directed my thoughts to Eagle Eye first. Consume 1 epic grade core to upgrade. After the upgrade, this talent becomes D-rank Eye of Insight, which perfectly inherits Eagle Eye's traits. Eye of Insight can see through an enemy's weak points. Attacking a weak point deals double damage. HSSSS, Eye of Insight. Good grief, double damage. I sucked in a breath. If this talent paired with multi-shot, then the moment I hit a weak point, a single basic attack would deal quadruple damage. By that math, wouldn't my single shot damage break 10,000? Holy crap, now I'm really about to become unstoppable. I didn't hesitate for a second. An epic grade core dissolved into purple light on the spot, and the E representing my talent rank turned, right before my eyes, into a D. Eagle Eye evolved into Eye of Insight along with it. The moment the talent upgraded, all those stat points from before were restored too, and both my 5 core stats and free stats went up by 5 each. Don't scoff at a small gain. For someone just starting out like me, that boost was no small thing. Just my attack speed alone shot up to 0.95, close to 1 arrow a second. 0.95. I stared at that number, and it just bugged me. Without a word, I dumped all 5 free stat points into agility, bringing agility to 40 and rounding my overall attack speed out to exactly 1 arrow per second. Now that felt right. Next, I turned my attention to multi-shot. This thing was only an F-rank passive, but it was the core damage output of an archer. Not long ago, I'd looked up its price on purpose, and the sight of that long string of zeros stunned me. A full 10 million star coins, and even then there was demand with no supply. Never in a million years did I think my luck would be this explosive, dropping this skill book on my very first day of dungeon farming. I first used an excellent grade core to push it to E rank, then used an epic grade core to bump it all the way to D rank in one go. Multi-shot, D rank. Each attack fires 3 additional arrows, each dealing the same damage as the main shot. I couldn't stop the corners of my mouth from curling up. Now my damage was even more explosive, 4 hits of damage per attack. Even without hitting a weak point, that was quadruple output. And if every single arrow struck a weak point, I didn't even dare picture it. I still had 1 excellent grade core left. I'd meant to upgrade the bracelet along with it, but upgrading a level 5 bracelet wouldn't do much for me. Why waste it? Besides, after this round of upgrades, I was long past being short on attack. Next, It's time to really farm dungeons and level up my other talents. I mused. Right now, I was a squishy little archer, high attack, thin HP. Any random assassin could one-shot me. That 300-point shield from the bracelet looked intimidating, but it was actually as thin as paper. One light jab from an awakened would pop it. At the end of the day, what makes someone truly strong isn't how high your attack is. It's how unlow your weaknesses are. And right now, my attack was sky high, my defense rock bottom. Meanwhile, this out-of-nowhere score of mine had alarmed the principal of Vermilion Bird Academy. Sangzhou Provincial City, Vermilion Bird Academy. Slap. A report was slammed down hard on the desk. Cleared Inferno mode in 12 minutes. 43 seconds? Is this some kind of international joke? Has that old geezer Wuda been sitting in his seat too long? Zheng Jian, the principal of Vermilion Bird Academy, wore a furious expression. Principal, this was reported personally by Principal Wu De of Kanglan No. 1 High. Lu Yinqing, the head of admissions, hurried to back it up. He also specifically asked me to remind you, don't let the other 3 academies snatch these people away. Zheng Jian whirled around, his eyes locking onto Lu Yinqing. Under that pressure of a powerhouse, Lu Yinqing felt every hair on his body stand on end. After a moment, Zheng Jian reined in his aura and his tone softened somewhat. So you're saying this score is real? He's not messing with me. Wu De staked his integrity on it. Lu Yinqing deftly shoved the responsibility back onto Principal Wu. Humph. As far as I'm concerned, Wu De hasn't got any integrity to speak of. Zheng Jian gave a cold snort, then opened his stat panel, dug up an old friend he hadn't contacted in years, and placed a video call right in front of Lu Yinqing. It connected quickly, and a face I'd recognize appeared on the screen. You old fossil, come clean. Is that report you sent up real or not? You're not pulling my leg. My dear old friend, Principal Wu said, his face all fawning smiles. If Guanxi had seen this, his jaw would have hit the floor. Was this really the same principal he knew? Back in the day, you and I fought side by side, cutting down all comers together. You don't trust my character? We haven't been in touch much these past years, but I'd never fool you over something like this. Humph, Zheng Jian grunted. That Guanxi has an SS-rank talent. Extraordinary as the talent may be, in my eyes it's only upper tier, hardly top of the line. A few years apart, and, old friend, your head's suddenly gone dull, hasn't it? Principal Wu shot back in a mocking, sing-song tone, getting his revenge for being snubbed earlier. Cut the nonsense. Start from the beginning. Zheng Jian knew full well there was something fishy about Guanxi's little squad. He just couldn't be bothered to guess for himself. Principal Wu held nothing back and spilled everything he knew. From what he knew of this old friend, the instant Zheng Jian felt even a flicker of interest in me, he would recruit me into Vermilion Bird Academy without a moment's hesitation. One more student at Vermilion Bird was nothing. One fewer, nothing either. They could afford it. But if they happened to pick up a real treasure, it just might give them an edge over the other 3 great academies. Old friend, I'm tipping you off about this score ahead of time, so you'd best move fast, Principal Wu reminded him. Once it reaches the Central Continent headquarters, snatching these people up won't be so easy, and the resources of Central Continent's Black Tortoise Academy are not something we in Sangzhou can compete with. So tell me, what kind of gesture should I make? Zheng Jian was starting to be tempted. Come to Kanglan City yourself, and let's talk in private. We haven't seen each other in all these years. It's the perfect chance to get together, Principal Wu said, smiling. Yeah, you old fossil. You think I don't know what you're scheming? Wanting to see me is the excuse. Wanting to back that Qin Feng is the real goal, isn't it? Zheng Jian shot him a sour look, yet let out a soft chuckle. Just tell me, are you coming or not? Meet him face to face once, and won't everything be clear? I'll come, of course I'll come. Since this kid's got you thinking so highly of him, what harm is there in coming to size him up myself? Then it's settled. I've still got some of that good tea from back in the day set aside, waiting for you. After hanging up the video call, Zheng Jian turned back to Lu Yinqing. Director Lu, tomorrow. No, right now. This instant, come with me to Kanglan City. Lu Yinqing's face lit up with delighted surprise. Right away, Principal. I'll go make the arrangements. Getting to accompany the principal on a trip out of town was an enormous honor. It meant he was already being treated as a trusted confidant. Since he'd made up his mind to personally meet this promising kid Wu De kept raving about, Zhang Jian had to lock the boy down for Vermilion Bird Academy before the results ever reached headquarters. And at this moment, I had absolutely no idea that an academy dean already had his eye on me. At the stroke of midnight, the moment the bell rang, the trial scores of new students from all over the country were uploaded en masse to the Central Province headquarters via the cloud. The 4 key figures from the 4 great academies gathered together, waiting for the filtered data. Before long, stacks of files were carried into the office. And to even make it into this room, a student had to have awakened at least an S-rank talent. Each of the 4 grabbed a stack and pored over them, since every one of these promising recruits was a target that each side wanted to snatch up. Not bad. The Yi family kid led his team through Inferno mode in 35 minutes. Lin Machin of Black Tortoise Academy nodded with satisfaction. You mean the Yi family's Yi Wushuang, the one who awakened the SSS rank talent Crimson Blood Spear? Asked Shen Qingchun of Azure Dragon Academy. Yeah, that's the one. Didn't expect the Yi family to produce another SSS rank monster this year. Both of these men had the character Chun in their names. Even though the 4 academies were rivals, the 2 of them were actually pretty friendly in private. I've got an SSS rank over here too. Cleared Inferno solo in 37 minutes. Looks like it's someone from the Gu family over in your Qingzhou, said Lu Ziyuan of White Tiger Academy. That's got to be that little Gu Yanzi. Shen Qingchen smiled. I've got another one here. The Zhao family from Lin Yuan, also SSS rank. Cleared Inferno in just 33 minutes. Even faster than Yi Wushuang. Looks like this indestructible golden body is no joke. Lin Machin looked a little surprised and set that file off to one side. Then, almost casually, he glanced over at the man beside him. We've been through a lot of these. Does your Cangzhou have any recruits worth mentioning? Director Lin Yanxiu, Shen Qingchen chimed in too. Don't tell me your Cangzhou failed to produce a single SSS rank again this year. I heard the Su family's girl got kidnapped 3 years ago. Wonder what kind of talent she ended up awakening. Taking a jab at Vermilion Bird Academy together at this moment suited them both just fine. Here, see for yourselves, the Su girls' results. Cleared hard mode, 26 minutes. Lin Machin handed over Su Qingshue's file. Shen Qingchen took it and clicked his tongue. Oh my. No way. Is this generation of the Su family finished? Only awakened in SS rank and just cleared hard mode. Sure, she soloed it, but talent is her ceiling. Who would have thought? The Su family, glorious for 300 years, is finally on the way down. That kind of snide, backhanded tone grated on Lin Yanxiu's ears, and she shot back on the spot. Whatever this generation of the Su family may be, it's not for the 2 of you to sit here running your mouths. You'd better watch it. If this reaches the ears of a certain someone in the Su family, don't blame me for not warning you when you end up a wronged ghost. That one line made Lin Machin's and Shen Qingchen's faces change instantly, though they still put up a front. The 2 of us represent the 4 great academies, you know. You too? You're fit to represent the 4 great academies? What nerve? Go back and ask your deans whether they dare offend the Su family. With that, Lin Yanxiu couldn't be bothered with them anymore. She just buried her head in the files, hoping Cangzhou would produce a decent score. Lu Ziyuan, who'd been watching the show, sensed the mood turning sour and quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Come on now, we're all in the same line of work. We'll be running into each other all the time. Let's dial it back. Humph. I'll admit the Su family is strong. But could this year's Awakeners from Cangzhou really have any decent recruits? Shen Qingchen couldn't afford to offend the Su family, but couldn't he still mock the rest of Cangzhou? You should know, even among SSS rank talents, there's a pecking order. Lin Yanxiu's expression darkened. She couldn't be bothered to waste more breath on them, and just kept flipping through file after file, praying Cangzhou would produce someone to be proud of. At that very moment, Lu Ziyuan suddenly let out a disbelieving cry from his side. Holy crap, is this some kind of joke? Inferno mode. Clear time under 13 minutes, nearly twice as fast as those SSS rank monsters. Director Lin, this student is from your Cangzhou. Lin Yanxiu snatched the file away, and the other 2 crowded in as well. Name, Guanqi. Male, 16. Kanglan number 1 high school, Kanglan City, Songzhou. Talent, SS rank, absolute defense. Teammates, Qin Feng, F rank Eagle Eye, Su Jujio, S rank support amplification aura. Rookie trial dungeon, clear time, 12 minutes, 43 seconds. The four of them stared at the file, all wearing expressions like they'd just seen a ghost. Fake. This has to be fake. Shin Qingchen was the first to deny it. Exactly. It's probably some mistake by the staff downstairs. Lin Machin echoed indignantly. If they can screw up something this important, it just shows they've been given too much slack. Time for a serious shake-up. Hearing them say that, even Lu Ziyuan started to waver. He couldn't believe anyone could clear Inferno in a rookie dungeon in under 13 minutes, especially a three-person squad whose captain was an SS-ranked tank class. No matter how he looked at it, it was impossible. The only explanation was that whoever compiled the data had misread it, most likely mistaking easy mode for Inferno mode. This kind of mix-up had happened before. Years ago, someone had once written down S rank as SS rank. False alarm. The truth was, Lin Yinxiu didn't believe it either. Of course she wished the score were real, but how could it possibly be? Those SSS rank monsters needed over 30 minutes to clear Inferno, and this report claimed under 13. Just thinking about it was absurd. Soon enough, the other three stopped paying it any mind and turned back to flipping through everyone else's scores. With this much work to do, who'd want to waste time on a file that was clearly a mistake? But what they didn't know was that a month later, they'd be kicking themselves raw with regret, and they'd have to pay a price for today's oversight. And this was only the beginning. Of course, that's a story for later. Just as Lin Yinxiu was setting Guanqi's file off to the side, her whole body suddenly went rigid, her pupils shrinking sharply as she stared at another file in her hand. It was yet another Inferno clear. The owner had awakened an SSS-ranked talent, and she was also from Songzhou. Name, Jiang Ruhan. Female, 16. Vermilion Bird Academy affiliated number 1 high school, Songzhou. Talent, SSS rank, Dragon God Contractor. Teammates, none. Rookie trial dungeon, clear time. Inferno mode, 49 minutes, 37 seconds. Soloed it and cleared Inferno. A prodigy like this, and she's a student at my Vermilion Bird affiliated number 1 high school? Ha ha ha. Lin Yinxiu clenched both fists, unable to contain her excitement. Lu Ziyuan spotted the change in her at a single glance. Director Lin, did you dig up a good one? Lin Yinxiu snapped out of it, and a smile finally bloomed across her face. That's right, and she's from my Songzhou too. SSS rank talent, Dragon God Contractor, soloed Inferno mode. That one line, and the office instantly fell silent. Whoa, soloed it. Let me have a look. Lu Ziyuan strode over in a couple of quick steps, took one look, and sure enough, it was true. Good grief, are all the students in your Songzhou this fierce? Soloing Inferno. TSK, this girl's no ordinary talent. Let me warn you all in advance. Lin Yinxiu swept her gaze over the three of them, her eyes full of warning. This student belongs to my Vermilion Bird Academy. Don't any of you even think about poaching her. How exactly did she become yours? Lin Machin said flatly. Students have the right to choose their own academy. You people at Vermilion Bird shouldn't be so high-handed about it. I'm well aware of that. I don't need you to remind me. Lin Yinxiu gave a cold snort, not sparing him a single pleasant look. Good then. Lin Machin withdrew his gaze, but he quietly filed the name away in his memory. He was from Black Tortoise Academy, and Black Tortoise sat in the Central Province, the very heart of the entire nation of Xia, with such an abundance of resources and dungeons that the other three great academies combined couldn't match it. He was confident that as long as Black Tortoise offered generous enough terms, this Dragon God Contractor would most likely fall right into his lap. Still, having flipped through every last file, aside from this Dragon God Contractor, they didn't find a single other SSS rank prodigy. Early the next morning, the three of us got up bright and early, went out to stock up on daily necessities, ate a hearty breakfast, and then headed straight for the center of Kanglan City to run dungeons. The dungeons in the city center were rookie dungeons, meant for level 1 to 30 awakeners to grind, and they were quite safe, much like the school's trial dungeons. The difference was that these dungeons had bigger maps and all kinds of monsters inside. They were basically miniature worlds. We'd gotten up plenty early, but when we arrived, The place was already packed to the gills, and at least 70% of the crowd were students. No surprise there. The college entrance exam was right around the corner, and everyone was desperate to push their levels up. Even if you couldn't make it into the 4 great academies, you could at least squeeze into one of the lesser ones. Looking at the sea of people, the three of us all thought the same thing at once. Holy cow. The loudest of all were the ones hollering at the top of their lungs to form parties or recruit paid carries. Gloomwood Forest Dungeon, B-rank talent, dual skills, tank leading. 5-way even split. Got a healer, need 1 strong DPS. Once the party's full we roll out immediately, no dawdling. Desert Plains. Need an A-rank DPS, 4-way split. Power leveling new players, 1,000 star coins an hour. Just sit back and win the whole way. Guaranteed the easiest leveling ever. Full refund if we don't clear it. Big brother, this little sister can sing and dance. Please take me along. Boo-hoo-hoo. Su Jojo wore a look of disbelief. Fengji, I figured there'd be a lot of people today, but I never thought it'd be this crazy. This is really an eye-opener today, Guanxi said, glancing around, his ears flooded with all kinds of shouting, especially that girl's whimpering boo-hoo. Never thought there'd be one of those clingy crybaby types among the Awakeners, too. Cut the wisecracks. Crybaby this, crybaby that. The real business is getting into the dungeon and leveling up. I gave him a smack on the forehead and took the lead, pushing into the crowd. The two of them quickly followed. With this many people, getting separated would be a real headache. After a huge amount of effort, we finally shoved our way to the front of the dungeon portal. Hold it. To enter the dungeon, you have to line up, buy a ticket, and pay the corresponding star coins. A security officer keeping order saw us cut the line and hurried over to stop us, gesturing toward the ticket booth. Unhurried, I handed over the seed player certificate I'd prepared in advance. The officer opened it up, saw it was a Kanglen number 1 high school seed player, and waved us through without another word. There was none of that cliched face-slapping drama you see in web novels, no snobbish looking down on people. Everyone was busting their butts for the college entrance exam, so who'd go looking for trouble at a time like this? Besides, the certificate in my hand represented the entire city of Kanglen behind it. Who'd dare make trouble now? That would be nothing short of a death wish. Only once we entered the dungeon plaza did we truly get a look at the big time. Beside every dungeon stood 1 or 2 professionals, their armor shimmering with a blue glow. No need to ask, it was all superior grade gear. I couldn't say what realm these people had reached, but one thing was certain. They were all at least first transformation experts. I just didn't know exactly what tier. Fengji, which one do we run? Guanxi looked around at the portals. Desert Plains, levels 1 to 10. Gloomwood Forest, levels 5 to 20. Frozen City, levels 10 to 30. Bloodred Fortress, level 30 and up. There were 4 dungeons here in total, each with its own level requirement. At our current level, we could only enter Desert Plains and Gloomwood Forest. Let's go straight to Gloomwood Forest. To save time, I made the call right away. Sure, whatever Fengji says. Guanxi nodded, and Xiao Jiu had even fewer objections. She'd been my little tag-along since she was a kid. Wherever I went, she went. Before long, we arrived at the Gloomwood Forest portal. This dungeon was different from the schools. You had to pick the difficulty out here before entering. Enter Gloomwood Forest. Without a moment's hesitation, I tapped yes. Immediately another line popped up. Please select dungeon mode. Easy, hard, nightmare, inferno. Nightmare. I picked nightmare outright. With a low hum, the portal activated. With the experience from our previous runs, the 3 of us stepped right through. The moment we went in, a professional standing nearby reported the news up the chain. In fact, the moment I flashed my seed player certificate, the person in charge here already knew and had even assigned people to keep an eye on our movements. Interesting. It's only their first day and they're already at level 6, and they went straight for nightmare difficulty in Gloomwood Forest. In an office building not far from the dungeon plaza, a middle-aged man cradled a purple clay teapot, his gaze fixed on this end of the plaza. His name was Lin Zhan, the top man at Kanglen City's Superpower Bureau, in charge of all the city's dungeons and handling every kind of affair involving Awakeners. His power was considerable. The Superpower Bureau was an official organization the nation of Xia had established 300 years ago, originally to deal with those unruly Awakeners. Because it was short on talent, the government handed all dungeon management over to it so it could grow quickly. Over 300 years of development, the Superpower Bureau had become the strongest official force in Xia aside from the military. Meanwhile, over in the office of Kanglan No. 1 High School, Vermilion Bird Academy, Dean Zhengjian and Lu Yinqing had already arrived. They'd rushed to Kanglan City the night before, but since it was dark, they didn't want to bother me, so they'd come knocking first thing in the morning instead. Wuda, hurry up and take me to meet this Qin Feng. Zhang Jian couldn't wait, grabbing Wuda's arm and yanking him toward the door. "Oh, my dear old friend, what's the rush?" Principal Wu wore a helpless look. "This Qin Feng is a fine student at our Kanglan No. 1 High School. He's got to work hard for the college entrance exam a month from now. Just a moment ago, Lin Zhan from the Superpower Bureau sent me word that the three of them have already gone into a dungeon to train." "Which dungeon?" "Haha." Principal Wu clasped his hands behind his back, looking smug. "Gloomwood Forest, Nightmare Tier." "Gloomwood Forest?" "That dungeon capped at level 20. Zhang Jian started. "That's reckless, utterly reckless. The monsters in there go up to level 20, and he picked Nightmare Mode on top of that? What if something goes wrong?" "Relax. From what I've observed of Qin Feng, that boy is nothing like the rash type. Besides, isn't it perfectly normal for a peerless prodigy to do things ordinary folks can't understand?" Principal Wu simply didn't believe I was some hot-headed greenhorn. "You and I should just set our minds at ease, sit here, sip some tea, and wait for word." "Huh. After all these years, your temperament still hasn't changed." Zhang Jian had no choice but to sit down and wait it out. "I just hope this Qin Feng doesn't run into any trouble in that dungeon." "Trouble?" Now this really does surprise me a little. I sized up the environment inside the dungeon, muttering to myself. This place was called Gloomwood Forest, and I'd assumed the inside would be dark and eerie. But the moment I stepped in, sunlight bathed the land, lush trees surrounded us, wildflowers carpeted the ground. It was ridiculously beautiful. "Wow, this Gloomwood Forest is way too pretty." Su Jojo picked a big handful of wildflowers and wove them into a wreath to wear on her head. "Careful, don't let your guard down," I said, my expression darkening. "The prettier something is, the more dangerous it usually is." "Haha, whether there's danger or not. One shout from me, and we'll find out." Guan Chi grinned cheekily. "Come out, you sneaky little punks. Your Grandpa Chi is here." The moment the words left his mouth, he unleashed his taunt skill. A tank's taunt was a wide area, indiscriminate effect. Any hostile monster caught in range would have its aggro pulled toward him. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A dense chorus of leaves and branches brushing together immediately rose from the thick woods. "There's the goods, all right." Guan Chi's eyes lit up. He decisively activated iron armor protection, and a layer of golden light wrapped around his body. Shield of Holy Light. Seeing him enter combat, Xiao Jiu quickly cast a shield on him, ready to heal at any moment. At level 6, she dumped all her points into intelligence and spirit, and now both stats sat at 85. With one shield of Holy Light plus her talent amplification, the shield value could already reach 336. And that was without the skill even being upgraded. Leveling a skill cost a massive amount of experience, and we were still too low level to afford it for now. The monster's info popped into my view one entry after another. Little Green Snake, Common Grade, Level 10, 10,000 HP, 100 Attack, Poison Bite. Venomous Spider, 9,000 HP, Web Bind plus Poison. Bloodthirsty Vine, 15,000 HP, 60 Defense. Once its vines wrap around you, you can't move. Row after dense row of them. Su Jojo's scalp went numb watching, her face pale. Beneath such beautiful scenery lay so many monsters. Now you get it, right? The prettier something looks, the less you can afford to let your guard down. Her little thoughts hadn't escaped me. "I understand, Fengji. I won't make that mistake again." Xiao Jiu admitted her error humbly. "Good, as long as you understand." I nodded and drew out my iron arm bow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 4 arrows struck a venomous spider all at once, killing it instantly. "Holy crap, Fengji, and you still claim you're not cheating." Guan Chi stared at the damage number, stunned. "That's over 10,000 in a single shot." I paid him no attention, because my focus was entirely hijacked by the system prompt. Venomous Spider Slain. Plus 50 experience. Dark Reaper triggered. Gained 1 point of agility. Agility. It actually reaped agility. My eyes practically turned red. This place was an absolute gold mine. The monsters here were generally level 10, while I was only level 6. In other words, every single one I killed netted me a free stat point. Little green snake slain. Gained 1 point of intelligence. Bloodthirsty vine slain. Gained 1 point of constitution. The battle log scrolled non-stop, and I was grinning ear to ear. Today, I'm going to farm this dungeon into the ground. I'd completely lost it, eyes practically glowing red. What I lacked most right now were stat points across the board, and this dungeon just happened to fulfill exactly that need. Guan Shi, busy pulling aggro, saw how fast I was firing and refused to fall behind. 50 experience per monster. At my rate of 1 arrow a second, as long as there were enough monsters, I could rake in 50 experience a second, 3,000 a minute, 30,000 in 10 minutes. Reaching level 7 was only about 10 minutes away. The thought made his eyes go red too, and he ran around all the more eagerly. Xiaojio, stick close to me. We're heading deeper into the woods. As the agility I reaped kept piling up, my attack speed quietly crept higher too, and my HP and defense rose right along with it. HSSS, HSSS, HSSS. Suddenly, a huge commotion came from not far off, and the ground beneath our feet trembled faintly. I immediately activated Eye of Insight, and the info came back at once. Green Snake King, Lord Grade, level 20, 500,000 HP, 1,000 attack, plus Coiling Constriction. Lao Chi, the big guy's here. Got it. Guan Shi immediately activated his talent, and his defense instantly tripled. I wasn't the least bit worried about him. This Lord Grade boss couldn't crack his defense at all. Once we cleared out the surrounding small fry, the three of us arrived in the Green Snake King's territory. There we saw a green snake over 100 feet long and as thick as a water barrel, coiled outside a cave, its ghostly green pupils locked dead on us, its forked tongue flicking in and out endlessly. Ugh, it reeks. Guan Shi couldn't stand the fishy stench. He fished some tissue out of his pack, rolled it into 2 balls, and stuffed them up his nostrils. Fengji, I'm going in. He charged in first, boning knife in hand. But before he even got close, a tail lashed him hard, sending him flying until he crashed into a big tree several yards away and finally stopped. -1. That was the damage number that floated up above his head. Damn it. Guan Shi scrambled up off the ground, cursing. Sure, the Green Snake King couldn't hurt him one bit, but this was too humiliating. You can't even scratch my defense, yet you can send me flying with a swipe of your tail? What's that supposed to be? Chalk it up to brute strength? You sneaky punk, bring it again. This time he unleashed his taunt straight away. HSSSSSSS. The Green Snake King let out a furious roar and lunged to bite him. Damn it, when Grandpa Chi doesn't show his teeth, you take Grandpa Chi for a Hello Kitty? Guan Shi swung his blade down at the snake's head, and a damage number of 300-something plus 10 fire floated up. With aggro firmly in his grip, I started drawing my bow. -4,230, hitting 4 times. A single basic attack shaved off more than 16,000 of the boss's HP. Good grief, Fengji's damage is straight off the charts. Guan Shi stared at the number that ticked 4 times over. Even though it wasn't the first time he'd seen it, it startled him every single time. As I loosed arrow after arrow, the Green Snake King's flesh visibly withered away. Just then, a red dot suddenly appeared in my vision. More precisely, a red marker had popped up on the Green Snake King's head. Could that be its weak point? Something clicked in my mind, and I immediately took aim at the red dot and fired. -8,460, hitting 4 times. The Green Snake King collapsed with a thud. Lord Grade Boss Green Snake King slain. Plus 2,000 experience. Dark Reaper triggered. Gained 1 point of constitution. Looking at that absurd number, my pupils contracted sharply. Just as I guessed, the red dot was where its weak point lay. Holy crap, Guan Shi cried out, dumbstruck by the number 2. Fengji, I'm begging you, stop shooting. Your little brother here honestly can't make sense of your damage anymore. How'd it just double like that? How the hell do you do it? It's nothing, I said, my tone as flat as if I were describing the most ordinary thing in the world. I just hit its weak point. It deals double damage. Guan Shi and Xiaojio were both instantly speechless. All right, This is basic stuff. You'll have plenty of chances to see it from now on. Once you've seen it enough, it won't seem so amazing. I waved a hand. Now, time to collect the loot. Right, right, right. Almost forgot the most important step. Guan Chi slapped his forehead and hurried over to loot the corpse. Haha, another superior grade crystal core. Huh, there's even a piece of metal armor I can use, sweet. The green snake king's eye? What's this thing? He picked up the materials one by one, ran over to me, and handed me the crystal core. Fengji, what's this eye good for? Is it worth anything? No idea. Just search the trade market and we'll find out. I took the crystal core, then examined the snake eye, opened my panel, and started searching the trade market. Before long, a price popped up, green snake king's eye, superior grade, listed at 1 million star coins. Note, an extremely rare drop from killing the Gloomwood Forest Lord grade boss green snake king. A special material that can be socketed into a staff to boost stats. 1 million star coins. Guan Chi's shout nearly blew the roof off the entire cave. I was still bent over, staring at the green snake king's eyeball with its lingering ghostly green sheen, when his cry exploded right by my ear. I turned to look and saw the guy's eyes had gone glassy, his mouth open wide enough to fit a fist. We're rich. Fengji, we're really rich this time. 1 million. We could never spend it all, not in this whole lifetime. Guan Chi's voice was actually trembling. I could understand him. To Guan Chi, 10,000 was already an astronomical figure, let alone 1 million. It was a number he'd never even dared to dream of before, yet now here it was, sitting right in front of us, real as day. The moment Su Jujio beside us heard the snake I was worth 1 million, her big eyes instantly lit up like someone had switched on a lamp. I swear, 2 glittering golden money signs nearly popped out of her pupils. 1 million star coins. Does that mean I can eat barbecue every day from now on? She swallowed hard. Eat. Eat all you want. Eat it for every meal if you like. We'll take 1 bite and toss the rest. Guan Chi thumped his chest, playing the part of a nouveau riche country bumpkin. Take 1 bite and toss the rest? What a waste. Su Jujio rolled her eyes, sounding disdainful, though her gaze never once left that eyeball. Only then did Guan Chi remember the matter at hand, leaning in toward me. Fengji, are we selling this thing or not? I stared at the eyeball for a moment, though I'd actually already made up my mind. Consider this. This was only a superior grade Snake King's eye, and it could already boost a piece of gear's stats. So what about an epic grade one? Or something even higher up the ladder? And I knew one thing for certain. The price listed on the stat panel was only a reference. Out in the actual market, this kind of gear-enhancing item was insanely rare, with terrifyingly low drop rates. It was priced, but had no market. No amount of money could easily buy one. Once I'd thought it through, I shook my head. Our money's enough to get by for now. Let's hold on to this thing. With a drop rate this low, it might come in handy in a big way down the road. Sure, whatever you say. Guan Chi nodded without a second's hesitation. That was just Guan Chi. Once he'd set his trust on me, he never questioned it. Warmth spread through my chest as I stowed the eyeball away in my system inventory. After a quick breather, the 3 of us plunged back into the depths of the forest. Along the way, all sorts of venomous insects and monsters kept coming at us in endless waves, but in our eyes they were all just walking experience points and stat points. Every arrow of mine struck a monster's vital point with precision. Guan Chi tanked up front, and Su Jujio shielded him from behind. Our teamwork got smoother and smoother. It was only when we reached this point that I truly understood why this dungeon was called Gloomwood Forest. Look at it. Emerald vines, vivid flowers, dappled light and shadow, as gorgeous as a painting. Yet beneath all this beauty lay countless hidden dangers. One moment of carelessness, and you'd stay here forever. Naming it Gloomwood Forest was clearly a warning to every trial taker who entered. Don't be fooled by appearances, or you'll die without ever knowing how. We pressed on for a full 2 hours more, and finally reached the heart of the forest. The deeper we went, the higher the monsters' levels. By this point, level 20 elite monsters were everywhere, and Lord grade ones were a common sight. But the most eye-catching of all was the towering giant tree standing dead center in the core region. I looked up at its info, and my heart sank hard. Monster, corrupted tree of life, sovereign grade. Level 20. HP 10 million. Attack 1000. Defense 3000. Skill Lashing swings its roots to attack, each root dealing 1500 damage. Skill Absorb when HP drops below 30%, absorbs surrounding nutrients, recovering 1% HP per second for 10 seconds. Skill Bind weaves its branches into a cage, restricting the enemy's movement. Holy Fengji, this thing, can we really kill it? For the first time, Guan Shi showed a doubtful look in front of me. Honestly, I couldn't blame him. The instant I saw that healing skill, even my own heart skipped a beat. Pay attention, everyone. This ancient tree had one deadly mechanic. Once its HP dropped below 30%, it started recovering 1% of its HP every second, and once triggered, it lasted a full 10 seconds. Don't underestimate that 1%. Its HP was a staggering 10 million, so 1% was 100,000. Over 10 seconds, it could heal a full million. I quickly ran the numbers in my head. Right now, with Eye of Insight active, every arrow of mine could hit the weak point. But even so, my damage per second maxed out at barely 20,000, a long way short of 100,000. What did that mean? It meant that if it healed infinitely, no matter how hard I hit, I'd never be able to kill it. The HP it lost would just be topped right back up. I closed my eyes and mentally ran through everything I had. I was an archer, level 8, with physical attack of 4,400 and attack speed of 2.05, able to fire 2 arrows a second. The pair of mighty Vajra bracers on my wrist were superior grade, and I had the talent Eye of Insight to lock onto weak points. But my greatest trump card was that god-tier innate passive, Dark Reaper, which occasionally let me snag a free stat point off a kill. The problem was, relying on raw damage alone, I could never outpace its healing. I opened my eyes, looked at Guan Shi, and laid out my read on the situation for him point by point. Lao Chi, this boss is a classic low attack, high HP, thick defense type. Its attack isn't much, the nastiest part is that healing. My guess is, I pointed at the monsters wandering all around us. When the skill says absorbs surrounding nutrients, it most likely means these monsters. As long as they're not wiped out, the tree can probably heal indefinitely. Guan Shi followed my finger and his face went green. So we've got to kill all these Lord-grade monsters first. Right. I nodded. But that's exactly where the trouble is. This whole area is ringed with Lord-grade bosses. The moment we start fighting, we'll definitely pull them all over. When there's a whole swarm of monsters piling onto you, can you hold? Guan Shi gritted his teeth, glanced back at Su Jiujiu, and forced a somewhat strained smile. Let's give it a shot. With Xiao Jiu healing me, it should be fine. All right, then let's try it. I drew a deep breath. If you really can't hold, we just bail out. There's nothing shameful about it. The words had barely left my mouth when Guan Shi charged at the nearest Lord-grade monster, hurled out a taunt, and instantly pulled that monster along with the whole ring of elite small fry around it. It was a ghost-faced spider, HP 400,000, 100,000 less than the Green Snake King, but its attack was a full 2,000, double the Green Snake King's. After hitting level 8, Guan Shi had dumped all his free points into Constitution, boosting his defense by a solid 300. With iron armor protection and his talent active, tanking this spider's damage should, in theory, be no problem. But one thing kept nagging at me. His talent didn't come free. Activating a talent had a cost. Some burned HP, some burned spirit, and Guan Shi, being a tank, happened to burn mana. Having piled everything into Constitution, his mana pool was pitifully small to begin with. Once it bottomed out, the talent would shut off automatically, and at that point he'd be a block of tofu stripped of its iron shell. If it burned HP, that'd be fine. Su Jiujiu could keep him topped up. But burning mana, even Su Jiujiu had no fix for. So when it came down to it, this trial was a test of Guan Shi. Watching him nimbly weave and reposition amid the swarm, keeping himself from getting boxed in and swarmed, I suddenly realized something. In this gamified world, stats alone weren't enough. You needed real combat instinct too. The battlefield changed in an instant. Anything could happen. Those who could reposition to dodge attacks, who could kite and control distance to pull monsters, their odds of surviving were a whole cut above everyone else's. Not the ones who just stood there like idiots taking hits. unless your foundation was thick enough to tank endless attrition. And yet, right now, we were stuck in exactly that kind of bind. I quietly reproached myself, still not enough experience. Back when we were running the rookie dungeons, we'd never once used consumables. Everything had gone smoothly, and I'd completely forgotten about it. Potions, buff elixirs, we'd brought none of them. This dungeon had taught me a harsh lesson. Once we get out, I've got to stock up on supplies properly. I made a mental note of it. Thankfully, Guan Qi came through. With my attack speed at 2.05, I turned the 400,000 HP Ghostface Spider into a pincushion in a dozen-odd seconds, and mopped up the elite small fry in just a couple of moves each. With the first wave cleared, we began scouring the battlefield. Elite monsters could drop crystal cores, but not everyone did. This wave netted us 12 rare-grade crystal cores and 1 superior-grade core. The Ghostface Spider also dropped a general-purpose E-rank skill book, Gale Step, which boosted movement speed. Too bad I couldn't learn it right now. My skill slots were full. I'd have to hit level 10 to unlock the next one. I tucked the book into my pack, mulling over how the higher your level climbed, the more absurd the experience required to level up, doubling with every single level. Guan Qi caught his breath, then went to pull the second wave. This time the Lord-grade monster was a stone golem, with terrifyingly high defense and no weak attack either. Worst of all, every one of its hits came with a stun. Poor Guan Qi got locked down for over 10 seconds in the golem's chain of stuns, unable to move at all. But the haul was worth the suffering. The stone golem dropped a tank-exclusive passive skill book, Spiked Armor, which, when hit, reflected 20 points plus 20% of physical defense as damage. Don't let the E-rank fool you. This was a scaling skill. The higher Guan Qi's defense, the fiercer the reflected damage. Whatever heights he stacked it to in the future, enemies would lose a layer of skin just for hitting him once. What a treasure. Haha, your big bro's got a passive skill now too. Guan Qi cradled the book, so excited he kept kissing it. You so gross. Su Jiujiu dodged far away in disgust. Oomph. Xiaojiu, are you jealous that I've got a passive skill now? Guan Qi's hide was thick enough to stop bullets. TCH, I'm not jealous at all. Su Jiujiu folded her arms and turned her head away. Stubborn mouth. Green with envy on the inside. Fengji, look at him. That rotten Lao Qi is bullying me again. Su Jiujiu spun around to tattle to me and act cute, a move that worked on me every single time. My head throbbed. All right, Lao Qi, cut the chatter. We're still in the middle of a fight. Watching these two goofballs bicker, though, actually took the edge off the tension I'd been feeling. We just kept clearing wave after wave like that, a full half hour of it, before we'd swept every Lord grade and elite monster in the vicinity clean. Phew, I'm dead tired. Let me lie down for a bit. Guan Qi flopped straight onto the ground, looking utterly done with life. The Lord grade monsters couldn't hurt him, but all those stuns and binds had jerked him around until his whole body had nearly gone numb. Su Jiujiu and I seized the chance to catch our breath too. Now the entire core region had nothing left but that ancient tree standing alone in the center. As long as we didn't step into its territory, it couldn't reach us. This was the perfect window to fully restore our states. I sorted through everything we'd gathered along the way. 56 rare-grade crystal cores, 14 superior-grade crystal cores, plus a pile of rare materials and quite a few pieces of superior-grade gear. Unfortunately, all that gear was level 20, so we couldn't wear it yet. I planned to package it up and sell it once we got out, and trade it for life-saving potions. A few skill books had dropped too. One of them, Heart of Fearlessness, was a priest-exclusive aura skill. Once activated, party members within 20 meters got a 20% attack boost. My eyes lit up. Wasn't this tailor-made for Su Jiujiu? Paired with her talent, that bonus could double to 40%. For me, this was basically a free epic-grade power-up. With a walking human buff generator, like her by my side, my damage could climb another tier. Su Jiujiu got the skill book and happily scampered over to Guan Qi to show it off. A 40% attack boost was way more impressive than his damage reflect. After roughly 10 minutes rest, Guan Qi finally sprang back to full health. Fengji, I'm ready. Careful now. I drew out my iron arm bow. Guan Qi charged to the edge of the ancient tree's territory, tossed out a taunt, and then bolted without so much as a backward glance. This boss's attack wasn't much, but its crowd control was nasty. and he sure wasn't about to stand there like a fool and let those branches bind him. Aggro landed squarely on Guan Xi. I immediately activated Eye of Insight, and arrows rained down, every one of them striking the ancient tree's weak point. This tree couldn't move. All it could do was stand there and take it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Minus 2,300 times 4, weak point critical. Minus 2,300 times 4. Minus 2,300 times 4. 10 million HP looked intimidating. But every arrow of mine hit the weak point, plus multi-shot fired 4 arrows at once, and with my fast attack speed, my damage per second closed in on 20,000. The tree's HP bar dropped visibly. The instant it hit 30%, a wave of green light burst out from its roots with a roar, and its HP bar actually started shooting back up. Plus 100,000. Plus 100,000. Plus 100,000. Here it came. This was the healing mechanic. I stared dead at the HP bar, my hands never pausing for a second. Over those 10 seconds, I hammered off nearly 200,000 of its HP by sheer force. By the time that green light faded, its HP had crawled back up to 38%. I steeled myself and kept hammering, and soon pressed it back down to 30%. Strangely, this time, it didn't trigger the healing. My mind raced. Could it be that the healing had nothing to do with the surrounding monsters at all? Was it random, or was there a usage limit? I couldn't figure it out, but I couldn't be bothered to. If it wasn't healing, that was fantastic news for us. I also knew full well that with the strength of the three of us right now, we still couldn't ignore that ring of Lord-grade monsters and just brute force this Sovereign-grade boss. So there was no way around the clearing step. But once we hit level 10, it'd get a lot easier. Earlier, when we killed the Green Snake King, it had dropped a piece of metal armor you could only wear at level 10. Snake scale armor, superior grade, defense 200, plus HP, mana, and poison resistance. Once Guan Xi put it on, his defense would climb another big step. Su Jiuzhou and I each had level 10 gear stashed away too. You could say level 10 was the threshold for another qualitative leap in our strength. And right now, that threshold was already within arm's reach. The ancient tree stopped healing, and under my ceaseless rain of arrows, its HP bar was finally emptied. The instant it toppled, a scene came flooding into my mind. A crack tore open in the sky, and a mysterious force plunged down into this forest, landing squarely at the core of this ancient tree. Nourished by that force, every plant and animal in the entire forest mutated wildly, especially the venomous creatures, which grew at an insane rate, born poisonous, and soon launched a bloody slaughter of the forest's larger animals. The vision cut off abruptly right there. Suddenly it all made sense to me. So that's why you couldn't find a single large animal in this forest. They'd all been massacred by these venomous creatures long ago. The Gloomwood. Well, it certainly lives up to its name. I sighed inwardly. System alert. Slain Monarch tier life form. Ancient tree. Experience plus 50,000. System alert. Dark Reaper triggered. Gained 1 constitution. Holy crap. 50,000 XP. I leveled up. Ha ha ha. Guan Xi was going nuts beside me. Level 9. I'm almost at 10. And it wasn't just him. Su Jiuzhou and I both burst into golden light at the same time. I stared at my experience bar and frowned again. Going from 8 to 9 took 128,000 XP, but going from 9 to 10, it only took 200,000. By the doubling pattern from before, it should have been 256,000. I couldn't figure it out. Still couldn't figure it out. But leveling up faster was a good thing, so I decided not to dwell on it. The golden light faded, and it was time to collect the spoils. The three of us rushed over to where the ancient tree had fallen. Amid a pile of materials, a few items glowing with purple light stood out sharply. Guan Xi was practically drooling. We're rich. Epic tier crystal core. Weapon. Staff of Life, a level 20, epic. Necklace. Heart of the Ancient Tree of Life, level 20, epic. Skill. Elven Hymn, C rank, Aura type. Guan Xi swept all the materials into his backpack, then solemnly held out these 4 treasures to me with both hands. I examined each one carefully. That Staff of Life added 500 magic attack, 50 intelligence, 50 spirit, plus a 20% cooldown reduction and 20% healing bonus. It was practically custom-made for a priest, and even a mage would kill to have it. That elf in him granted allies within the aura's range a 30% attack speed boost. Yet another skill book tailor-made for Su Jiujiu. I couldn't help but marvel. This girl's luck was truly off the charts. First, she'd gotten an aura that boosted attack power, and now one that boosted attack speed. She was basically the goddess of luck's own daughter. Little Jiu, this staff and this book are perfect for you. I handed her both items. Su Jiujiu didn't stand on ceremony. She took them with a big grin. Thanks, Foam. She knew perfectly well that of the three of us, she had the weakest talent. In every fight, she basically just threw a shield on Guan Qi and then watched from the sidelines. If she wanted to get strong fast and actually help Guan Qi and me, she'd have to rely on stacking up resources like these. Guan Qi wasn't happy about that. He shoved his big face over. Little Jiu, why don't you ever thank your big bro Qi, huh? Humph, because you're always picking on me. Guan Qi froze on the spot. Watching him get shut down, Su Jiujiu burst out laughing. Ha ha, just kidding. I'm not mad. Thanks to you too, big bro Qi. It's nothing, haha. Guan Qi scratched his head, grinning like an idiot. Only after settling those two did I finally turn my attention to that epic necklace. Necklace, Heart of the Ancient Tree of Life, epic. Requirement, level 20. Constitution plus 50/agility plus 50/agility plus 50/strength plus 50. Steady Mind. Removes all negative status effects on the wearer. Cooldown 180 seconds. Description. Condensed from the core power of the Ancient Tree of Life, it holds an incredible power. Seeing this, my heart gave a hard thump. What truly stunned me wasn't the pile of stats. It was that skill and that description. Removes all negative status effects. I murmured. Doesn't that mean if I wear this, no crowd control skill can touch me? An incredible power. Is this what they meant? If it really was what I was thinking, this necklace was ridiculously overpowered. I carefully tucked it away and looked up at Guan Qi. Old Qi, sort out the materials we don't need, take them outside and unload them, and buy some potions while you're at it. We're never walking into a dungeon empty-handed again. You got it. Over the whole sweep, the materials and star coins all went to Guan Qi, while the valuable gear stayed with me. As for how our three-person team divided the labor, Guan Qi was the warehouse, I was the treasury, and Su Jiujiu was logistics support. Everyone had their role. With the materials sorted, we exited the dungeon. This dungeon was different from the rookie trial. There were no clear records, and it didn't track time. The moment the three of us appeared in the dungeon plaza, the staff member in charge of maintaining the Gloomwood went bug-eyed. Good grief. Level 9. He sucked in a sharp breath. They were only level 6 going in, which means they cleared nightmare difficulty? Without a word, the man quietly reported our situation up the chain. The news climbed level by level until it finally reached Lin Zhan, the director of the Superpower Bureau. The moment Lin Zhan heard it, he immediately made a video call to Principal Wu. At that moment, in the office of the principal of Kanglan No. 1 High School, Principal Wu was hosting a distinguished guest over tea, Zheng Jian, the dean of Vermilion Bird Academy. Wu, my friend, they've come out. Lin Zhan's voice came through the moment the call connected. Principal Wu immediately set down his teacup. Really? What level are they now? Beside him, Zheng Jian's ears instantly perked up. According to the report, level 9. Level 9? Ha ha ha, excellent. Excellent. Principal Wu shot to his feet in excitement. One run through the Gloomwood, and they jumped 3 levels. I'd bet they cleared out everything inside. That's exactly what I think, Lin Zhan said, unable to hide the shock in his voice. 3 newly awakened awakeners clearing nightmare difficulty in 3 hours. That's never happened before in our Kanglan City. Even across the whole country, that's 1 in a million. Principal Wu nodded, then lowered his voice. I understand the situation now. From here on, keep a close eye on them, and on those restless family clans too. If anyone dares to reach out and grab, you know exactly what to do, don't you? A cold glint flashed in Lin Zhan's eyes. Of course, anyone who dares stick their paw out, I'll chop it off. These 3 kids are tied to the future of our Kanglan City. Just then, Zheng Jian rose and walked over to Principal Wu's side, addressing Lin Zhan through the screen. Well said, Director Lin. Anyone who dares to harm the future flowers of our nation deserves to learn what an iron fist feels like. Yuyer, Dean Zheng of Vermilion Bird Academy. Lin Zhan's pupils shrank. He could hardly believe his own eyes. A figure like the dean of one of the four great academies normally only appeared on the news. And yet here he was, personally visiting a small place like Kanglan City. And from the sound of it, he'd come specifically for the three of us. That's right, it's me, Zhang Jian admitted openly. Then his tone turned grave. Director Lin, I won't beat around the bush. I came to Kanglan City for one reason, Qin Feng and his two companions. They're key subjects of observation for my Vermilion Bird Academy. Now, as the Dean of Vermilion Bird Academy, I am requiring you to ensure their safety, no matter what. No matter what. One requiring. This was no longer a request. It was an order. Lin Zhan understood perfectly. You don't underestimate the weight a dean of a super-tier academy carries. Over the years, so many graduates of Vermilion Bird Academy had risen to high positions. Some had even become core figures of the nation of Xia. A single phone call from Zhang Jian could strip a senior official of the Superpower Bureau of his post. And that was just leveraging his connections. As for raw power, in all of Xia, apart from those 10 Origin Tier Masters, how many could match him? Rest assured, Dean Zheng, I know exactly what to do. Lin Zhan straightened his back, his expression solemn. Inwardly, though, he was ecstatic. This whole affair had gotten him a foothold with a powerhouse like Zhang Jian. If he could keep the three of us safe for 1 month, his own position might just climb a rung. A transfer to the provincial capital down the road wasn't even out of the question. The moment the call ended, Lin Zhan arranged for personnel to quietly place the three of us under protection. And me? Right then I was at the Myriad Treasure Pavilion selling materials, completely unaware that the Dean of Vermilion Bird Academy had his eye on me, and even less aware that someone was already standing guard for us in the shadows. At that moment, I was in a red-faced, neck-bulging shouting match with a sales clerk at the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Buddy, open your eyes and take a good look, I said, holding back my temper. These are all materials that only Lord-tier bosses drop. You're buying them back at elite-tier prices. That's cutting the value down by several times. What? Is the Myriad Treasure Pavilion so big it can bully its customers? Beside me, Guanxi was so furious the veins on his forehead bulged. If I hadn't been holding him back with everything I had, he'd have thrown a punch long ago. But the clerk wore a look of utter contempt. How is it you can't understand plain speech? The price is the price. And from the looks of you, you want to start something? Take a good look at where you are, the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, a nationwide chain. In an instant, I understood. This guy saw that the three of us were dressed plainly, decided we had no background and no backing, and figured he could squeeze us dry and skim some profit off the top. He'd probably pulled this scam plenty of times. Without someone backing him, a lowly sales clerk would never dare cut prices so brazenly. The price is the price. If you're not happy, sell it somewhere else. He paused, and a sinister smile crept across his face. But let Big Brother give you a word of advice. What the Myriad Treasure Pavilion won't take, no other merchant will dare to touch either. Walk out that door, and if you ever want to sell anything again, no Myriad Treasure Pavilion in the entire country will buy from you. That was a barefaced threat. I clenched my fists, itching to punch this fool straight into the ground. But I knew perfectly well, now wasn't the time. This was already the second person to threaten me since my awakening. The first was that monkey 3, Ho Xiaoshan, from my class. Back then he'd only mocked me a couple of times, and I could stomach that kind of contempt. What really made me want to kill him was that he dared to openly try to drive a wedge between me and Guanxi. That was my line in the sand, and anyone who crossed it went straight onto my kill list. I'd already written that debt down in my little notebook, just waiting for the right chance. Before I crossed over, I'd spent half a lifetime as a spineless workhorse, bowing and scraping. If I was going to keep living that stifled kind of life after crossing over, then what was the point of coming here at all? Especially when I had two enormous cheat advantages of my own. Swallowing this anger without letting it out left me feeling wrong all over. Coming into this world, there'd always been one line etched in my heart. I would rather wrong the whole world than let the whole world wrong me. And right now, I was being threatened once again. It was in that very moment that I understood, more clearly than ever, one simple truth. Power is the foundation on which a person stands firm, and strength is the hardest kind of backbone there is. With power, you stand at the top of the world. and strength is the blade that carries out that power. Just as I was preparing to swallow this anger for the time being. Tap, tap, tap. A series of hurried footsteps came rushing closer. The one who arrived was a paunchy, middle-aged man, his hair slicked back and gleaming, dressed in a gray suit, the very picture of a greasy, oily uncle. "Excuse me, are you Chen Feng, the student from Kanglan No. 1 High School?" His tone was almost absurdly respectful. I looked him up and down and didn't bother hiding it. "That's me. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the manager of this branch of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. My surname is Qian Shengqian." He held out a glittering card, printed with the word gold. "This is our Myriad Treasure Pavilion Gold VIP card. With this, student Qian, you'll get 20% off at any Myriad Treasure Pavilion in the country." Looking at that name, I was momentarily speechless. Qian Shengqian. Money breeds money. Just moments earlier, the director of the Superpower Bureau had personally called this man, telling him that someone in his shop had dared to openly bully a seed candidate from Kanglan No. 1 High School. It had scared him half to death. Someone who warranted Director Lin's personal attention was absolutely not someone a lowly branch manager like him could afford to offend. Hence the scene now before me. That sales clerk was already trembling all over. He'd finally realized he had kicked a giant hornet's nest. Qian Shengqian's eyes swept over the scene, and he understood everything at once. He shot a glance at the guard beside him. The guard grabbed the clerk by the ankle and dragged him over to me like a dead dog. "Manager Qian, I was wrong. I'll never dare do it again. Spare me this once. I'm begging you." The clerk knelt on the ground, kowtowing frantically. Not a trace of his earlier arrogance remained. Qian Shengqian didn't even glance at him. He looked to me, his expression saying it all. "The fate of this man is yours to decide." I followed his lead with that title, Manager Qian, my tone calm. "Manager Qian, let me ask just one thing. When your Myriad Treasure Pavilion buys back goods, do you take superior grade quality and pay for it, as if it were merely rare grade?" The moment these words left my mouth, Qian Shengqian's face changed dramatically, and the clerk collapsed flat on the floor with a thud. "What? Such a thing actually happened?" Qian Shengqian's chest heaved violently, his face going white with rage. Wonderful. This kind of thing happening in a branch under my management. Xie Xiaofei, you damn well better tell me. Who gave you the dog's guts to do this? He seized the clerk by the collar. It was Xie Daqiang. Xie Xiaofei shook like a leaf, a name blurting out of him. "Xie Daqiang? Fine, what a fine Xie Daqiang." Qian Shengqian was so furious he laughed, then forced down his anger and turned to me. "Student Qian, I have a rough picture of what happened, but so as not to waste your time, let me settle your business first." I nodded and gestured for Guanxi to bring out the materials. Guanxi didn't hold back. He simply upended his backpack, and out tumbled a small mountain of Lord-tier materials with a clattering rush. Qian Shengqian's eyelid twitched at the sight. It wasn't that he'd never seen this many Lord-tier materials before, but seeing them pour out of a Level 9 Awakener was a first for him. He quickly called over several staff members to begin sorting, then invited the three of us to a lounge area off to the side. "Student Qian, this was a failing on the part of our Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Whatever your requests, feel free to name them. As long as it's within my power, I'll do my utmost to satisfy them." "There's nothing else," I said, sitting on the sofa and looking straight at him. "I just want to know what fate awaits that man." I couldn't quite figure out why Qian Shengqian was so afraid of me, but with the advantage clearly in my hands right now, why shouldn't I stand tall for once? The urgency written all over his face couldn't be hidden. Clearly someone had reported the fact that I was being bullied to those above him, which was why he'd come rushing over in such a panic. If a branch manager himself had to step in personally, then whoever was helping me from the shadows had to be someone of no small standing. As for whether it was Principal Wu, I wasn't certain. In all of Kanglan City, the biggest figure I knew was Principal Wu. Under my steady stare, a chill crept down Qian Shengqian's back, but he didn't waffle. He'll die? And not just him. Whoever's behind him dies too. My heart lurched, and I silently slapped a label on him. Ruthless. I'd only wanted Xie Xiaofei's life, but he wanted to tear the whole thing out by the roots. It seemed my heart wasn't ruthless enough, nor hard enough. Pull the weeds, but leave the roots, and they'll grow back with the spring breeze. That saying, I needed to burn it into my memory. Since it's someone from within your myriad treasure pavilion, then I, an outsider, won't get involved. I took the opening he'd given me and gracefully bowed out, offering him a way down. In that case, thank you, my young friend Qin. Qian Shengqian smiled as thanks, the title shifting from student Qin to my young friend Qin. On the surface, my words were a courtesy, letting him handle his own house's affairs, something no one could find fault with, and leaving me still the victim. But think about it one layer deeper. With a single sentence, I'd forced him to become the very blade that would cut down his own people, and he couldn't even refuse. Qian Shengqian felt a creeping unease and pinned a new label on me. Absolutely not to be provoked. He'd dealt with all kinds of people over half a lifetime. But this was the first time he'd met a young man with such a meticulous mind, someone who'd quietly outmaneuvered him before he even realized it. Before long, a staff member came to report. Manager Qian, student Qin, the materials have been sorted. At market buyback price, the total comes to 15.92 million star coins. 15.92 million. Guan Qi's heart nearly leaped out of his throat. He had to grit his teeth to keep from losing his composure in front of outsiders. I nodded slightly, right in line with my own estimate. Round off the loose change. Make it a clean number. Give my young friend Qin 16 million. Qian Shengqian said with a grand wave of his hand. I called out to the staff member who was about to leave. Please prepare some recovery potions for me as well. 100 bottles of each type, deducted from the material payment. No need. No need. Qian Shengqian waved his hands repeatedly. Consider those potions a token of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion's apology. That would be too much. My mouth offered a polite refusal, but I didn't actually turn it down. A bargain not taken is a bargain wasted. Besides, I'd swallowed this indignity for nothing. Why shouldn't I get some perks out of it? My young friend Qin, just do me the favor and accept it. Please, no more refusals. Then thank you, brother Qian. I agreed with a smile. From student Qin to young friend Qin to brother Qin, and finally to brother Qian, I saw it clearly now. This was what a merchant was. Chasing profit. As long as there was gain to be had, things like face could be peeled off and stuffed in a pocket at a moment's notice. Taking the star coin card loaded with 16 million, I left the Myriad Treasure Pavilion with Guan Qi and Su Jiujiu. I didn't rush back to grind dungeons. First, I found a restaurant and sat down. In the private room, Guan Qi couldn't hold it in any longer. Phone. That Qian Shengqian was clearly no good guy. Why'd you go calling him brother? Su Jiujiu nodded too. Yeah, I thought so too. I gave a small laugh. If even you two could see it, did you really think I couldn't? Huh. Guan Qi was stunned. There's an old saying, I said slowly. The king of hell is easy to face. It's the little demons who are hard to deal with. Today's business at the Myriad Treasure Pavilion is the first time in our lives, but it definitely won't be the last. Have you thought about it? Why does any brainless nobody feel free to come give us a hard time? I paused, looking into both their eyes. It's because we have no background, no real power. In other people's eyes, we're just soft persimmons anyone can squeeze. Even if that clerk really was backed by Qian Shengqian, right now we have to pretend we don't know a thing. Huh? And why's that? Guan Qi was thoroughly confused now. How why? I lifted my teacup, took a sip, and smiled unhurriedly. Because letting this matter end here benefits both sides. Looking at Guan Qi's face, so full of confusion, I broke it down for him piece by piece. Think about it. If Xie Xiaofei really is backed by Qian Shengqian, then Qian can use this handling as an excuse to wipe the slate clean of this whole mess, and while he's at it, dispose of everyone who knows about it, clearing his own name and silencing all the witnesses in one move. For him, it's killing two birds with one stone. At this point, I sighed. In truth, how could I possibly swallow this anger easily? Being able to turn around and outmaneuver Qian Shengqian even once was already the best outcome I could hope for. Qian Shengqian, as a person, gave me just one impression: ruthless. A smiling tiger, a knife hidden behind a grin. I'd only wanted Xie Xiaofei's life, but he wanted to rip the whole chain out by the roots. And I wasn't worried he was putting on a two-faced act, saying one thing to me and doing another behind my back. Because from the moment he walked in with that attitude, I was certain there was someone standing behind me, someone even Qian Shengqian couldn't afford to offend. For this next month, I lowered my voice. We still have to rely on the Myriad Treasure Pavilion to sell materials and buy potions. So until we're truly strong, there's no need to burn our bridges with them over a little trouble like this. What we lack most right now is time. Once the college entrance exam is over and we've got that ticket into one of the 4 great academies, that's the real carp leaping over the dragon gate. To be honest, with my talent, whether or not I got into one of the 4 great academies didn't really matter. But those 4 academies held massive amounts of resources and dungeons, and that was what I was really hungry for right now. So that's how it is, I get it now. Guan Qi nodded heavily. Su Jujiu understood too. Blinking, she asked, so the way you're saying it, Foam, once we're strong enough to crush anything in our way, we won't have to give a damn about those lousy rules. Exactly. That's the idea. I gave her a satisfied glance. So, little Jiu, you'd better step up your game from here on. How strong I can become in the future depends more than half on how well you, our healer, can keep me alive. I'll definitely work hard. Su Jiujiu clenched her little fist, her face dead serious as she pumped herself up. Guan Qi and I exchanged a look and burst out laughing at the same time. Su Jiujiu didn't get what the two of us were laughing about, but seeing her 2 big brothers so happy, she went along and laughed like a fool too. Bellies full and thirsts quenched, the 3 of us set off once more on the grueling road of dungeon grinding. Since we weren't yet level 10, we could still only enter the Gloomwood. Except this time, I cranked the difficulty straight up to Inferno. The moment we stepped into the dungeon, the maintenance staff immediately reported it up the chain. Inside the dungeon, it was still that same breathtakingly beautiful dense forest. But this time Guan Qi was on full alert. The instant he went in, he activated Ironhide Aegis, then charged headfirst into the woods, flinging his taunt skills around like it was a party. With the lesson from last time, this round we'd stocked up on all kinds of recovery potions, so Guan Qi could throw out his skills without a care in the world. In no time, monsters were swarming densely around him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Minus 4,305 times 4. System alert, slain little green snake. Experience plus 300. System alert, Dark Reaper triggered. Gained 1 constitution. The monsters in Inferno mode had stats a solid 3 times higher than Nightmare mode, and every one of them was level 20. But no matter how tough they were, in the face of my terrifying damage output, they were just 1 arrow away from death. With the experience from the previous run, we were much faster this time. In less than an hour, we'd made our way to the core area again. Along the way, we'd cut down plenty of Lord-tier monsters, so experience came pouring in. Combined with the small monsters cleared along the road, the 3 of us finally hit level 10. Level 10 was a major milestone. Not only did it unlock a new skill slot, but it also let us equip high-grade gear rated up to level 20. Guan Qi was as happy as a kid. He finally donned that green snakeskin armor he'd been pining for, Green Snake King scale armor, and learned the book spiked armor. Su Jiujiu got a big upgrade too. She put on the Minotaur's bracelet and learned the aura skill Fearless Heart, which boosted attack power. As for me, I switched to that epic tier Minotaur's Golden Horn Bow and learned the universal E-rank skill Gale Step. Consumes 20 mana, boosts speed by 40%, lasts 10 seconds. With the new bow, my attack power jumped several hundred points, my attack speed rose by 0.2, and most crucially, I gained a 5% crit rate. Don't underestimate that 5%. My attack speed was now 3, meaning I could fire 3 times a second, and stacked with multi-shot, that was 12 arrows flying at once. Even with the worst luck, I was bound to pop off a crit every few seconds. I opened my stat panel and gave it a scan. Strength 1,075, physical attack 5,635, agility and constitution both a little over 200. After hitting level 10, I dumped all my free points into strength. Right now, what I lacked most was attack power. As for attack speed, as long as I kept reaping agility through Dark Reaper, it would naturally climb bit by bit. Looking at this set of 5 stats, I felt pretty satisfied. With base stats like these, I should already be able to go toe-to-toe with the SSS rank prodigies of my level. And I mean the raw numbers, not counting any gear bonuses. But I also knew that the higher the level went, the more lavish the gear worn by prodigies from the great clans would become, with bonuses that would more than double. so I didn't dare waste a single moment. To catch up to them, to surpass them, I had to rely on Dark Reaper and Reap stats for all I was worth. Closing the panel, I looked up at that towering giant tree at the core and casually glanced at its info. My expression instantly changed. Holy crap, this thing was an Emperor tier boss. I was just about to speak when Guan Chi's booming voice exploded in my ear. HSSSS, holy freaking crap. An Emperor tier boss. It's actually an Emperor tier boss. Good grief, 100 million HP, 5,000 defense. Phone, this thing, can we even kill it? I didn't say a word. My eyes were locked on that string of data. Monster, corrupted ancient tree of life, Emperor tier. Level, 20. HP, 100 million. Attack, 3,000. Defense, 5,000. Skill, Whip. Each root deals 3,500 damage. Skill, Absorb. When HP drops below 30%, recovers 1% HP per second for 20 seconds. Skill, Bind. A cage of branches, restraining the enemy. My first impression was a single word, strong. Not only were its stats strong, but even its skill effects were bumped up more than a notch. 100 million HP was enough to make my scalp tingle just looking at it. But what really gave me a headache was that 5,000 defense. I did the math quickly in my head. My current attack was 5,600, so a hit would only deal 500-something actual damage. Even with my talent active, my passive stacked, plus Su Jojo's 40% attack bonus, my damage per second would top out at around 13,000. 13,000 a second. At that rate, we'd be grinding until the cows came home. Forget it. I shook my head. Old Chi, we can't chew through this boss right now. Let's head out. Rather than burning time here, we'd be better off running the dungeon a few more times to stack up our stats, then come back and deal with it. All right, whatever you say, Feng. Guan Chi didn't argue and retreated right along with me. The moment we exited the dungeon, we immediately selected Inferno mode and dove right back in. We moved so fast that the maintenance staff off to the side didn't even have time to react. We were gone in a flash. Still, out of professional instinct, he reported this too. An hour later, the dungeon's monsters were wiped clean, leaving only that lone Emperor tier ancient tree standing in the center. The three of us had climbed close to level 12. My stats had each risen by around 150 points. Strength broke 1,200 and agility shot up to 400. Converting that, my attack was 6,385 and my attack speed had soared to a frightening 4.8. Combined with the Eye of Insight locking onto weak points, my damage per second could now hit around 250,000. But this Emperor tier ancient tree's defense was just too monstrous. Even 250,000 damage per second smashing into it wasn't nearly enough. I didn't hesitate. Once again I gave up, exited, and dove right back in. Another hour, monsters cleared, and we hit level 13. Stats each rose another 150. Attack 7,100, attack speed 6.3. Looking at these numbers, for the first time a thought sprouted in my mind. The idea of actually going toe-to-toe with this Emperor tier boss. As the saying goes, third time's the charm. This was already the third time I'd stood before this tree. I made up my mind. This time, no matter how much time it took, I would grind it down bit by bit until it was dead. Phone, what's the plan this time? Seeing that I hadn't left yet, Guan Chi came over to ask. I want to give it a shot. I stared at that ancient tree, biting off each word. Guan Chi didn't say another word. He hefted his boning knife and charged right up to the edge of the boss's territory. Phone, let me lock down its aggro first, then you start. The words had barely left his mouth when he flung out a taunt. Swish, 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 crack, crack, crack. The entire space suddenly shook. That 100-meter-tall ancient tree's branches swayed wildly, and countless roots burst up from the earth, lashing down at Guan Chi in an overwhelming wave. Guan Chi immediately launched into that fancy footwork of his. At level 13, wearing the snakeskin armor, with Ironhide Aegis active, plus his talent bonuses, his defense was hard enough to withstand Emperor tier attacks. The only issue was he had to keep chugging potions. But this time I'd stocked up plenty, so no worries there. On my end, Su Jojo had activated her support aura talent and stacked on Fearless Heart. With the talent boost, that 20% attack bonus jumped straight to 40%. I activated the Eye of Insight, and the ancient tree's weak points became crystal clear before my eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Minus 5,880 times 4, weak point crit. Minus 5,880 times 4. Minus 11,760 crit. Minus 5,880 times 4. Minus 11,760 crit. String after string of arrows, like taut lines, nailed precisely into its weak points, with a crit popping out every now and then. My original single-shot damage was 2,100. Hitting a weak point doubled it, and stacking Su Jojo's 40% pushed it up to 5,880. Not counting crits, I fired 6 arrows a second for 141,000 damage per second. As long as Quan Chi could hold aggro the whole time, I could just plant my feet and pour on damage. The ancient tree had 100 million HP, plus that 20 million from healing, totaling 120 million all told. In other words, barring any surprises, I could bring it down in a little over 800 seconds. But would there be any surprises? Absolutely not. For this battle, I prepared far too thoroughly. Aggro was nailed firmly onto Quan Chi, and as long as it couldn't break through his defense, it couldn't lay a single finger on me. Second by second, time slipped away, and the health bar dropped bit by bit, everything unfolding exactly as I'd calculated. When the HP dropped to 30%, that familiar scene arrived. The roots took on a layer of green light, and the health bar shot rapidly back up. Plus 1 million. Plus 1 million. 20 seconds later, its HP had crawled back up to 50 million. Even though I'd been mentally prepared, watching it recover 1 million HP per second, I still couldn't help but curse under my breath. Monstrous, purely designed to mess with your head. But to kill it and drop something good, my hands were practically pulling out after images. 6 shots a second, just picture that. Thankfully, this was a data-driven world. In reality, my arm would have been ruined long ago. What do I mean by data-driven? Simply put, even if your head gets chopped off, as long as your HP hasn't hit 0, you won't die. And so, in that mind-numbingly tedious grind of drawing and firing, the ancient tree's health bar finally bottomed out. Whoosh whoosh. Minus 5,880 times 4. Minus 11,760 crit. With that final crit landing, the Emperor Tier Ancient Tree of Life's HP hit 0. System alert. Slain Emperor Tier Boss. Experience plus 100,000. System alert. Dark Reaper triggered. Gained 1 Constitution. The moment the system alert popped up, a burst of golden light exploded, and a vision surged into my mind, far clearer and more detailed than the one from the nightmare mode run before. The sky tore open a gash several kilometers long, and countless photon-like mysterious substances gushed out from the rift. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color, as if the apocalypse had come. A drop of black fluid, like a bead of ink, fell down, landing squarely inside an ancient tree overflowing with boundless life force. That once verdant, glowing giant tree, the very instant it touched the black fluid, all the life energy in its body dissipated at once. It seemed unwilling to accept its fate, struggling desperately, its branches thrashing wildly, trying to break free from that force's assimilation. But before this higher dimensional energy, it was ultimately powerless. The vision cut off abruptly right there. Staring at that gash torn across the sky, my heart shook violently, and one word surfaced in my mind. So this is an abyss rift? I'd never seen an abyss rift with my own eyes. I'd only read about them in books. 300 years ago, countless abyss rifts had torn open out of thin air all over the world, causing massive mutations in plants and animals, and those mutants grew fiercer one after another. The vision before me matched the records in those books almost exactly. Phone, gold dropped. This is the golden legendary tier, right? Quan Chi's voice yanked me back from my thoughts. He and Su Jojo had already switched into loot sweeping mode, cramming every non-glowing common item straight into their backpacks. Once they'd finished, Quan Chi handed me a legendary tier crystal core along with a glittering golden object. I examined the legendary tier crystal core first. On the surface, it looked no different from an epic tier 1, just a different color. But I knew in my heart that the energy contained within these two was a world apart. Tucking away the crystal core, I shifted my gaze to the other golden object. It turned out to be a seed. Item: Seed of the Ancient Tree of Life, Legendary. Type: Special Item. Description: Condensed from the full essence of the Emperor Tier Ancient Tree of Life, brimming with boundless life force. Used directly, it permanently increases current max HP by 10,000 points. Once per lifetime. Note: As everyone knows, a seed can take root and sprout. A legendary tier seed holds an incredible power. If planted in a special place, you just might get a pleasant surprise. I stared at that line of note, my brain struggling to catch up. A permanent 10,000 HP boost didn't surprise me much. 10,000 HP was just 100 constitution points, and I wasn't short on that. What really left me puzzled was that hint. What did special place mean? And what was this pleasant surprise? A seed playing riddles with me. To solve this riddle, I decided to hold on to it for now and not consume it. Seeing me put away the seed, Su Jujo came over too and handed me 2 items glowing with purple light. I took a look at the first one. Oh, come on, another seed? Item: Seed of the Ancient Tree of Life, Epic. Description: Powerful life force. Consumed, it permanently increases current max HP by 1,000 points. Limited to 3 uses per lifetime. Its function was a full 10 times weaker than the legendary tier, and it didn't have that cryptic note. This, in turn, made me even more fixated on that legendary tier seed. I wonder if that sublimation talent could bump up this seed's quality. I quietly schemed to myself. Once I'd saved up enough crystal cores, I'd definitely run an experiment with it. Next, I looked at the second epic tier item. Explosive Arrow, a skill book, and an A-rank passive at that. Explosive Arrow. After the arrow hits its target, it produces an explosion, dealing additional damage to the target. Holy crap, I couldn't hold back the curse. Good grief, it actually dropped a top-tier divine skill for me. That's right. In any other archer's hands, this thing would at most count as an A-rank skill. But in my hands, this was a nuke wiping the map. First, I had a growth-type talent, so my stats could climb endlessly. Whether this explosion counted as physical or magical, in my hands it would deal damage others couldn't dream of touching. Second, my attack speed was something no other archer could ever catch up to. The higher my agility climbed, the faster my attack speed. The arrows I fired were several times, dozens of times what others could manage, and hundreds of times wasn't even a distant dream. Which meant my explosions could go off in 1 second what would take others a full minute. Hee hee phone, do you like it? Su Jojo was beaming beside me, her eyes curved into crescent moons. My little hands are the ones that scoop this out, you know. I like it, I love it. Little Gio, you're a total lucky charm. I ruffled her hair. So does Feng have a reward for me? She looked at me full of expectation. Tonight, all the barbecue you can eat, plus a bottle of Tricolor Deer's Beast Milk, the big 2-pound bottle. I declared with a grand wave of my hand. Yay, thank you, Feng, you're the best. Su Juju leaped up on the spot. Tricolor Deer's Beast Milk was said to be a rare treat only the wealthy could afford. I'd certainly never tasted it. Rumor had it the tricolor deer was a descendant of the 9-colored deer, and its milk could help awakeners recover HP fast. And the 9-colored deer, that was a legendary tier exotic beast, second only to the mythical divine beasts. This run was an absolute bumper harvest. 2 legendary tier items, plus a pile of superior tier materials. There wasn't much gear, though, a few usable pieces, but sadly they required level 20 to equip. And what satisfied me most, without question, was that explosive arrow book. The only regret was, I couldn't learn it yet. My skill slots were full. I'd have to wait until level 15 to open another one. Ugh, if only I hadn't learned that Gale Step book. I inwardly kicked myself. Having learned my lesson, I set myself a rule. From now on I had to keep 1 skill slot open. Who knew what heaven-sent divine skill might drop next time? Once we'd packed everything up, we exited the dungeon. Killing the Emperor Tier Ancient Tree bumped the 3 of us up to level 14. At this point, leveling up required 700,000 XP, and an Inferno Tier dungeon plus the final boss could yield around 500,000 per run. In other words, 2 more runs, and we'd hit level 15. To learn Explosive Arrow sooner, I made the call. 2 more runs through the Gloomwood on Inferno today. Seeing me so fired up, Guan Chi got pumped too. The three of us transformed once again into monster-grinding maniacs. This time, both my attack and attack speed had climbed a big step. Guan Shi would pull the monsters up front, and before they could even reach him, I'd shoot them dead halfway there. Su Jiujiu, seeing she had no chance to jump in, simply became an automatic scavenger, running all over the forest picking up drops. And the girl never got tired of it. Picking up money, that's my favorite thing in the world. With good luck, she'd even scoop up some valuable materials. Little green snake eyes, venom sacs from deadly poison spiders, fangs from millipede centipedes, stingers from shadow giant scorpions. These couldn't compare to the goods dropped by Lord-tier monsters, but they were all scarce materials for crafting gear. A good piece of gear isn't just about its base stats. It also needs a blacksmith to tack on extra properties. And to add those properties, you need special stat materials. Here's an example. Say a party wants to clear the Gloomwood Forest, which is crawling with poisonous creatures. They'd need poison-resistant gear. But they can't just ditch their signature equipment for a single poison-resistant stat, right? So that's where certain blacksmiths come in. They take the venom sac of a deadly spider and attach a poison resistance property to a piece of gear, or use the stinger of a shadow giant scorpion to add a poison attack property to a weapon. These kinds of stat materials go for a fortune on the market, several times more than ordinary materials. Before long, the three of us were once again standing in front of that Emperor-tier ancient tree. Without a word, Guan Qi raised his blade and swung. -1. His strike couldn't break through its defense. It barely chipped off a sliver of health. Looking at that one, I really wanted to laugh, but I forced it down. Su Jiujiu, on the other hand, wasn't so kind. She let out a pft. She didn't say a single mocking word, but sometimes saying nothing cuts deeper than saying something. Luckily, Guan Qi didn't glance her way. Once I saw the aggro was firmly locked onto Guan Qi, I started dealing damage. Whoosh whoosh. -8,330 times 4, weak point. -16,660, critical hit. My attack power had climbed by nearly 1,000 more points now, and my attack speed was pushing 8 hits per second. Do you know what that means? Even Shimin, the master swordsman, would drop to his knees and beg to be my student. Add in Su Jiujiu's support, and my burst damage against this boss was nudging close to 270,000, spiking straight to 300,000 with a crit. Every run, my improvement was plain as day. This time, in under 10 minutes, I'd taken down this Emperor-tier boss. Too bad my luck wasn't great. Aside from that almost guaranteed legendary tier crystal core, no more seeds dropped. But it did drop a skill book, plus one epic tier piece of gear. And it was the one everyone agrees is the hardest to get, a ring. Ring of Life, epic. Requirement, level 20. Constitution plus 50/Constitution plus 100/HP plus 1000. Endless Vitality, restores 30 HP per second. Miraculous Recovery, when HP drops to 30%, instantly restores 10% of total HP. Cooldown, 60 seconds. As for the skill book, Blizzard, a tier, area damage with a slow effect. Too bad it was a mage skill. None of the three of us could use it. I shook my head, a little regretful, and casually tossed the Ring of Life to Guan Qi. Why toss it? Was I supposed to put it on his finger myself? Slipping a ring onto a big, burly guy? Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. I'm not some weirdo like Nintong. Old Qi, this thing's perfect for you. With this, you can go wild from now on. Guan Qi caught the ring, examined it closely, and lost it right then and there. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. 3 holy craps in a row. I could only imagine just how holy crap he felt inside. Bro, you really are my brother. With a ring this godlier, I feel like I could wear it for the rest of my life. I swear to. His words left me completely speechless. I knew he didn't mean anything by it, but in my past life I'd been steeped in all kinds of dirty jokes, so it was hard not to take that the wrong way. Oh man, HP drops to 30% and instantly refills to 10%. That one property alone lets it wipe the floor with your average legendary gear. Guan Qi couldn't put it down. Never mind everything else. The HP boost alone added 2,500, plus the 150 Constitution converting into 750 defense. And that 30 HP per Second Regan would save who knows how much money on potions. Too bad the skill book that dropped this time is a mage one. Little Gio can't use it, I said, a bit disappointed. It's fine, Fengji. Su Juju shook her head. I've still got a copy of Elvenham tucked away. I'll be able to use it at level 15. Well, good stuff's always worth having. The more the better. I laughed and ruffled her hair again. Let's do one more run, hit level 15, and then we can call it a day. Okay. Guanxi and Su Juju nodded together. After leaving the dungeon, I'd originally wanted to go scout out that new dungeon, the Frozen City. But to reach level 15 as fast as possible, unlock my skill slot, and learn Explosive Arrow, I ended up choosing the familiar Gloomwood Forest. With Explosive Arrow as a group-wide passive, my mob clearing speed would definitely jump to a whole new level. The three of us dove into the dungeon once more. After so many runs, Guanxi could tell you which patches of forest had the densest mobs with his eyes closed. 3 streams of golden light burst out from our bodies. Ha ha ha, level up. I hit level 15. Guanxi laughed out loud. 2 days. Fengji, it only took us 2 days to hit level 15. I bet even those SSS tier folks can't match our speed. At that last line of his, I shook my head. Sure, every dungeon caps by level, so there's no such thing as high levels carrying low levels. But there's always an exception to everything. Take the wilderness, for example. The moment the word wilderness left my mouth, Guanxi fell silent. Just how deep the resources of those great families ran, he knew all too well, so well he didn't even dare think about it. Fengji, Su Juju asked softly, are there really people who'd go to a hellhole like the wilderness just to grind levels? I don't know. I gave her the same answer. But there's always an exception to everything, isn't there? So we can't get complacent. We've always got to keep looking ahead. Seeing Guanxi deflate, I didn't rush to console him. Some things he had to figure out for himself. We all live under the same sky, but the gap between people can be as vast as a mayfly gazing up at the heavens. We had no backing. Every step of the way, we'd trodden carefully, terrified of crossing someone we shouldn't. The road ahead, we could only walk on our own. What belongs to others will always belong to others. Today someone's willing to help you, and it's only because they see you have value, something to gain. If you were just an ordinary nobody, tell me, would they spare you a second glance? Having lived 2 lifetimes, I understood all of this. All right, old Chi, quit overthinking it. I clapped him on the shoulder. My road's only just begun. We walk our path, they walk theirs. As long as we keep moving forward, someday we'll be standing on top of everyone. One ladle of my inspirational soup, and Guanxi immediately perked right up. This guy didn't go for anything else, but he ate this stuff up. Fengji's right. As long as we don't stop, someday we'll definitely surpass all those big shots up on their high horses. Haha, exactly. Keep that mindset. I laughed, then pulled out the Explosive Arrow skill book and used it on the spot. The skill book dissolved into a wisp of green smoke, and a new line appeared in my skill panel. Explosive Arrow, A tier, passive no resource cost. When each arrow lands, it deals 300 plus 120% physical attack, physical damage to everything within a 5-meter radius. Whoa, this damage is insane. Even I hadn't expected those numbers. I'd figured I'd be lucky if the explosion dealt half my attack power. Instead, it was a full 120% physical attack. My attack was already at 8,500 now, so even without activating my talent, the damage was beyond imagination. Factoring in 9 attack speed, the 3 extra arrows from multi-shot, and stacking on Explosive Arrow's 1.2 times explosion, by my rough math, I could deal a full 370,000 damage per second. And if I added Su Juju's 40% boost plus my talent doubling weak point damage, burst damage per second would break 1,000,000. 1,000,000. Burst DPS. Holy hell. Even I was stunned by my own numbers. You don't realize until you crunch the numbers, and then it scares you half to death. This whole time grinding mobs, I'd been one-shotting everything. Even Inferno tier Lord bosses couldn't last more than a few seconds against me. Earlier I'd been stumped by that Emperor tier boss's ridiculous defense, so I'd assumed my attack just wasn't high enough. It was only now that I got a truly clear picture of my own damage output. Thinking of that ancient tree with its 5,000 defense, a flash of inspiration hit me. and I suddenly remembered something from the games of my past life. True damage. How did I forget about that? I thought to myself, secretly alarmed. The question is whether this world has true damage skills. If it does, then next time I run into a high defense boss, I'll never be at a loss again. I filed this thought away firmly in my mind. Tonight, I had to dig around the trading network. No matter how expensive that kind of skill book was, I'd grit my teeth and buy it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. Arrows shot out from my hand in a frenzy, accompanied by wave after wave of earth-shattering explosions. Right after, a scene unfolded that left Guan Xi and Su Jiuzhou slack-jawed. The system notifications on their stat panels were scrolling by like crazy. Killed common monster green snakeling. EXP plus 300. Killed common monster deadly spider. EXP plus 300. Killed common monster venomous centipede. EXP plus 300. Killed common monster thousand-leg centipede. EXP plus 300. Those notifications were literally flooding down like a waterfall. This. Fengji, I'm begging you, turn it off. Guan Xi couldn't help shouting. At this point, why would I even need to know where the mobs were? I could just close my eyes and fire in every direction. Explosive Arrows Blast was enough to one-shot every common monster, and even a Lord tier would drop dead on the spot after one round of bombardment. Fengji, at this rate, I feel completely useless. Guan Xi cried again. A few minutes ago, he could still pull mobs all over the field with his taunts. A few minutes later, all he could do was stand off to the side and watch the show. He felt like his life had lost all meaning, everything gone dark before his eyes. How could that be? I said with a laugh as I kept firing. When it's time to fight the boss, I'll still be counting on you, my ace card. These small fries don't even deserve to have you step up, right? Huh? I'm the ace card. My words left Guan Xi dumbstruck. Aren't you? I shot back. He mulled it over, then nodded solemnly. When you put it that way. Yeah, sounds about right. The ace always saves his big entrance for last. I have to say, this guy is a master of self-hypnosis. I didn't even need to feed him more pep talk. He talked himself into it. Before long, he joined the scavenger squad alongside Su Jiuzhou. As for me, 9 arrows a second, red light glinting in my eyes. I'd gone completely berserk, transformed into a soulless humanoid harvesting machine. Killed common monster greenskin stone man EXP plus 300. Dark Reaper triggered. Gain 1 strength. Killed common monster deadly spider. EXP plus 300. Dark Reaper triggered. Gained 1 agility. Killed common monster green snakeling. EXP plus 300. Dark Reaper triggered. Gained 1 strength. Awesome. This is how an archer's supposed to play. My heart was singing with satisfaction, and out of the corner of my eye I kept watching my 5 stats skyrocket. We plowed straight through, reaching the core zone in under 20 minutes. Keep in mind, back when we relied on Guan Xi to pull mobs, a single run took at least an hour. By now, my attack had climbed to around 9,000. Adding my talent, my passive, and Su Jiuzhou's support layered on top, my burst DPS against the Emperor tier Ancient Tree was already nearing 500,000. By my rough count, gazing up at that towering giant tree, I no longer felt that old sense of helplessness. In its place was the sheer satisfaction of, I'm going to grind you into dust. You've got to be kidding me. With 500,000 burst DPS, even if this Emperor tier Ancient Tree had a billion HP, it'd be nothing more than an oversized health bar in front of me. There's an old saying, fortunes rise and fall over 30 years. But for me, it had become fortunes rise and fall over 3 hours, from the first time I laid eyes on this tree until now. Hadn't only about 3 hours passed? Guan Xi had finally gotten his chance to shine. He raised his blade and charged straight at the ancient tree. Come hit me, he flung out a taunt. Swish, 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 thwack, thwack, thwack. Branches tore through the air, lashing down at him savagely. Guan Xi cut a sharp 90-degree turn, muttering nonstop. Come on, hit me, dodge. Dodge. Huh, you just can't touch me. He clowned around up front while I dealt damage from behind. Minus 8,000, times 4, weak point. Minus 16,000, critical hit. Minus 9,600, explosive arrow. Minus 19,200, explosive arrow critical hit. Watching those numbers pop up, especially that explosive arrow crit, I froze for a second. I hadn't expected crits to apply to Explosive Arrow 2. Looks like I'll need to hunt down more gear with crit stats going forward. Ideally stack crit to a full 100%. Then my damage could jump up another whole tier. As I fired, I was already planning out my build. 500,000 burst DPS. Even without crits, that ancient tree, with its absurd 100 million HP, wouldn't hold up more than a few minutes. For minutes tops, and it'd go down. But the instant its HP dropped to 30%, something unexpected happened. On top of that old mechanic where it heals 1% per second, it actually went berserk too. Its attack power instantly doubled, and even the frequency of its root lashings suddenly sped up. That gave me a scare. I immediately roared at Guan Xi. "Old Xi, it's gone berserk. Run." Then I shouted at Su Jiujiu. "Little Jiu? Shield old Xi quick. Keep your eyes glued to his HP." This sudden turn threw my rhythm off completely. Guan Xi, out on the field, also sensed something was off with the ancient tree. The pressure spiked, and, spooked, he hurriedly activated his absolute defense talent. That's right, up until now he hadn't even activated his talent. He dared to go provoke this Emperor tier boss relying on nothing but a single iron armor blessing. When an Emperor tier monster doubles its attack, that's not just some plus or minus tweak to the numbers, it's a data level curb stomp. I had zero confidence, no idea whether Guan Xi could take it. While I kept up my assault, I rapidly ran the numbers in my head. Guan Xi at level 15 had base stats of 220. He dumped everything into Constitution, so that'd be 430, converting to 2,150 physical defense. Add 200 defense from his snakeskin armor for a total of 2,350, with HP around 4,500. And if he activated his talent plus iron armor blessing, his physical defense would top a full 7,000. Damn, when did old Xi rack up defense this high? Even I hadn't expected it. This guy's defense was actually higher than his HP. That's just ridiculous. Damn it, that scared me for nothing. Sure enough, with his talent on, Guan Xi tanked the ancient tree's berserk beating without breaking a sweat. Ha. Can't break my defense, huh? He propped his hands on his hips and hacked away at the tree's trunk. -1, -1, -1. Low on actual damage, sky high on insult. Whether or not it was those 1s that ticked it off, the ancient tree grew even more enraged. The whole tree shook non-stop, and even the ground began to tremble. Watching this from not too far away, my brow suddenly furrowed. It seemed like I'd just noticed something. Could it be this boss has a hidden mechanic? As long as it feels humiliated, it flies into a berserk rage. Whatever. Kill it first, worry later. With aggro nailed firmly onto Guan Xi, my arrows rained down on its weak points like a storm. Before long, its health bar was emptied. In the instant the ancient tree toppled, I could almost feel the resentment welling up from deep within it. Clatter, clatter. A huge pile of precious materials burst out, the riot of colors nearly blinding Guan Xi. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. It dropped gold. And 5 of them. We're rich. We're seriously loaded now. In front of 5 legendary tier items, everything purple tier and below paled to nothing. It's not that epic tier is bad. It's just that when there are pearls and jade right in front of you, everything else dims. And this, in front of you, was quite literally right there before our eyes. Huh? Why is there a gold chest too? Guan Xi suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise. The moment Su Jiujiu and I heard that, we hurried over. Sure enough, amid that pile of materials sat a glittering gold chest, standing out sharply. That gold chest just sat there, and the 3 of us instantly locked our eyes onto it. Soon, a line of text surfaced before us. Chest of the Tree of Life. Description: rumor has it that killing an Emperor tier or higher monster has an extremely small chance of dropping a treasure chest. This chest seems to hold the true treasure of the Tree of Life. Upon opening, you are guaranteed 3 epic tier items, a 50% chance of 1 legendary tier item, and a 1% chance of a mythic tier item. SSS. Guan Xi sucked in a sharp breath. Honestly, forget him. Even my heart, which had lived through 2 lifetimes, was starting to race. Mythic tier? Bro, we're only level 15. We're rookies who just awakened not long ago, haven't even hit our first advancement, and we're already brushing up against a mythic tier item. Guan Xi's voice was actually trembling. I drew a deep breath and forced down the surge of excitement in my chest, then turned to look at Su Jujio. Little Gio, you've got the luckiest hands. You open this chest. I made the call on the spot. No matter what comes out, if it's something one of the three of us can use, it goes to that person. I agree, Guanxi nodded. Fengji, am I really up for this? Su Jujio was both thrilled and nervous. Thrilled that I trusted her this much. Nervous because, if she opened something useless, she was afraid she'd let my trust down. Seeing how gingerly she was acting, I quickly spoke up. It's fine, just relax. Even if it's a useless piece of junk, no big deal. It's all for fun anyway. This chest is a free surprise to begin with, so even if it's just the guaranteed minimum, I won't blame you. Thanks, Fengji. With those words, Su Jujio finally let out a breath, stepped up to the chest, and reached out both hands. Click, a crisp sound, and the lid slowly lifted. A dazzling red light suddenly burst out from inside the chest. Holy crap! Red. It's red. Guanxi shot to his feet. The instant that red light appeared, even my mind, tempered across 2 lifetimes, had my breathing turning rapid. A mythic tier item. The absolute top of every item tier. You have to understand, in all of Xia Nation, there aren't more than a handful of mythic tier things. And now, one was lying right there before my eyes, alive and real. The chest opened fully. Inside was neither gear nor material, but a crystal as black as ink, just lying there quietly. This thing, Guanxi rubbed his chin, brows knitting. It looks kind of like that drop of black liquid we saw in the vision earlier. Except the one that fell from the crack was liquid, and this is a crystal. It does look similar, I nodded. But just what the relationship between the two was, I couldn't say for the moment. Soon, its information popped up. Origin Crystal of the Abyss. Description: condensed over countless years from the energy of the Abyss, containing terrifyingly immense power. If used to forge a weapon, that weapon would become a one-of-a-kind existence. This. For once, I couldn't find the words to describe it. Its value absolutely surpassed a mythic tier piece of gear, because it was the core material for forging a signature weapon. Just how amazing is a signature weapon? I don't know, but I'd read about it in books. Above mythic tier weapons, there's another thing called a signature weapon. It's forged from extremely precious materials, and every single one of its properties fits its owner's class like a glove. The most brutal part: once bound, it can never be traded and never dropped. As for how to forge one, the books didn't say, but history records it in black and white. Over 300 years, in the entire world, only 3 signature weapons have ever appeared. 3. So you tell me, is this thing precious or what? Fengji, this thing's perfect for you, Guanxi said, looking at me. If you use it to forge a signature weapon, the boost to you would be off the charts. That's right, Fengji. Out of the 3 of us, you're the only one who could use its full power, Su Jujio chimed in quickly. I didn't refuse. I really was in desperate need of a weapon I could rely on. If that weapon could carry a true damage property, it would be an absolute game changer for me. Honestly, Guanxi said, grinning at Su Jujio. Little Gio really is our little lucky charm. Even a 1% chance and she still cracks it open. And something as precious as a mythic tier item, no less. Su Jujio propped her hands on her hips smugly. Of course. Who do you think you're dealing with? Let's see if you still dare to bully me from now on. I wouldn't dare. Guanxi immediately caved. From now on, Brother Qi's counting on you, Sister Gio, to bring in the fortune. That's more like it. Listening to these 2 goofballs playing off each other, I just kept shaking my head. Teenagers full of themselves sure make for a lot of laughs. I stashed the Origin Crystal of the Abyss into my pack, then turned my gaze to the remaining 5 orbs of golden light. Precious as the crystal was, I wouldn't be able to use it anytime soon. These 5 legendary tier items were the real main event right now. Little Gio, you open them again, I said, looking at her once more. Right now, Su Jujio had basically become our squad's #1 lucky charm. Guanxi rubbed his hands together, edging over eagerly. Yes, Little Gio, be sure to open a usable legendary tier piece for your brother Qi. Whether I take off or not is all on you. Just you watch. Having just cracked open a mythic tier item, Su Jiujiu was brimming with confidence. Worst case, it'd still be a legendary tier item. With a guaranteed floor, what was there to be afraid of? Oh right, here's a bit of inside knowledge. Whether it's some rule of this world or what, epic tier items dropped by Monarch tier or higher bosses have to be opened one at a time. They won't all reveal themselves at once. But there's an upside to this too. Take those world bosses out in the wilderness that anyone can fight. Others can't see what you dropped, which cuts down on a lot of the killings that happen over people fighting for loot. Of course, that doesn't apply to those dead set on murdering for treasure. That crowd doesn't care what you dropped. As long as it's valuable, they'll kill you and take it. A flash of golden light, and the orb in Su Jiujiu's hands turned into a book with a gold cover. Immortal Golden Body. A skill book, and one exclusive to the Shield Armor class. Immortal Golden Body, SS tier once activated, grants immunity to all damage for the next 3 seconds. Duration increases with level, up to a maximum of 10 seconds. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Guan Shi stared at the book, practically ready to kowtow to Su Jiujiu on the spot. An SS tier skill, and a damn invincibility skill at that. I've been in dire need of a skill, and here it is. At level 15, Guan Shi had no skills to learn at all, because there simply weren't any. Little Jiu, you really are our little lucky charm. Obviously, Su Jiujiu said, chin tilted up so high it was nearly touching the sky, like a proud little swan. So from now on, whenever you've got good food or drink, I get first dibs. Deal. Just food and drink, right? From now on, Brother Chi's got it all covered. Guan Shi thumped his chest with a resounding pound. That's more like it. Su Jiujiu handed the book to Guan Shi, then scooped up the second orb of light. The glow faded, transforming into a mage robe. Cloth armor. Life's Mystic Radiance robe, legendary, Life Mystic Radiance set. Requirement, level 20. HP plus 2000/Constitution, plus 200/Spirit, plus 200/Physical Defense, plus 1000. Calm Focus. Restores 1% of current maximum mana per second. Wind of Revival. Cast group healing within a 50-meter radius, restoring 1000 plus 10% of max HP to allies per second for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Set 2/6, HP plus 1000. Set 4/6, HP plus 3000. Physical Defense plus 1000. Set 6/6, HP plus 5000. Skill cooldown reduction 20%. Healing Aura. Restores 1% of own max HP per second. Fengji this robe. Su Jiujiu stared at the stats, utterly dumbstruck. It was too outrageous, especially that group heal, and it was a set item, too. Guan Shi and I leaned in for a look and blurted out in unison, holy crap. Can't help it. We haven't read many books, so that's the only word to capture the shock in our hearts. Oh man, this robe's stats are absolutely off the charts, and it's a set piece. Guan Shi hollered, clutching his head. I was pretty rattled myself. Every set property piled onto HP. No wonder it's called a life set. Old Chi's right. This robe was practically tailor-made for Little Jiu. With it, your survivability jumps several levels at once, I said. The key is that group heal, Guan Shi nodded. If it can stack with Little Jiu's talent, she could wear this one piece for the rest of her life. I agreed. 10% of current maximum HP, that's a scaling property. From now on, as long as nothing better comes along, wearing it for life is never a loss. Legendary tier gear, regardless of level requirement, never goes out of date. Su Jiujiu beamed at that. She finally had a legendary tier piece, and one of the most crucial armor pieces for the support class no less. Carefully tucking away the robe, she set her sights on the remaining 3 orbs of light, planning to open them all while she was on a hot streak, muttering nonstop. I've got to open something usable for Fengji. For me, open. The 3 golden orbs gradually dimmed, and moments later they transformed into 3 items. Life's Resilient Battle Armor, Life's Mystic Radiance Gauntlets, and Life's Azure Feather Light Armor. Fengji, these 3 all seem to be life sets. Su Jiujiu laid out all the stats. Metal Armor, Life's Resilient Battle Armor, Legendary, Life Resilience Set. Requirement, level 20. HP plus 2000/Constitution, plus 200 slash defense, plus 500 slash all elemental resistance plus 50. Life unending. Restores 1% of current maximum HP per second. Lifeguard. When HP drops to 30%, automatically forms a shield equal to 30% of max HP, can be broken, lasting 40 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Set 6/6. All damage taken minus 20%. Physical defense plus 1000. HP plus 5000. Leather armor. Life's Azure Feather Light Armor. Legendary. Life Azure Feather Set. Requirement. Level 20. HP plus 2000 slash Constitution plus 200 slash Agility plus 200 slash Defense plus 500. Wings of Life. Consumes 10% of current maximum HP to manifest a pair of Azure Feather Wings for aerial flight, increasing movement speed by 300% for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes, up to 3 charges stored. Sky-Filling Feathers. Cast after activating Wings of Life. The wings transform into a sky full of feather blades, dealing 1000 plus 50% of max HP, damage to all enemies within 50 meters. Set June 6th. Feathered Ascension. Body turns elemental, reducing all damage taken by 50%, immune to all crowd control. Each attack deals an extra 10% of max HP as damage, lasting 20 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. As for those Mystic Radiance gauntlets, their stats were pretty similar to the Mystic Radiance robe. After all, they were part of the same set. Holy cow, Mystic Radiance, Resilience, Azure Feather, 3 legendary tier sets. Did we just place a wholesale order? Guan Qi smacked his lips. At this rate, in just a few runs, we'll have all 3 sets complete. Of course, we've still got to thank our little Geo for that. Humph. Su Juju let out a smug little snort. Her face as full of pride as could be. I looked at these 4 legendary tier items before me. I gave the Resilient Battle Armor to Guan Qi, the Mystic Radiance Gauntlets and Robe went to Su Juju, and the Azure Feather Light Armor I kept for myself. Every single property on these 3 sets was ridiculously overpowered, and all of them were scaling. Especially my Azure Feather set. It was practically a garment cut and sewn specifically for an archer. Wings of Life. It let me fly through the sky. From now on, I'd be a genuine, honest-to-goodness bomber. And then there was that ultimate set property, Feathered Ascension. Immunity to all crowd control. That meant that from now on, even if I ran into a whole team of control-heavy opponents, I could still stand my ground and deal damage in peace. Sure, it only lasted 20 seconds, but at the rate I was growing, 20 seconds was plenty to turn an entire battle around. As for that scaling, 10% of current maximum HP as Wind Element Attack property. Right now my HP was only a bit over 9,000, so that 10% was just a few hundred points, no match for my physical attack. But once my HP broke 10,000, then 20,000, at a Constitution to HP ratio of 110, 1,000 Constitution means 10,000 HP. This property would bear its fangs sooner or later. The more I thought about it, the more I loved this set of gear. I made up my mind. For the next few days, I'd hammer away at this dungeon and get all 3 sets complete. And there was one more thing I had to verify, a hunch I'd been sitting on. If it really played out like I predicted, then the speed at which we completed the sets would double, and we might even drop a few more treasure chests. What hunch? Triggering the boss's hidden mechanic. I'd already figured out the Tree of Life's hidden mechanic. It was all about provoking it into a berserk rage. As for how to provoke it, that was where Guan Qi came in. After all, this guy's smart mouth was sure to work every single time. After splitting up the loot, we didn't linger in the dungeon and headed out right away. Today had truly been a full day. Our very first run through this dungeon, and we'd already scored such a huge haul. Rich overnight. 2 days ago, we were dirt poor, broke to the bone. Today, just the cash on us, not even counting all the gear and materials, already made us multimillionaires. With 16 million in our pockets, we could stand a little taller wherever we went. As we came out of the Gloomwood Forest, the maintenance staffer not far off took one hard look at us, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Holy crap, level 15? They hit level 15 already. I remember when they first walked in this morning, they were only around level 6, weren't they? And in just one day, no, in just 8 hours, They went from level 6 to level 15? 8 hours, 9 levels up. Monsters. They're absolute monsters. Without letting anything show on his face, he quietly reported the news to his superiors. This guy had worked here for decades and had seen more awakened ones than he could count, but this was the first time he'd seen someone climb 9 levels in a single day. Forget 9, even 5 was a rare sight. There may be plenty of monsters in a dungeon, but the experience they give is far less than what you'd get out in the wilderness, because dungeons have a rule protecting newbies. The moment you're in danger, you can pull out immediately. That's what they call gains and losses. Safety and growth, you can only pick one. It's her. Suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of a big-shot figure from Kanglan No. 1 High School, then quickly looked away, not bothering to spare her another glance. That kind of proud, heaven-blessed girl, I wanted nothing to do with. Get tangled up with her, and it'd be nothing but unnecessary trouble. That's right, it was Su Qingxue. Beside her walked a white-haired lowly with twin pigtails, a lollipop in her mouth, propping up a massive golden hammer taller than she was. Her right foot rested on the hammerhead, and even sitting on the ground, that hammerhead nearly reached her knee. Judging by what little experience I had from my past life, this kind of white-haired lowly was clearly not someone to mess with. What lowly hauls a giant hammer around the streets? Perhaps sensing my gaze, Su Qingxue turned to look over. Seeing it was the three of us, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. She hadn't expected to run into us here. As for yesterday's newbie trial, the three of us had certainly given her quite a headache. That unreachable 12 minutes 43 seconds inferno clear had smashed her proud heart to pieces. Luckily, last night Su Muyang had taken her to see Principal Wu, and by sheer force pushed her talent up from SS tier to SSS tier, which was what got her back on her feet. Actually, when Su Muyang came to Kanglan City 2 days ago, it wasn't that just passing through he'd claimed it all. He'd come specifically for Su Qingxue, for Principal Wu, and for that deal with the Su family. He was a core member of the Su family, an SSS tier talent, ranked high enough to be let in on this secret. It was precisely because a variable like me had popped up at Kanglan No. 1 High that he feared Principal Wu might give the final talent boost opportunity to me, which was why he rushed to press Principal Wu into cashing it in early. As for Principal Wu, he'd never had any intention of welching on that debt. This opportunity was going to Su Qingxue sooner or later anyway. Give it early or give it late, it was still given, so he might as well boost her from the start, let her run faster. That was a good thing for Kanglan No. 1 High too. Today, Su Qingxue, now bumped up to SSS tier, had brought a cousin from the family along to run dungeons, and on her way out she'd bumped into us again. But when she swept her detection over our levels, she froze on the spot. Level 15? How is that possible? Detection is an innate ability every awakened one has, capable of revealing the full information of monsters, items, and materials. But used on another awakened one, it can only see their level, not their 5 stats or talent, unless they've got gear equipped, in which case detection can see the gear. To dig up someone's full details, you need a special detection item, and even that only works on those at your level or below. Cousin, what's wrong? The white-haired lowly, Su Qingyao, sensed something off about her and asked. It's nothing. Su Qingxue shook her head. Su Qingyao and Su Qingxue were both heaven-blessed girls of this generation of the Su family, both of direct line blood. The Su family had a prior agreement with Principal Wu. Su Qingxue was to bring in a good college entrance score for Kanglan No. 1 High. To help her run faster, the Su family had simply sent Su Qingyao to Kanglan City to lend a hand, so the two sisters could grow together. After all, both being direct line, the family's heavy burdens would fall on their shoulders sooner or later. Su Qingyao had an SS tier talent and golden battle armor. This talent was very much like Su Muyang's. Su Muyang had the SSS tier golden battle soul. One was armor, the other soul, but the two took completely different paths. Su Qingyao went the shield armor route, while Su Muyang went the warrior branch of shield armor. Being armor, hers naturally focused on defense. Being soul, his could send attack power soaring, a fiercely aggressive talent. Cousin, at the rate the two of us are going, one more run of hard mode Gloomwood Forest, and we'll hit level 10, Su Qingyao said, her face full of excitement. Once we hit 10 and learn Tiger's Roar, Dragon's Cry, we can head into nightmare mode. Pair that with my mountain-shattering hammer, and clearing nightmare mode will be a sure thing. Tiger's roar, dragon's cry, A tier intimidates monsters, drastically reducing their attack power. That mountain-shattering hammer, though only a level 1 epic, had been custom forged for her by a blacksmith the Su family specially commissioned. On top of its base attack, it carried a monstrous property. Each hit stacks an extra layer of armor break on the target, reducing defense by 5%, up to 5 layers. And note, that's a 5% reduction, cutting magic defense along with it. Even a legendary tier boss, after taking 5 hits, would see a quarter of its defense stripped away. It was precisely thanks to this hammer that Su Qingxue had been able to climb close to level 10 so quickly. Once Su Qingyao hit level 10 and learned Tiger's Roar, Dragon's Cry, weapon-cutting defense, skill-slashing attack, defense down and attack down together. That setup was something Guan Qi could only dream of. I have to admit, people who come out of great families reach for a skill book and it's A tier, reach for a weapon and it's an epic tier piece custom forged by a blacksmith. And us three? We drop a single D tier skill book and we're thrilled for half a day, practically ready to kowtow to the heavens in gratitude. Meanwhile, I bundled up all my green rare tier materials and sold them to Wanbao Pavilion before heading back to the rental. I took a shower to wash off the day's exhaustion, then called up Guan Qi and Su Juju to go grab some barbecue. Same place as before. The owner knew the three of us were Kanglan #1 high seed candidates, so he didn't make us wait in line. He took us straight through a special channel. Su Juju also finally got to drink that legendary tricolored deer beast milk that only the rich can afford. Burp. She let out a satisfied belch and slumped back in her chair. Fengji, this tricolored deer milk tastes no different from regular beast milk. Why is it so expensive? That's a long story. There's a lot going on behind it, I said, swallowing a bite of grilled meat. Put simply, it's just hype. Hype? What do you mean? Su Juju didn't get it. Even Guan Qi, who'd been chowing down beside us, looked up. Legend says the tricolored deer is a descendant of the 9-colored deer, but whether that's true, only the milk sellers know for sure, I said, leaning back into my chair. To move that milk, the sellers cook up a gimmick and hype it to death, going as upscale as possible, flying the banner of the 9-colored deer while selling tricolored deer milk. And believe it or not, that crowd of rich folks eats it right up. I really didn't get it. This is an extraordinary world. After all, whether the milk actually does anything, wouldn't one sip tell you? Yet that rich crowd all keeps their mouths shut about it. And so, over time, the reputation of tricolored deer milk equals exclusive to the rich spread. The rich don't talk, the poor can't get their hands on it. And just like that, a legend is born. There is one thing about the sellers I do respect, though. They don't fleece the poor. They only make their money off the rich. So that's how it is. Guan Qi immediately slapped a label on that rich crowd. Looks like these people really do have more money than sense. Fengji, since the rich are such easy money, should we make a business of catering to the rich from now on too? Su Juju's eyes lit up. Let's talk about it down the road. I shook my head, but I didn't rule it out entirely either. Full and satisfied, the three of us got up and left. This time the owner just glanced at us and didn't fuss over us any further, because he'd noticed several people had been secretly watching our direction the whole time, as if protecting us. After a whole day of hustling, back in bed, I casually pulled up my own stat panel. Name, Qin Feng Class. Archer Level, LV 15, 171, 350/800, 000. Talent 1, Eye of Insight, D. Talent 2, Sublimation, Undetectable. Signature Skill, Godslayer Tier, Passive Dark Reaper. Skills, Multi-Shot, D. Passive, Gale Step, E. Active, Explosive Arrow, A. Passive. HP 9430 Mana, 8650 Physical Attack, 9010 Magic Attack, 4115 Attack, Speed, 9.6 Physical Defense, 4665 Magic Defense, 4375. Strength 1750, Intelligence 821, Agility 920, Constitution 933, Spirit 875. Looking at this panel, my grin nearly stretched from ear to ear. And this was just the data with 2 pieces of gear equipped. By the time I hit level 20, I couldn't even imagine how monstrous I'd become. You said I farmed so many bosses and so many mobs in the Gloomwood Forest, so how come not a single piece of gear I could actually wear ever dropped? Well, it's because right off the bat I jumped straight into Nightmare mode. In there, all the Overlord bosses are level 20, and the trash mobs don't drop gear at all, only materials. A level 20 Overlord naturally only drops level 20 exquisite grade gear, and with my level 15 body, there's no way I could equip that stuff. With my stats, I've probably already left the same level SSS tier prodigies eating my dust, I muttered to myself. Then I opened my backpack and looked at the pile of crystal cores I'd stacked up today, and man, I felt great. 2 legendary, 1 epic, over 100 exquisite, and nearly 1,000 rare. I pulled out a single rare-grade crystal core. Time for an experiment. Without hesitation, I used sublimation on it directly. A line of text only I could see popped up before my eyes. Consume 10 rare-grade crystal cores to upgrade to exquisite grade. A 10-to-1 ratio. I frowned and didn't rush to tap it. First, I hopped onto the trade network to check the going rates. Rare grade crystal core, 20,000 star coins. Exquisite grade crystal core, 500,000. Epic grade crystal core, 8 million. Legendary grade crystal core, 150 million. Mythic grade crystal core, 5 billion. Staring at that long string of zeros, I took a deep breath. Never thought I'd become a billionaire without even realizing it. Epic grade and above cores were absurdly expensive, but I wasn't planning to sell a single one. I didn't even have enough for myself. Since low-tier cores could be upgraded, then, I immediately pulled out an exquisite one and gave it a shot. Sure enough, still 10-to-1. I tried an epic one too, still 10-to-1. Haha, hee, ha. I started with a low chuckle and worked my way up to full-blown wild laughter. That laugh felt like coughing up years of bottled-up frustration all at once. In that moment, my whole body felt loose and easy, and even the tension deep in my chest melted away. Guan Shi, next door, heard the laughter and thought about coming over to check, but after mulling it over for a while, he stayed put. He'd long guessed that Brother Feng was carrying some big secret, so he knew better than to butt in. So that means, as long as I've got enough low-tier cores, I can grind my way up to even a mythic-grade core all by myself. I stopped laughing and murmured to myself. Since cores could be upgraded, there was no rush there. What I was really lacking right now was attack power. But the most direct way to boost attack was to swap gear, and wouldn't you know it, my level wasn't high enough to wear the good stuff. So even upgrading the gear's grade would be pointless. And the stats for my talent? I didn't think much of them. Even worse, if I suddenly cranked my talent up to A tier or S tier, that'd be way too shocking. Anybody with eyes could tell I was hiding something big. So my D tier Eye of Insight, which spots weaknesses and doubles damage, was plenty for me. What really backed up my growth had never been this talent. It was the Dark Reaper and Sublimation. And Sublimation happened to be undetectable. As long as I didn't say it out loud, nobody could ever find out. Once I had that figured out, I activated Sublimation again, this time targeting Multi-Shot. Consume 2 epic-grade crystal cores to upgrade. After upgrade, C tier, plus 4 extra arrows per attack. I didn't have enough epic cores, so first I swapped 10 exquisite ones for a single epic. Except leveling up needs a base to work with, so it actually cost me 11 exquisite cores to scrape together 1 epic. Upgrade. 2 epic-grade crystal cores dissolved into purple light, and Multi-Shot jumped from D to C. Not satisfied, I kept going. Consume 5 epic-grade crystal cores. After upgrade, B tier, plus 5 extra arrows per attack. Upgrade. Another 55 exquisite cores traded for 5 epic ones. Dumped it all in, Multi-Shot, B tier. 6 arrows per basic attack, that'll do for now. Satisfied, I shifted my gaze to Explosive Arrow. Consume 1 legendary grade crystal core to upgrade. After upgrade, S tier, deals 500 plus 200% physical attack physical damage to all enemies within a 10-meter radius of the arrow. Upgrade hit it hard. My eyes were practically bloodshot. 1 legendary grade crystal core dissolved, and I finally had the first S-tier skill of my life, and a passive one at that. You've got to understand, a single F-tier passive skill book is worth tens of millions, and an S-tier one is something you wouldn't even dare dream about. Explosive Arrow, S tier. Passive. Each arrow deals 500 plus 200% physical attack physical damage to all enemy targets within a 10-meter radius. Man, S tier really is something else. The blast radius doubled to 10 meters, damage jumped 80%, and the best part is, I don't even need to hit the target for it to explode. Now I'm a real bomber. Since both skills are upgraded, I might as well upgrade Gale Step while I'm at it. Honestly, I'd regretted learning it for a while. Only plus 20% movement speed, pretty pathetic. Consume 1 rare grade crystal core to upgrade. After upgrade, E tier, plus 40% movement speed. Sure enough, F tier active skills were way cheaper than passives. Multishot's first upgrade needed an exquisite core, but Gale Step only needed a rare one, a whole tier lower. Still, they came from the same daddy, so I wasn't gonna play favorites. I just kept cranking it up. Rare, rare, exquisite. All the way up to B tier before it finally asked for an exquisite core. But I still wasn't satisfied. Consume 1 epic grade crystal core to upgrade. After upgrade, S tier, plus 200% movement speed, brief flight ability. Now that's more like it. S tier Gale Step, and it can fly. Anything less than double the speed, and I couldn't even be bothered to look. Another 11 exquisite cores swapped for an epic, dumped it in. Hurricane Step, S tier. Active consumes 200 mana, plus 200% movement speed, grants flight, lasts 20 seconds, 40-second cooldown. 1 upgrade, and even the name changed. No lie, with this thing, I can pull off all kinds of tricks in a fight, and my survivability shot way up too. Not bad. I nodded, satisfied. In one go, I'd burned through 80% of my crystal cores and walked away with a B-tier passive multi-shot, an S-tier passive explosive arrow, and an S-tier active, Hurricane Step. Cores, oh cores, still not enough. I couldn't help but sigh. Transcendents really do spend money like water. I clicked a few skills, and my wallet was already scraping the bottom. It's not like I hadn't thought about it. Synthesize low-tier cores into high-tier ones, sell those, then buy more low-tier ones, and keep that cycle rolling. But right now I was only level 15, a nobody with no backing and no real strength. If somebody with bad intentions set their sights on me, I'd probably die without ever knowing how. So a little hardship in the early days was no big deal. Play it safe, all the way. Once I had the power to protect myself, none of this would be an issue. With the skills upgraded, my damage output climbed another notch. Content, I closed my eyes and got a good night's sleep. Early the next morning, Guan Chi went out and bought breakfast. Even though we were worth tens of millions now, the habits we'd built over more than a decade weren't knocked loose by this sudden windfall. Being rich doesn't mean you have to eat fancy, live large, or dress flashy. It means you've got a cushion in your heart, so you don't panic when trouble comes. After a quick wash-up, the three of us gathered around for breakfast like always. Brother Foam, we heading back into that Gloomwood forest today? Guan Chi asked. Yeah, I nodded. We know that dungeon inside and out, and those legendary life sets are a huge boost for us. Especially for you and Little Nine, it's downright terrifying. Once we collect all 6 pieces, that set bonus is game-breaking. Guan Chi's eyes lit up scary bright. Right? My tenacity set gives all element resistance, crowd control resistance, plus that 20% damage reduction, and stacked on top of my talent's 30% damage reduction. That's a 50% damage reduction. I can't even imagine how tanky I'll be someday. Yeah. And I've already got 2 pieces of the Mystic Light set. Su Jojo chimed in eagerly. Once I collect all 6, not only do I get 20% cooldown reduction, I also auto-regen 1% max HP per second, and paired with the robe's 1% max mana per second, I'll never have to chug recovery potions again. That'll save a ton of money. Seeing how happy she looked, an inexplicable pang of bitterness rose in my chest. We were carrying 16 million on us, and if we sold all our materials it'd easily be over 100 million. Yet in Little Nine's heart, she was still fixated on saving a little potion money. Recovery potions are the most ordinary thing around, and even the high-level ones aren't that pricey. I agreed with what she said, but still it hurt. It's fine, Little Nine, I said, looking at her. We're rich now. Use what you need, spend what you should. Don't be such a penny pincher like before. I know, Brother Foam. Her big eyes looked at me, and then she shot back. We're rich now, sure, But even rich people shouldn't blow their money, right? I stared at her blankly, and after several seconds, I nodded firmly. Right. That one word was all I got out. I didn't argue, and I didn't know what I could even say to argue. I so badly wanted little Nine to stop making herself suffer like she used to. Yet deep down, I also hoped she'd never lose that mindset. People really are contradictory creatures. They say kids from poor families grow up fast. But what about orphans with no mom or dad? They themselves are the whole family. And in this family, I was the guardian, the father, and the eldest brother all at once. Now the three of us had grown up and stepped into adult life. But adult life is tangled up with self-interest everywhere, full of scheming and backstabbing. I was always afraid that one day, when I wasn't by their side, something would go wrong. That's why I was so desperate to get stronger, more desperate than anyone. After breakfast, the three of us headed together to the same dungeon plaza as yesterday, flashed the seated contestant credentials Headmaster Wu had issued us, and once again walked up to the Gloomwood Forest teleportation gate. I'd just selected Inferno mode and was about to bring Guan Qi and Su Jujio into the dungeon when a voice came from behind me. Cousin, look, those three are actually going to challenge Inferno mode. Could their talent be even stronger than yours? Su Qingyao, hauling a giant hammer over her shoulder, pointed at us, her face full of surprise. I frowned slightly. I really didn't want anything to do with this crowd of rich kids. But sometimes, even if you don't go looking for trouble, trouble comes looking for you. Hey, wait a sec. Su Qingyao came bouncing over to me, hammer and all. Seeing that, Su Qingxue behind her hurried to follow. Something you need? I said flatly, looking at this white-haired little lowly. You guys are challenging Inferno mode? She asked. I didn't say a word. I just glanced sideways at the mode I'd already selected, as if to say, isn't that obvious? Unless you're blind, or your brain's got a screw loose. Su Qingyao realized she'd asked a dumb question. Seeing her put on the spot, Su Qingxue quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Classmate Qin, classmate Guan, classmate Su, hello. This is my cousin, Su Qingyao. Huh? Cousin, you go to the same school as them? Su Qingyao was a little surprised. I still said nothing. The mood was a bit chilly, so Su Qingyao spoke up again. Since we're all from the same school, why don't we team up? I've got SS tier talent, a shield armor class, and my cousin here is an SSS tier ice mage. With the two of us joining, clearing Inferno mode is definitely no problem. What do you think? Talking about her and her cousin's talents, the pride on her little face practically overflowed. I said, not interested. The girl, Su Qingyao, had a baby face and wide, round eyes, and she was dead set on tagging along with our team. I couldn't be bothered to waste words on her, so I laid out my reasons plain and clear. First, our team already had a tank who could take a beating. Second, we weren't short on damage, firepower to spare. And third, I wasn't even remotely close with her cousin. I shut her down, but her mind worked fast, and she immediately threw out a new condition. How about this? We'll cover the costs. You level us up, and all we want is the experience points. Any materials or gear that drop in the dungeon are all yours. Deal. Honestly, she'd figured the angles pretty well. She probably reckoned that if the three of us dared to take on Inferno difficulty, we must have some real skills, so tagging along with us was a sure win. But how could she know what I was actually scheming in my head? I waved my hand and turned her down again, clean and simple. No thanks. We're not short on that little bit of money. With that, I called over Guan Qi and Su Jujio and, without looking back, ducked into the Gloomwood Forest teleportation gate. You've got to be kidding me. The whole reason I was going in was to farm the legendary life sets. If outsiders saw goods like that, I'd be stuck. Can't sell them, can't not sell them. And if I ran into someone truly ruthless who decided to kill me, wipe out the witnesses, and grind my bones to dust, where would I even go to get justice? So really, when you get down to it, I was doing this for you two sisters' sakes. Not bringing you along was actually a favor. The moment the gate sealed shut behind me, I could have sworn I still heard that girl stamping her feet in fury. Once inside the dungeon, before we'd even gone a few steps, that meathead Guan Qi sidled up to me, a look of total confusion on his face. Brother Foam, that girl just offered to pay us to bring her along. Why'd you turn her down? Didn't you always say that turning down free money makes you a total idiot? That line got on my nerves, and I lifted my foot and gave his but a solid kick. Little Nine, Come here, do your silly brother 7 here a favor, and set him straight. The second Su Jujo heard that, her eyes lit up. This was a golden, fully justified opportunity to lecture Guan Qi. Was she going to let it slip? Not a chance. Brother 7, I'll be honest with you. That brain of yours is a one-track mind sometimes. She planted her hands on her hips. Wearing that, why can't you get your act together? Look, let me ask you, what did we come into Inferno mode for? To farm gear. Guan Qi answered, righteous as anything. Exactly, to farm gear, Su Jujo nodded. So let me ask you again, what kind of gear are we farming? Life sets, legendary grade sets. Put your hand on your heart and think about it. How many people in this world could lay eyes on legendary gear and not get greedy? Guan Qi opened his mouth but couldn't come up with a comeback. And that's not even all, Su Jujo went on. If we're lucky, we might even crack open a treasure chest. You know what can come out of those chests? Mythic grade items. Brother 7, if those two girls could hold themselves back facing legendary loot, I'd respect them as stand-up people. But what about a mythic item right in front of their eyes? Can you guarantee they wouldn't so much as blink? Guan Qi's face started to change. And here's the real kicker. Who are those two girls? Young ladies of a powerful, noble clan. Su Jujo said, weighing each word. Little folks like us. Can we even afford to mess with them? I watched Guan Qi's expression go from blank confusion to sudden realization, and finally to a chill running down his spine. He'd finally gotten it. So that's what it was about. He swallowed hard. Now you get why I've been steering clear of them? I shot him a glance. These clan kids aren't a single one of them easy to deal with. Get tangled up with them, and you're just inviting trouble onto yourself. Got it, brother Feng. Guan Qi nodded again and again. From now on, when I deal with people like that, I'll definitely keep my guard up. Good, as long as you get it. I patted his shoulder. Money's everywhere. Wanting to make it isn't hard. But making money's got to be done the right way. You've got to make it while keeping your own neck safe. If you're dead, what good are all the star coins in the world? Having said my piece, I couldn't be bothered to keep rambling. All right, enough talk. Let's get to work. The words had barely left my mouth when I pushed off, activating Hurricane Step. My whole body turned into a gust of fresh wind and, whoosh, shot straight into the depths of the dense forest. Right after, the woods erupted with a series of thunderous booms. Explosion after explosion shook the ground until it trembled. Holy crap, Guan Qi yelped from behind. Brother Feng, this is way too insane. I haven't even snapped out of it yet, and the experience points are already shooting up. Quit standing around. Go grab the materials. Su Jujo tossed out that line and sprinted forward. Hey, little nine, wait for me. Guan Qi hurried to catch up, and at that moment, I was already soaring through the air. Not to brag, but right now I was a walking, breathing human bomber. Diving down from the sky, I rained arrows like they were free, and everywhere they landed, not a blade of grass survived. The funny thing was, the trees I blasted apart and the grass I flattened would, after about 10 seconds or so, grow right back exactly as they were. Probably one of the dungeon's built-in rules. The system notifications kept popping up in my head, one after another. Killed a little green snake, plus 300 experience. Triggered Dark Reaper, plus 1 strength. Killed an elite monster, the green-scaled serpent, plus 2,000 experience. Reaper gave me another plus 1 strength. Killed a ghost-faced spider, plus 1 agility. I had no interest in reading those logs closely. I was completely lost in the thrill of the explosions. Looking down at the raging flames below, I couldn't help but throw my head back and roar. So satisfying. This is what satisfying feels like. This is a man's romance. A real man's gotta play with explosives. Sure enough, art is an explosion. This world had been thoroughly digitized and gamified, yet some of its settings were so reasonable they were downright brilliant. Take us archers. Our attack range is tied to strength. The stronger I got, the farther my arrows flew, with none of that rigid range cap you get in games. Think about it. If they'd actually set a hard limit, top-tier mages would be miserable, tossing a fireball only a few hundred meters. They might as well just pick up a rifle instead. Down below, Guan Qi craned his neck watching me fly through the sky, eating his heart out with envy. Little nine, when do you think the two of us will get to fly up there too? Su Jujo didn't even lift her head, her hands nimbly gathering materials. No idea. Man, you don't know anything. I know how to gather materials. She stuffed another item into her backpack. That shut Guanxi up. Su Jojo shot him an annoyed look. What are you spacing out for? In the time you've wasted, you could have picked up a few. Fine, 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 I'm on it. About 20 minutes later, I'd wiped out every last trash mob in the entire dungeon. I glanced at my stat panel. Each of my 5 stats had gone up by around 150 points. The monsters here dropped stats through the Reaper incredibly evenly. It was practically a leveling paradise tailor-made for me. Guanxi came panting into the core area, while Su Jojo was still ambling along behind, picking up the leftovers. For the tough fight coming up, taking on the Emperor tier boss, I actually didn't need her. Her only job was to show up at the most crucial moment, that one instant when it was time to open the loot. I ran through the next round of role assignments with Guanxi. The second he heard it, he wasn't happy and jabbed a finger at his own nose. Bro, am I really that lowly in your eyes? No, I shook my head. But silently, I added, you're a little lowlier than you think. All right, quit dragging your feet. Get in there. Fine. Guanxi hefted his bone-stripping blade, walked up to the roots of that Emperor tier life ancient tree, swung the blade up high, and brought it down hard. The damage numbers popped up, -1 HP, then another -1 from the burn. That was it. That tiny bit. The bone-stripping blade came with a burn effect, but it couldn't even scratch this tree's defense. Whoa! A thick root whipped through the air toward him. Guanxi couldn't even be bothered to dodge. You can't break my defense, I can't break yours, so we'll just stalemate, right? He took the hit, lost a single drop of HP, didn't so much as blink, then swung his blade again and threw out his taunt skill in the same motion. And his mouth never stopped running. Come hit me. Come on. Come at me. Once he had the boss's aggro locked down tight, I started loosing arrows from the shadows. Damage numbers instantly flooded the screen. 9,600, crit for 19,000, explosive arrow for another 19,000, and an explosive arrow crit shooting straight up to 38,000. My attack power had already broken 9,800, and my attack speed had hit 11. A single basic attack against this tree dealt 4,800, and with my talent doubling the weakness damage, that's 9,600. Stack multi-shot and explosive arrow on top of that, and not even counting crits, I could dump 1.9 million damage a second onto it. Standing at the center of the explosions, Guanxi watched the boss's HP bar plummet, his eyes going glassy, especially at those tens of thousands crit numbers popping up left and right. Shocked as he was, his own work didn't slack off one bit. You call yourself a big mighty tree, and you can't even break through my crappy defense? All these years alive, and you've wasted every one of them. Tell you what, you don't deserve to be called the life ancient tree anymore. I'm gonna rename you. From now on, you're wasted life. Man, that line struck it right where it hurt. That tree went berserk with a roar. Countless roots burst up from the ground and lashed at Guanxi like a tidal wave. But Guanxi had already popped his absolute defense, steady as a rock. Bring on your worst, I don't budge. A potion in one hand, a shield wrapped around his whole body, and no matter how you hit him, he had just one thing to say: wasted life. Beautiful. There's the berserk mode. I was thrilled. Gotta hand it to you, little brother. My hands never paused for a second, arrow after arrow, all slamming into its weak points. At attack speed 11, my hands had already blurred into afterimages. The naked, I couldn't even track them. Attack maxed out, attack speed maxed out. All that was left was to wait out the clock. After about a minute, the Emperor tier life ancient tree crashed to the ground. Where it vanished, besides one legendary grade crystal core, there were also 6 beams of golden light hovering in the air. Too bad, no treasure chest. Little 9, we're on. Guanxi shouted into the distance. Coming, coming. Su Jojo darted over in a few quick strides, her eyes glowing. She solemnly closed her eyes and started chanting under her breath. A single cloud in the northwestern sky, a crow drops into the phoenix flock. If the heavens hadn't made me, Su Xiaojiu, opening loot would be dark as an endless night. Life set. You, come out for me. The words had barely faded when the 6 beams of golden light slowly dispersed and took the shape of 6 pieces of gear. Oh my god, Guanxi's eyeballs nearly popped out of his head. It really dropped 6 whole pieces of gear, not a single material. Su Jojo planted her hands on her hips and tilted her chin up high, that smug little look on her face practically saying, "In this moment, I, Su Xiaojiu, don't know the meaning of the word rival." Even I had to give it to her. This luck was so absurd it was off the charts. 6 legendary items, all 6 of them gear, and every single one a life set piece. I looked them over one by one. Mystic Light Life Sash, Mystic Light Cloud Boots, Life Tenacity Waist Ring, Life Azure Feather Star Boots, Soft Crown, but when my gaze landed on one of the pieces, my brow suddenly furrowed. Life Wisdom Cloud Robe. The Wisdom set? I froze. The Life set? Could there be more than 3 types? My mind went BZZD. Right. The day before yesterday, we'd only ever dropped 3 types. But whoever told me the Life set only had 3? I jumped to conclusions on my own and boxed myself in. That's a bad habit I needed to fix. I quickly ran the math. If they were divided by class, then didn't that mean there were a full 6 types of the Life set? The thought made me suck in a cold breath. 6 sets. That'd take me until the cows came home to farm. But on second thought, I relaxed. What was there to worry about? With a lucky charm like Su Jiujiu around, collecting them all was just a matter of time. Once the materials were all packed up and the 3 of us had split up our gear, we exited the dungeon. And wouldn't you know it, the moment we came out, enemies always cross paths. We ran smack into Su Qingyao and Su Qingxue, that pair of cousins, again. Seriously, why do we keep bumping into these 2? I grumbled to myself. Do these 2 not run dungeons at all? Just camp at the door? Oh, you guys came out too, what a coincidence. Su Qingyao's eyes lit up, and she greeted us of her own accord. Hearing her tone, it finally clicked for me. I'd misunderstood. The 2 of them hadn't come out after clearing a run. They'd bailed partway through. These 2 cousins were relatives, but their personalities were night and day. Su Qingyao was breezy and outgoing, the kind of social butterfly who's instantly friendly with everyone. Su Qingxue was cold as ice, with a keep-your-distance air about her. Put the 2 of them together, though, and they were surprisingly complimentary. Seeing that I ignored her, Su Qingyao didn't get annoyed. Clearly, she'd gotten a read on my temperament and didn't take it to heart. The monsters in Inferno mode are seriously strong, she said, chattering away on her own. My cousin and I put in a ridiculous amount of effort just to barely take down one Overlord tier boss. She said it all casual and breezy, but I caught on right away. The girl was showing off. Not that I blamed her. Level 10 Awakens, a 2-person party, managing to chew through an Overlord tier boss in Inferno mode. That actually was something. But you know, she said, changing tack and leaning in a bit closer. If the 3 of you joined us, we could definitely push a lot further. We can't beat the final boss, sure, but farming a few more Overlords wouldn't be a problem. The gear the Inferno mode Overlords drop has way better stats than the other modes. So what do you say, tempted? I could tell she was convinced we were just like them, forced to retreat partway by the monsters inside. After all, her cousin was an SSS tier ice mage, and if even she found it tough, what waves could the 3 of us possibly make? I shot her a glance, and it was still those 3 words. Not interested. With that, I led Guanxi and Su Jiujiu, turned around, tapped Inferno mode again, and plunged back into the Gloomwood Forest. Same words, same tone. The second time, I'd shut her down clean. From behind came Su Qingyao's exasperated wail. Ark, this is so infuriating. How can there be someone like you in this world? That delicate little face of hers had puffed up like a steamed bun from anger. But Su Qingxue, off to the side, paid no mind to her cousin's grumbling. In her heart, a thought was quietly taking shape. These 3 people, could they possibly have already cleared the Inferno mode Gloomwood Forest? The moment the thought surfaced, it startled even her. But the more she thought about it, the more possible it seemed. When they ran the rookie trial the day before yesterday, hadn't these 3 cleared the Inferno difficulty in an incredibly short time? But how could that be possible? She murmured to herself. They're only level 15. The Monarch tier bosses in Nightmare mode have HP as high as 10 million. The bosses in this Inferno mode can only be more terrifying. Cousin, what are you spacing out about? Su Qingyao waved her little hand in front of her eyes. Ah, it's nothing. Su Qingxue came back to herself. Qingyao, Remember I told you the day before yesterday that someone cleared the rookie Inferno mode in under 13 minutes? You mean them? Su Qingyao's big eyes went even wider. That's right, those three. Deep down, Su Qingxue was actually harboring a stubborn frustration. She already had SSS tier talent. How was it that the gap between her and these three was only getting wider? Su Qingyao was completely stunned. She never would have guessed that these three people in front of her were the very ones her grandfather had specifically instructed her to do everything she could to befriend. You've got to understand, every single move these two made in Kanglan City couldn't escape Su Muyang's notice. And whatever Su Muyang knew was as good as the old Su family patriarch knowing it. Cousin, so what you're saying is, they very likely cleared even the Inferno mode Gloomwood Forest. Su Qingxue drew a deep breath. That's my guess. If they really cleared it, that's just insane. The more Su Qingyao thought about it, the more excited she got, her voice climbing higher. This is definitely a hidden master, way tougher than I imagined. My grandpa always says that truly formidable people never bother flaunting themselves, yet every little thing they do offhand is beyond ordinary comprehension. Regular people can't even begin to imagine how strong they are. Her eyes grew brighter the more she talked. See, isn't this perfect? This mighty big brother happens to be exactly that kind of person. Even from a poor background, he isn't swayed by money. Cousin, we absolutely have to build a good relationship with them. This is the #1 investment target under the heavens. Once they rise to the top, they'll never forget the good we did for them. And even if they never repay us, at the very least it guarantees they won't turn against our Su family down the road. In just that short span, this girl's mental abacus was clacking away at full speed. Cousin, what do you think we should invest in them with? An S-tier or higher skill book? Or epic grade gear? Su Qingxue shook her head, a little helpless. These are all just my guesses. Nothing's been confirmed yet. Confirmed or not doesn't matter. Su Qingyao shot back at once. Even setting aside whether they cleared the Inferno Gloomwood Forest, clearing the rookie Inferno in 13 minutes alone is enough for me to spend money on them. Our Su family isn't short on this bit of resources. Just think of it as me making a personal friend. Even if the family found out, they wouldn't have anything to say about it. Seeing that she'd made up her mind, Su Qingxue stopped trying to talk her out of it. Fine, whatever you want. Her temperament was cool and aloof, and she'd always regarded the family's scheming and infighting with detachment. But Su Qingyao was different. From a young age, she'd had the burden of reviving the family drilled into her. She might look like a soft, white-haired little lowly on the outside, but that sense of responsibility in her heart was heavier than the giant hammer in her hands. Once she'd decided we were the people her grandfather was looking for, her mind was already made up. Meanwhile, over in the Gloomwood Forest, I had no time to worry about whatever those two were mulling over. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions rolled on one after another as usual. My figure turned into a shadow, weaving back and forth through the dense woods. The instant hurricane step came off cooldown, I shot straight up into the sky and got back to my old trade, being a human bomber. Another 20-odd minutes later, the three of us met up again in the core area. Old 7, you're up? I said, gripping my oxhorn bow and nodding toward Guanxi. On it, Guanxi hefted his bone-stripping blade and hacked at the life-ancient tree, not forgetting to twist the knife. Wasted life. Your Master 7's back to visit you. Man, those two words, wasted life, were practically this tree's fatal weak spot. One line, and it went berserk again. Watching from behind, I nodded to myself. This old 7, he can trigger the boss's berserk mechanic with nothing but his mouth. What a talent. Praise done, I immediately went into ruthless output mode. After clearing this wave of trash mobs, my attack power had finally broken 10,435, and my attack speed was closing in on 13. I honestly couldn't imagine what my hand speed would look like once my attack speed hit 100. With my talent active, a single shot against this tree broke 10,000. 10,870, crit for 21,000. Explosive arrow for another 21,000. Crit straight up to 43,000. Dense clusters of damage numbers spilled out of the tree's body, and man, did it feel good watching them. Especially those bold print crits, satisfying right down to the marrow. Good grief, Guanxi clicked his tongue. Brother Feng, Your growth rate is way too crazy. Maybe we should ease up a little. Wouldn't want the system banning your account before you know it. Ban my account? Ban it under what name? I teased him idly. Smiling Arrow God? Or Human Bomber? Ugh, what's that even got to do with anything? In under a minute, the life ancient tree's HP was drained dry. Before Su Jiujio had even made it over, the Emperor tier boss was already toast. The system notification popped up, killed Emperor tier life ancient tree, plus 100,000 experience. Triggered Reaper, plus 1 constitution. Right after, golden light flared up around both Guan Qi and me at the same time. Level up, level 16. Yes, finally leveled up. Guan Qi let out a whoop. Off in the distance, Su Jiujio, gathering materials, was glowing gold too. She turned her head, caught sight of the battle log, and came sprinting over. Whoa, you two put the boss down that fast. Little Nine, it's all on you now. Leave it to me. She patted her little chest and started chanting that incantation she'd picked up from who knows where. 1 Li out, then 2 3 Li, run the dungeon 4 5 times, 6 7 legendary pieces, 8 9 never too many. Make your entrance, life set. 5 clusters of golden light dispersed and became 5 pieces of legendary gear. Mystic Light Scepter, Tenacity War Boots, Tenacity Gauntlets, Azure Feather Cloud-Piercing Bow, and a teardrop-shaped necklace, Blessing of the Life Goddess. My eyes locked onto that necklace instantly. I threw an appraisal at it, and the moment its stats lit up, my whole body perked up. No equip level requirement. Regenerate 1% HP per second, stack an attack bonus with every attack up to 30% max, plus 20 crit outright, plus a free 10% max HP, and on top of that a full debuff cleanse on a 30-second cooldown. And the last line was even more mystical. Goddess's Blessing. You are Fortune's favored child. A no-level requirement necklace, and every line's top shelf. You could wear this thing your whole life. Guan Qi rubbed his hands, thrilled. Brother Foam, your necklace slot? You've graduated. This necklace was a match made in heaven for me. Sure, I already had an epic grade Heart of the Life Ancient Tree that also had a cleanse, but compared to this one, the cleanse cooldown alone was a full 150 seconds off, night and day. The new one suited me better, so naturally the old one had to make room. I dug the epic necklace out of my backpack and handed it to Guan Qi. Here, take it. It's for physical builds. The stats are plenty solid too. Guan Qi took it, grinning like a 3-year-old who'd found buried treasure. Once I hit level 20 and complete the tenacity set, that resistance paired with this crowd control cleanse, I can't even imagine how invincible I'll be. Su Jiujio came over too. Brother Foam, I actually dropped a level 20 epic staff a while back. She pulled out her life staff and held it up against the life mystic light scepter she'd just gotten. I appraised the scepter, and man, plus 1,000 spell attack, plus 500 willpower, plus 30% healing, plus 30% cooldown reduction, plus an AoE crowd control cleanse. And the most explosive line was the last one. Life Authority. Resurrect a unit that's been dead no longer than 24 hours, 30-day cooldown, stores up to 3 charges. I sucked in a cold breath. When Guan Qi and Su Jiujio finished appraising it, they gasped in unison too. Resurrection. Guan Qi's voice was shaking. This is a god-tier skill. Once every 30 days, and it charges up to 3 stores. Little Nine, you'd better keep your brother Seven's little life safe from now on. My life's in your hands. Stepping onto the path of a transcendent, no one can say whether tomorrow or disaster comes first. And now, we had a resurrection ace up our sleeve. This surprise was just too huge. Brother Seven, Su Jiujio grinned mischievously. I think we ought to swap ranks. From now on, I'm Sister Nine. You got it, Sister Nine. Guan Qi answered smooth as anything, not a shred of hesitation. Su Jiujio was stunned on the spot. Guan Qi scratched his head and chuckled. Just messing with you. I ignored the two of them horsing around, my eyes settling on that bow. Now that was a weapon for my own class. If Sister Nine's weapon was this ridiculous, how could mine be any worse? I tossed out an appraisal, and the Azure Feather Cloud-Piercing Bow stat surfaced. Plus 1,000 attack, plus 30% crit, 20% life steal, kill stacking HP up to 10,000, and a skill that trades HP for attack speed. Honestly, the base stats were just SOSO, couldn't compare to Sister Nine's staff. But there was one line that made me lock my eyes on it. Cloud-piercing arrow. Ignores 30% of the target's defense. Unique passive. Ignore defense. Huh. I slapped my thigh. With this bow, next time I run into a high defense boss, I'll never have to feel that frustrating can't dent at misery again. And a thought suddenly popped into my head. Since it can ignore defense, then if I found a way to stack it all the way to 100%, wouldn't every single arrow count as true damage? My eyes lit up instantly. From now on, whenever I ran into gear with the ignore defense trait, I'd grab it. Even if the base stats were a little weak. I never lacked damage. What I lacked was a way to punch through defenses. Just yesterday, I'd been stressing over this exact problem, and today it was solved. Phone, this epic staff, you selling it? Su Jujo asked. I thought it over. Yeah, sell it. It's useless to us anyway. But don't dump it at the Treasure Pavilion. Their buyback prices are fair enough, but this staff is top tier. If you want top dollar, you've got to find someone who's swimming in cash. Someone swimming in cash. Su Qingxue. Guan Qi smacked his forehead. That woman's got serious backing. Sell it to her, and the price might jump several times over. Set it aside for now. It'll sell easily. I waved a hand. I had other plans in mind. Big Sis 9 was a priest, and if I put a top-tier staff that fit her so perfectly up for sale, anyone with half a brain could guess. I definitely had even better stuff in my hands. To save myself the hassle, better to sit on it a while longer. Once we'd split up the gear, we exited the dungeon and dumped all the common materials on the Treasure Pavilion in one big batch, pocketing another 15 million star coins. Big Sis 9 happily took the star card, instantly becoming a bona fide multimillionaire. Haha, little me just loves picking up materials. Every single one of these I scraped together with my own 2 hands. With our bags cleared out, the 3 of us were fired up. We turned right around and dove back into the portal. Because we all knew one thing for certain. The next haul would be beyond anything we could imagine. The dungeon maintenance staff quietly passed the word along. TSK, 16th level in just half a day. That leveling speed, no wonder they're this batch's top seeds. Meanwhile, in another dungeon, Su Qingyao was hauling around a massive hammer, staring hungrily at the core zone. This time the 2 sisters had brought nearly 1,000 recovery potions. Clearly they were settling in for a war of attrition, determined to clear the whole thing. But they'd done the math. With just the 2 of them wiping out all the mobs and the boss, it'd take 3 hours. And grinding nonstop for 18 hours straight, no eating or drinking, they could just barely hit level 15. Which, from another angle, only proved just how insane an SSS tier talent was. Su Qingshua's talent had by now evolved from Ice Crystal Frost Phoenix into Ice and Snow Goddess. Triple ice damage, double skill range, and stacking burst on top. That kind of wide area mob melting power made even me envious. But as insane as it was, compared to us, they were still lagging behind by more than a full length. Over on my end, I'd just put on the blessing of the Life Goddess, and I felt like I was about to float right off the ground. 30% more attack, 20% more crit, and combined with the 5 points from my Oxhorn Bow, my crit shot straight up to 25%. My damage climbed another huge step. In under a minute, that old familiar tree, no, old friend, was blasted into ash mid-rampage. When Guan Qi said it had lived for nothing, that tree really did feel like it had. Even worse, under the grip of that mysterious rule, it couldn't even off itself for release. All it could do was obediently cough up its most precious sincerity. Whether it was thanks to that necklace or not, I couldn't say, but this time it dropped even more than before. Counting the crystal core, a full 10 beams of golden light. Holy crap, why'd it drop so much? Guan Qi couldn't believe his eyes. Phone, this one haul is worth 2 of our old ones. I was stunned too, but I quickly thought of the last trade on the necklace around my neck, Goddess's Blessing. Which goddess exactly is answering my prayers? I muttered to myself. Don't tell me it's the goddess of luck? Whatever. The more stuff, the better. Little 9, it's on you again. No problem. She started up her whole song and dance act again. Gate of heaven, open. Gate of earth, open. Little 9 chants the spell to open the luck. Top tier gear come. Garbage go. Life set roll on in, open. As the golden light dispersed, piece after piece of gilded, glowing gear revealed its true form. Mystic Light Star Cap, Wisdom Hood, Resilient Soul Breaker Blade, Resilient Helmet, Azure Feather Moonshadow Belt, Azure Feather Gauntlets. Out of the 9 pieces, only 2 were useless. The rest were all wearable, and the set had actually come together complete. Once is coincidence, twice is luck, but this was the 3rd time now. There was definitely something to it. I finally fully accepted the deeply hidden constitution Su Jujo had. She really could grind a 1% chance into a solid 100%. I turned my attention to the 2 remaining accessories. The bracelet, Guardian of the Life Goddess, plus 200 to constitution, strength, and agility each, plus 10% physical attack, plus 20% crit, and the nastiest part, when HP drops below 10%, it automatically triggers an invincibility shield, immune to all damage, holding for a full 10 seconds. The ring, Vital Core of the Life Goddess, plus 200 to strength and agility each, plus 20% crit, ignores 20% defense, and can trade HP for a shield. But its last trait made my scalp tingle. Consume 90% of your maximum HP to briefly boost all your stats by 1000%. No, a full 1000 percentage points for 3 seconds. After reading those 2, only 1 word popped into my head, strong. 2 words, crazy strong. 3 words, strong as hell. I counted it out on my fingers. My strength was now roughly 2,000. Boosted tenfold, that'd be 20,000, plus the base 2,000, 20,000 points of strength. My attack power could rocket to 110,000, and stacking the 10% physical attack from the bracelet, 121,000. With that kind of damage output, forget the monsters in front of me. Even a level 100 SSS tier monster would probably get its defenses cracked wide open on the spot. Keep in mind, level 100 is the peak of the first advancement, and level 101 is where the second advancement begins. But right now, I was only level 16. 16th level, and I already held the trump card of below level 100. I'm invincible. I couldn't even imagine, the day I hit 30 and completed my Awakener class change, just how monstrous I'd become. The instant I put on those 2 accessories, my stat panel saw its first true explosive surge since awakening. Guan Xi leaned in for a look, his eyeballs practically glued to my panel. 2 more level-less accessories? Phone, you're straight up going for invincibility, aren't you? I smiled. Originally, I had it all planned out. Once we'd assembled the sets the 3 of us needed, we'd go challenge other dungeons. But now it looked like we'd have to grind this Gloomwood Forest quite a few more times. Speaking of it, there's an art to how we wear gear in our line of work. A single class user can wear 12 pieces at most: weapon, helmet, chest, bracer or shield, belt, gloves, shoes, necklace, plus 2 rings and 2 bracelets. If you're stubborn and want to shove 10 rings on your hands, go ahead, but the system only recognizes 2. Any extra are useless. Same for warriors. Bracer and shield are either or. We're both at once, and only one actually works. The only thing that puzzled me at first was, this whole system didn't even have a pants slot. It didn't hit me until I saw Guan Xi put on that snakeskin outfit. Turns out battle garb comes with pants built in. Put on the top, and you've got the bottoms covered too. Right now, Guan Xi was head to toe glowing green, and those snake scales even had a shine to them, dazzling enough to make you dizzy. So what if we grind it a few more times? It's all leveling anyway. Grind here, grind there, what's the difference? Guan Xi didn't care one bit. He was living large right now. With me carrying him, all he had to do was stand there and taunt, and the bosses would obediently spit out the loot. Honestly, I had an even shrewder calculation in mind. We'd already got this dungeon figured out inside and out. The monsters in here weren't high level, still under the harvest cap of my Dark Reaper. More importantly, I had no idea whether other dungeons' bosses dropped sets, or whether they had hidden mechanics. If they didn't, then this Gloomwood Forest was a one-of-a-kind treasure trove. So while we still could, we'd fleece it for all it was worth. Once we passed level 20, this dungeon would have a level cap, and we wouldn't even be able to enter, and my Reaper wouldn't work on level 20 monsters anymore. By then I'd have nowhere to cry even if I wanted to. With the bracelet and ring on, I glanced down at my panel. Oh boy, nearly 17,000 HP, Physical attack of 14,861. Attack speed shot up to 16.8. Crit at 45%. Dual defenses at 7,600 and 5,600. Strength over 2,400. I stared at that string of numbers, and I couldn't wipe the grin off my face no matter how hard I tried. Who the hell hits 14,000 attack and 16.8 attack speed at level 16? How's that any different from cheating? I gloated inside. TSK, 17,000 HP, 7,600 physical defense. I might be even tankier than Guan Xi. Just 2 accessories short, and my whole setup would be complete. The Azure Feather set was already full. Of the 5 accessories, I only lacked a bracer. But bracers didn't mean much to me. They had no set bonus, just standalone pieces. Out of the dungeon, same old routine. We dumped all the useless materials from our bags onto the treasure pavilion, netting another 12 million. Guan Xi clutched the star card, grinning ear to ear. Ha ha, we're rich. Guan Xi's a multi-millionaire too now. It's just 12 million. Is that really worth getting this excited over? I gave him a sideways glance. Hey, I've been poor my whole life. Guan Xi suddenly put on a deep, dramatic tone. Seriously though, getting this much money all at once, I don't even know how to spend it. How about buying a house? I tossed out casually. Those words were like lighting a fuse. Guan Xi's eyes lit up, and Su Jujio shot her hand up. Yes, buy a house. With our own place, we'll finally have a real home. So where do we buy? Guan Xi asked. I ran through Kanglan City in my head and finally decided the area near Kanglan number 1 High was best, close to the Dungeon Plaza, right downtown, easy to get around. Let's do the Kanglan number 1 High area. The two of them threw up both hands in agreement. But then Guan Xi got hung up again. That area is expensive. Is our money even enough? Dummy 7th bro, Su Jujio said, crossing her arms. If it's not enough, just pick up more materials. Sell them and boom, you've got the money. Guan Xi slapped his thigh. Right? How'd I forget that? I clutched my forehead and shook my head. Ever since this guy awakened, his brain had been getting worse and worse. 7th, take my advice. We're a few more intelligence pieces from now on, I said with a straight face. I'm honestly scared that one day you'll just turn into a total dope. Feng, that's low. Guan Xi got flustered. I just momentarily forgot I'm an awakener, okay? He literally just walked out of the treasure pavilion clutching a fistful of star coins, and he forgot he was an awakener. I couldn't be bothered to argue with him, so I quietly shuffled a couple steps to the side. Yeah, I'm gonna keep my distance. Scared I'll catch whatever you've got. Feng, you're serious? Guan Xi completely lost it, probably still wondering in his head. Wait, did I really get dumber? The 3 of us joked our way back to the portal in no time. We picked Inferno mode and dove straight in. This run, thanks to my exploded attack power, the extra 20% defense ignore, and all my gear buffs, I killed that old familiar tree even faster. It coughed up 7 legendary items and dissolved. Su Jujio gave it a little wave of her hand, and besides the crystal core, she opened 3 accessories. 2 resilient set pieces and a shield, domain guardian of the ancient life tree. I gave it a look. Whoa, plus 1,000 physical defense, plus 1,000 magic defense, guaranteed to block 1 attack. Plus it can summon an ancient tree's phantom to bind all enemies within 100 meters, on top of an ultimate that weakens all stats of enemies within 100 meters by 30%. Guan Xi stared at that shield, practically drooling. As a tank who lived and died by defense, high defense, block, group crowd control, and group debuff all in one, this was literally his dream shield. Even better, he'd always had one glaring weakness. His magic defense was pitifully low because he'd dumped all his points into Constitution and left his mental power laughable. But this shield's 1,000 magic defense, combined with his double defense talent, was basically like handing him 3,000 magic defense. His weak spot was now welded shut for good. I tossed the shield to him and turned to the 3 accessories. 2 of them were exactly what I lacked, and I felt a rush of joy. But on closer inspection, I froze. These 2 accessories had the exact same stat traits. Don't tell me this Emperor tier ancient tree knows how to copy-paste. A mischievous thought popped into my head. I honestly couldn't tell if it was coincidence or what. I pushed the confusion aside and looked at the 3rd piece. A necklace called Crystal of the Ancient Life Tree. Mental power, skill cooldown, healing effect, plus a percentage mental power bonus, and a final trait, Life Burst, that doubled HP. Every single line hit a priest's sweet spot. Little 9, this necklace was tailor-made for you. I handed it over. Thanks, Foam. She took it, all smiles. Getting all polite with me now? I reached over and ruffled her hair. She squinted her eyes slightly, looking like she was enjoying it. What followed became an assembly line. At my current speed, one dungeon run averaged 15 minutes. The three of us grinded straight through 10 runs, and our levels finally hit 20. We swapped into the level 20 legendary sets we'd been dreaming of. On top of that, my bag was packed with a full 40 pieces of life gear that could form sets for every class. Mage, priest, assassin, knight, all of it. With this haul, I'd pretty much shaved Gloomwood Forest bald. After those 10 runs, my stats climbed another 14 or 1,500 points across the board. Looking at my panel again, even I thought it was ridiculous. HP nearly 60,000, physical attack 28,500, attack speed 39.8, crit 130%, both defenses just over 20,000. 60,000 HP, 28,000 attack, 40 attack speed, 130% crit. I clicked my tongue. 7th would cry if he saw this panel, and even 2nd advancement powerhouses would just shake their heads. That 130% crit especially. Do you get what that means? Right now, every single hit of mine is a crit. Take one hit from me, and even an Emperor tier ancient tree would drop to its knees calling me Big Daddy. I'm not exaggerating. With the full set on, my defense ignore stacked to 70%. That ancient tree had 5,000 defense, stripped 70% off, and it had only 1,500 left in front of me. With my 28,000 attack, one basic shot could shave off 27,000 of its HP. Add my talent, factor in the 100% crit, the 40 attack speed, multi-shot, burst arrow, stack all that together, and I could dish out over 77 million damage in a single second. Throw in the gear skill buffs, and it broke 100 million. 1 second. Under my overwhelming damage, the Emperor tier ancient life tree could go weep at its great-great-grandma's grave in 1 second flat. Oh, and there was an unexpected bonus. Once the set was complete, it actually unlocked a hidden function. Not only could it transform into everyday clothing, it could also mask the gears and the wearer's life aura. Su Jojo was the one who discovered it. She thought the green glow was ugly and muttered to herself, "It'd be nice if I could change the color." And sure enough, the set changed color to match her wish. She turned it pink. Guan Chi and I were dumbstruck on the spot. Right after that, Guan Chi started showing off, his whole legendary outfit crackling and flashing through colors faster and faster, literally turning himself into a walking disco. With his kind of antics, I'd long since stopped being surprised. That aura masking function was incredibly useful. At the very least, it kept us from standing out, and it meant others couldn't easily probe into our details. In the end, at my strong insistence, all three of us transformed our sets into the look of ordinary clothes before we exited the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, that maintenance guy who'd been watching us the whole time was now utterly numb. He'd personally watched us run it more than 10 times, coming out at a clean 15 minutes each run, our levels shooting up from 16 to 20 like a rocket. But now, he suddenly realized he couldn't see our information anymore. What's going on? Why can't I even see their levels now? His heart clenched. Did they get some hidden item inside the dungeon? Without a second thought, he immediately reported it to his superiors. The three of us, meanwhile, left the dungeon and headed straight for a restaurant on the plaza. After grinding for hours on end, we were all wiped. Forget me, Guan Chi and Su Jojo were exhausted too, since they'd had to run all over the forest picking up materials. Ugh, Su Jojo slumped in her chair, gulping down tea. Never thought I, Su Little 9, would see the day I got tired of picking up money. I've fallen. I've truly fallen. Guan Chi felt exactly the same. Foam, could you go a little slower next time? You fly around so fast we can't keep up at all. I shot him a look. Didn't you want to make money? A chance this good and you're still picky about it. Guan Chi choked and scrambled to cover. Mainly there's just too much money. I can't pick it all up. Watching a pile of cash sitting right there and having to grit my teeth and give up on it. Do you get how painful that is? Really, it was a backpack capacity issue. We were low level, so our bags couldn't hold much. At first, we'd go in for one run and sell after each one. But selling to the treasure pavilion that frequently would definitely get us noticed by someone with an agenda. So I just gave the order, forget the common materials, only grab rare tier and above. Even after cutting it down that much, my damage was so high they still couldn't gather it all. Each time they'd just barely finish picking up when the dungeon happened to clear. That cycle repeated for 10 runs, meaning I'd basically made them do 3 straight hours of tedious running. It was pure mental torture. All right, quit griping. I waved a hand. Once we've eaten our fill, we've still got to go buy a house. The moment I mentioned buying a house, all their exhaustion vanished in an instant. Feng, I'm full. Guan Shi dropped his chopsticks, raised that sleeve his legendary set had transformed into, and wiped his mouth with it. The corner of my mouth twitched. Legendary grade gear, and he's using it as a napkin? That was way too extravagant. Even I wouldn't dare pull that. Full and satisfied, we splurged for once and grabbed a cab straight to Kanglan number 1 high. What I didn't know yet was that our movements had long since been under someone's watch. At that moment, in an office at Kanglan number 1 high, Principal Wu had just gotten the news and immediately dialed a video call. The instant it connected, he skipped all the pleasantries. Old brother, quick, quick, quick. Those 3 kids are headed toward our school. On the other end of the video, an old man named Zheng Jian set down his teacup with a clack, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Good, good, good. The chance is finally here. Old Wu, you head over and make contact with them first. I'll be there right away. Hanging up, Zheng Jian rushed off toward Kanglan City in a frenzy. He'd gotten the report the night before, and when he confirmed that our 3-person team's results were absolutely genuine, he was beside himself with excitement. What made him even more restless was that these results had actually been dismissed as erroneous data by the other 3 major academies. He never dreamed he'd get to snag a bargain in his lifetime, and a monumental one at that. He'd personally witnessed us shoot to level 15 in 2 days, a speed even the scions of great families couldn't match. A pearl like this had somehow been left gathering dust, and he was the one who'd wipe off the dust and discover it. Zheng Jian had already made up his mind. No matter the cost, he was going to bring us into Vermilion Bird Academy. And right then, I was standing on the roadside of Jianxi Road, gazing up at the rows of high-rises, feeling an indescribable rush of contentment. Feng, so from now on, this is going to be our home. Guan Shi pointed casually at the residential complex beside us. Barring anything unexpected, yeah, right here. I nodded. Su Jojo was so thrilled she practically danced. This is amazing. We'll finally have a home that belongs just to us. Then her smile suddenly faded and her voice dropped low. Feng, actually, ever since I was little I've had a dream to have my own little nest where I could put out whatever I liked. But I knew that dream was too far away. So far I didn't even dare touch it in my dreams. I was scared that if my fingers brushed it, the dream would shatter. I'd wake up, and everything would turn to bubbles. By this point her eyes had gone red, filmed over with a layer of tears. And now, this dream has really come true. Thank you, Feng, and 7th Bro too, for helping me make this dream real. My heart softened, and out of habit I ruffled her hair. Silly girl, we'll always be family. 7th and me will always be your big brothers. That's right. Guan Shi thumped his chest, his face solemn. Little 9, from now on if anyone dares bully you, 7th Bro will beat them up for you. I know. Su Jojo nodded hard, her smile blooming again, though a glistening teardrop slid from the corner of her eye, a tear of happiness. I reached up and wiped it away, teasing her on purpose. You're all grown up now. How come you still cry like a baby the way you did as a kid? I am not crying, she shot back at once. Feng, always bringing up things from when I was little just to have a laugh at me. I'm ignoring you. With that she crossed her arms and turned her face away, pretending to be mad. Guan Shi, shameless as ever, egged her on from the side. Oh ho ho, I definitely saw someone shed a tear just now. If that's not crying like a baby, what is it? It doesn't count. It just doesn't count. Seeing the mood liven up, I stopped teasing her. I was just about to go find a real estate agent when a familiar-looking sedan pulled up beside us with a screech. That car, Looks like the principal's, doesn't it? Before Guanxi could finish, Principal Wu had already pushed the door open and stepped out, getting straight to the point. Student Qin, Student Guan, Student Su, do you have a moment right now? There are some things I'd like to talk with you about. I quickly turned over in my mind what Principal Wu could want, coming all this way himself, and for a moment I didn't answer. You three are? Principal Wu prompted again. Principal, here's the thing. I chose my words carefully. We're all adults now, and we're all awakeners, so it's not really appropriate for us to keep living in our old place. That home was state-subsidized, not ours. So we figured we'd buy a place around here, so we'd have a home that truly belongs to us. Principal Wu nodded, not doubting for a second that I couldn't afford it. Because the money we'd earned selling materials at the Treasure Pavilion these past 2 days added up to nearly 100 million. He truly couldn't fathom how many monsters I'd killed inside the dungeon, or how much loot I'd farmed. But one thing he was certain of, my talent was absolutely bottomless. I see. You're right. You're all 16 now. You really shouldn't keep living there. Principal Wu's eyes lit up. He was the type who didn't fear you wanting something. He feared you wanting nothing. By the way, I've got a friend in real estate, and the places over there are even better. How about I play middleman and introduce you? I didn't agree right away. Nobody comes calling without a reason, and I had no interest in owing anyone a favor over something this trivial. Just as I was about to politely decline, a booming, full-bodied voice cut in from the side. Introduce? Introduce what? The principal of the Great Kanglan Number 1 High, and that's the extent of your vision. I turned to look. A white-haired old man was striding over briskly, leading a middle-aged man. Principal Wu got roasted so hard he rolled his eyes, yet he didn't dare talk back one bit. Old brother, could you word things a little more gently in front of these 3 students? Leave me a little face, would you? Face? Your face ran out with me long ago. The old man snorted, then turned to look at me, his smile switching on faster than flipping a page. This must be Student Qin, I presume. You don't slap a smiling face. Since the man meant no harm, I returned the courtesy. Hello, I'm Qin Feng. And you are? Principal Wu hurried to play introducer. Student Qin, allow me to introduce you. This is the Dean of Vermilion Bird Academy, Dean Zheng Jian, and this is the head of admissions, Director Lu Yunqing. The moment those 2 titles were announced, my heart gave a violent jolt. Vermilion Bird Academy, one of the 4 great extraordinary academies of the Xia Nation, a holy ground that countless awakeners fought tooth and nail to get into and still couldn't. And this old gentleman before me was actually the dean. A figure of this stature was someone an ordinary person might never lay eyes on in their entire life. Guanxi was even more like he was dreaming. Feng, is this old man really the dean of Vermilion Bird Academy? The principal's not just messing with us, is he? What's there to mess with? The principal's got no reason to lie to us. I shot him a glance, then turned to Zheng Jian, done with guessing. Dean Zheng, you came looking for me. What's this about? Ha ha ha, Student Qin, straight to the point. I love dealing with people like you. Zheng Jian laughed heartily. Principal Wu, standing to the side, cleared his throat a couple of times. This isn't the place to talk. Why don't we move somewhere else? Good idea. Zheng Jian nodded. The 2 of them played off each other, and in a few short exchanges they'd settled where I was going. Before I could even react, Principal Wu had pulled me into his car. Sitting in the car, Guanxi leaned close to my ear and lowered his voice. Feng, why do I get the feeling we've just been sold out? Cough, cough, cough. Principal Wu, in the passenger seat, choked on the spot. Student Guan, watch how you phrase things. I'm still sitting right here. Don't take it to heart, Principal. I quickly smoothed things over. 7th, he's got a bit of a screw loose. To change the subject, I probed indirectly. Principal, have you and Dean Zheng known each other a long time? We have. Principal Wu leaned back against the seat, gazing out the car window, his eyes distant, as if returning to the spirited days of his youth. Adding it up, it's been nearly 40 years. 40 years. That long. Guanxi exclaimed. Long. Principal Wu's tone carried a deeper meaning. 40 years seems very long to you. But in my eyes, it's all just like yesterday. Guanxi clearly didn't get it. Principal Wu didn't explain either, instead cutting to the heart of the matter. I won't beat around the bush with you. Dean Zheng, making this trip to Kanglan City in person, I went through no small amount of trouble to get him to come. Though he'd only said half of it, I read the meaning underneath. Dean Zheng had traveled all this way, and in all likelihood it was for me. The logic was simple. Guanxi was an SS-tier prodigy, one of a kind in Kanglan City for 300 years, but at Vermilion Bird Academy that counted for nothing. They took in over a dozen SS-tier students per class. So Dean Zheng was definitely not here for Guanxi, and even less for Su Jiujiu. Boil it down, and there was only one answer left. He was here for me. It's the clearing record from the rookie trial, isn't it? I said it outright. Correct. Principal Wu didn't hide it. Your results were too outrageous, too fake. You might not realize this, but since the rookie dungeon opened, no one has ever cleared Inferno mode in under 30 minutes. And you three? Under 13 minutes. You tell me, does that result look fake or not? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it if you'd killed me. Guanxi listened and started mumbling incoherently, not sure what to say. He genuinely hadn't realized that dungeon was so hard. To him it had seemed dead simple. But when he thought about my unreasonable damage output, it started to click for him. Without me, that dungeon really would have been impossibly hard. The day before yesterday, after you left, the first thing I did was suppress your results, to keep it from getting out and causing trouble. Principal Wu sighed. But the rookie dungeon links directly to headquarters. I couldn't intercept that data. So I just went ahead and personally delivered your record to Vermilion Bird Academy. He paused, a hint of pride creeping into his tone. Vermilion Bird Academy's foundation may not match the other 3 great academies, but it has one strength the others can't touch. It looks after its own. I was taken aback. Looking after its own. That counts as an advantage? You mean at the other academies, when a student gets bullied, the school won't step up? I couldn't help but ask. Principal Wu let out a sneer. If they don't call the kid a good-for-nothing to his face on the spot, that's them being nice about it. Those 3 schools' philosophy of raising students is the exact opposite of Vermilion Bird's. They believe in the tiger. A tiger lives alone. A king walks alone. Individual combat power above all else. Vermilion Bird, though, takes the wolf pack path. A lone wolf may be weak, but with clear division of labor and huddling together for warmth. Over the years, Vermilion Bird has gradually declined, and at its core, the reason is that it lacks an alpha wolf. And your appearance has given Dean Zheng hope. He gazed at me. That's why he came to see you in person. He also wanted to see for himself how exactly an F-tier talent awakener manages to grind those SSS-tier monsters into the ground. Now I understood completely. Remember, you're worth him making this trip in person. Principal Wu urged further. Don't feel like you're a rung below anyone because of where you come from. If you want to join Vermilion Bird, go ahead and name your terms boldly. Even if you ask for the moon, he'll agree. Aren't you afraid you've misjudged me? I countered. What if I'm not the person you're looking for? Principal Wu smiled confidently. I've read countless people in my life, and I've never misjudged one. Speaking of which, there's probably a question you haven't figured out yet. Yesterday at the Treasure Pavilion, that person who secretly helped me, it really was you, Principal. I finished for him, my face wearing an "I knew it" expression. I'd suspected this all along. In all of Kanglan City, the biggest figure I'd ever had contact with was Principal Wu. Haha, the seed talent of my Kanglan number 1 high isn't someone that any random riffraff can bully. Principal Wu laughed with an air of dominance. For your safety, all I could do was arrange for someone to protect you from the shadows. Of course, that's not surveillance. I nodded and said nothing more. It was all well-intentioned on his part. So then, our every move has been under your eyes? Principal Wu laughed heartily, not answering directly, but the meaning was clear enough. Honestly, hitting level 15 in 2 days is truly astonishing. Why can't I see your level anymore? He turned his head, meaning to probe my current level, casting his detection spell my way, but all it showed was a string of question marks. Could it be? We got a bit of a lucky break in the dungeon. I nodded. We can mask our own information. I see. Looks like your luck's really something. You even farmed a treasure that hides your info. Principal Wu's tone carried a note of envy. Just a fluke, I said modestly. As we talked, the car reached Kanglan number 1 high. Principal Wu led us into his office, fished a canister of tea leaves out of the safe, and sat off to the side steeping his own tea, leaving the floor for me and Dean Zheng to talk. Student Qin, I won't beat around the bush either. Zhang Jian sat across from me, looking straight into my eyes. I made this trip to Kanglan City for one reason, to invite you to join Vermilion Bird Academy. But I'm an F-tier talent. My gaze didn't waver. Isn't Dean Zheng afraid that recruiting me will make the other three great academies laugh at you? Laugh, Zheng Jian said half-jokingly. In this day and age, strength does the talking. As long as you're strong enough, forget F-tier, even a lower G-tier, and no one would dare laugh at you for a single word. As long as you're willing to come, I'll make the call. A guaranteed 10,000 credits a month for you, and free run of every dungeon under the Academy's jurisdiction, not a single cent charged. He then looked at Guan Shi and Su Jiujiu. Also, student Guan and student Su can come along too. I'll make the call, 1,000 credits a month each for them. You may not yet grasp what credits mean, but once you're in the academy, you'll understand soon enough. Over at the tea table, the moment Principal Wu heard 10,000 credits a month, his hand jerked hard, and he nearly scalded himself with the boiling water. I, on the other hand, understood full well. At Vermilion Bird Academy, one credit could quietly sell for 10,000 star coins on the side, so 10,000 credits was 100 million. And it wasn't even something money could necessarily buy. At Vermilion Bird, everything ran on credits. Entering dungeons, exchanging resources, buying gear, learning high-tier skills, even meals and lodging all cost credits. In a word, they were incredibly precious. Seeing that I didn't respond, Zhang Jian sweetened the deal. You were about to buy a house just now, weren't you? Here's what I'll do. In the name of Vermilion Bird Academy, I'll gift you a house worth 100 million. Say yes right now, and you can move in tonight. Hearing that figure, Guan Shi nearly stopped breathing. 100 million. What kind of house could be worth 100 million? Foam. Su Jiujiu clutched my sleeve tightly. To be honest, she was tempted. What tempted her wasn't the house itself, but that yearning to have a home as soon as possible. As things stood now, forget 100 million. Even 1 billion wouldn't faze her, since her backpack held a huge pile of epic materials, gear, and countless crystal cores. I turned to look at her, patted the back of her hand to let her know I understood, then returned my gaze to Zhang Jian. Dean Zheng, you came in person and laid out such generous terms. I can see your sincerity. But I want to know, what is it you want to get from me? Don't fob me off with the same lines you use on everyone else. I'm not that easy to fool, and I've never believed in pies falling from the sky. Even if one did fall, it'd never land on my head. Zhang Jian's deep eyes fixed on me quietly for a full 10 seconds before he slowly spoke. I need you, in the future, to be able to give Vermilion Bird Academy a hand. The instant those words came out, a flash of astonishment crossed both Principal Wu's and Lu Yunqing's faces. What made Dean Zheng so certain that I would definitely grow to that level someday? Guan Shi and Su Jiujiu looked baffled. How could anyone predict the future now? Only I remained perfectly calm. Others didn't know my trump cards, but I knew them crystal clear. The future? Forget 10 years from now. I didn't even know how strong I'd be by the college entrance exam a month away. Dean Zheng, you trust me that much, that I'll definitely help Vermilion Bird Academy down the road? Because I have no other choice. All I can do is choose to trust you. Zhang Jian's expression was grave. Principal Wu should have told you about the 4 academies' philosophies and current state. But you only know half the story. Those 3 schools worship the king walking alone. Each class they pick only the most top-tier talents to focus on cultivating, sparing no expense even if it means pouring in massive resources. Students who already have high talent, given that kind of nourishment, naturally grow even faster. So every graduating class of theirs is a good deal stronger than ours at Vermilion Bird. Year after year of that, and we've gradually fallen behind. His tone grew heavy. And right now, the nation's situation is quietly shifting. The great families are growing stronger and stronger, and the nation can no longer spare enough strength to keep them in check. Once that balance is broken, with no suppressing force overhead, the landscape of the 4 great academies will be turned completely upside down. Think about it. A large portion of the students who've graduated over the years have gone into the nation's upper echelons. They were cultivated by those 3 schools, and most of them come from great families to begin with. With that bond in place, the great families and the academies are now completely tied together. Once that force is braided into a single rope, even the nation would have to think twice. But the current peace rests entirely on the nation holding it up. If one day, and I mean if, that balance collapses, my Vermilion Bird Academy will be the first to suffer. Because in their eyes, Vermilion Bird is a soft persimmon, easy to squeeze. Our foundation isn't as good, our strength isn't as good, and our resources are even further behind. They'll think, why should you, who's worse than me in every way, get to hog such a large share of resources? 3. Not as good. S laid bare all the resentment in this old man's heart. But what could resentment do? By his own strength alone, he couldn't turn around this dead-end game. And right now, he needed someone who could smash that dead-end game to pieces. I happen to be that someone. Don't ask why. Zheng Jian held a gut feeling in his heart, so strong it bordered on obsession, that if he bet on me, if he brought me into Vermilion Bird, this would be the most richly rewarding investment of his entire life.